Chapter 19 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. In the chain of low cliffs which run at the distance of some 4 or 5 miles from the Oneida village, and to which probably at one time the waters of the lake had extended, was a deep cleft or fissure in the hard rock, some 14 or 15 yards in width at its widest point, and narrower at the mouth than in the interior. One of the rocks, at the time I speak of, though large masses have fallen since, and a good deal altered the features of the scene, one of the rocks near the entrance at the time I speak of beetled considerably over its base, and projected so far as almost to touch the opposite crag, giving the mouth of the fissure somewhat the appearance of a cave. On either side the walls of this gloomy dell were perpendicular, in some places even overhanging, and at the end, where it might have been expected to slope gradually away to the upland, the general character of the scene was merely diversified by a break or step some 15 or 16 feet from the ground, dividing the face of the crag into 2 nearly equal parts. Beneath this ledge was a hollow of some 4 or 5 feet in depth, rendering ascent from that side impracticable. Underneath that ledge, at the time referred to, had been hastily constructed a small hut or Indian lodge, formed of stakes driven into the ground, and covered over skilfully enough with bark branches and other materials of the forest. A door had apparently been brought for it from some distance, for it was evidently old, and had some strange figures painted on it in red, and across this door was fixed a great bar, which would, indeed, have been very useless, had not the stakes forming the wall of the hut been placed close together, rendering it in reality much stronger than an ordinary Indian lodge. On the day after Oteitz's expedition, mentioned in the preceding chapter, some 16 or 18 Oneidas of different ages, but none of them far advanced in life, gathered round the mouth of the cliff and conversed together for several minutes in low tones, and with their usual slow and deliberate manner. At the end of their conference, one seated himself on a stone near the entrance, 2 advanced into the chasm, and the rest dispersed themselves in different directions through the woods. The 2 who advanced approached the hut, following each other so close that the foot of each trod in the step of the other, and when they reached it, the foremost took down the bar and opened the door, suffering the light to enter the dark chamber within. The sight which that light displayed was a very painful one. There, seated on the ground, with his head almost bent down to his knees, his beautiful brown hair falling wild and shaggy over his face, his dress soiled and in some parts torn, and his hands thin and sallow, sat poor Walter Prevost, the image of despair. All the bright energies of his eager, impetuous nature seemed quelled. The look of youthful, happy enjoyment was altogether gone, and with it the warm hopes and glowing aspirations, the dreams of future happiness or greatness, of love and joy and tenderness. The sunshine had departed, the motes of existence no longer danced in the beam. He lifted not his head when the Indians entered. Still and impassive as themselves, he sat without movement or word. The very senses seemed dead in the living tomb where they had confined him, but the sight touched them with no pity. Gazing at him with a curious, cunning, serpent-like look, Apukwa placed before him the wallet which he carried, containing some dried deer's flesh and parched Indian corn, and after having watched him for a moment without a change of countenance, said in a cold tone, "There is food, take it and eat." As if the sound of his hated voice had startled the youth from a death-like sleep, Walter sprang suddenly on his feet, exclaiming, "Why should I eat to prolong my misery? Slay me, take thy tomahawk and dash my brains out. Put an end to this torment, the most terrible that thy fiend-like race have ever devised." The 2 Indians laughed with a low, quiet, satisfied laugh. "We cannot slay thee," said the brother of the snake, "till we know that thy pale-faced brother who killed our brother cannot be found to take thy place." "He is far beyond your power," cried Walter vehemently. "He will never be within your grasp. I helped him to escape. I delivered him from you. Slay me, slay me. Dogs of Indians, your hearts are wolves' hearts. You are not men, you are women, who dare not use a tomahawk. You are the scoff of your enemies. They laugh at the Oneidas, they spit at them. They say they are children who dare not kill an enemy till the old men say kill him. They fear the rod of their chief. They are like hares and rabbits that fear the sound of the wind." It was in vain that he tried to provoke them. They only seemed to enjoy his agony and the bitter words that it called forth. "Eat and drink," said Apukwa coldly as soon as he became silent, "for we are going to tie thee. We must hunt the deer. We must grind the corn. We cannot watch thee every day till the time of the sacrifice comes. Eat and drink then, for here are the thongs." Walter glared at them for a moment, and then snatched up the gourd filled with water which the brother of the snake had brought, draining it with a long and eager draught. He then cast it from him, and stood still and stern before them, saying, "I will disappoint you. Henceforth I will eat no more. Tie me if you will. I can fast as well as you Indians." The two men looked in each other's face, apparently puzzled how to act, for if he kept his resolution their object would indeed be frustrated. The death of their kinsman, according to their superstition, required blood, and by starvation the prisoner would escape from their hands. Still they dared not disobey the decision of the chiefs. A slight sign seemed to pass between them, and taking hold of the poor lad somewhat roughly, they bound both his hands and feet, twining the strong thongs of deerskin round, and through, in what seemed inextricable knots. He stood quite still and impassive, and when they had done, cast himself down upon the ground again, turning his face from them. The two men gazed at him for a moment or two, and then, leaving the hut in silence, replaced the bar. For some time after they had gone, Walter just lay as he had fallen. The dead apathy of despair had taken possession of him. Life, thought, feeling was a burden. The many days which had passed in that dull, dark, silent abode was rapidly producing on his mind that effect which solitary confinement is said to occasion but too often. He lay in that death-like stillness for several hours, nor came there a sound of any kind during all that time to relieve the black monotony of the day. His ear, by suffering, had been rendered painfully acute, but the snow fell noiselessly. The wild animals were in their coverts or in their dens. The very wind had no breath. Suddenly there was a sound. What was it? It seemed a cracking branch far up above his head. Then a stone rolled down and rattled over the roof, making the snow slip before it. Another crashing branch, and then a silence which seemed to him to last for hours. Some panther or catamount, he thought, in the trees above, and he laid his half-raised head down again upon the ground. No, there were fingers on the bar. He heard it move. Had the Indians come back to urge the food upon him? The touch upon the bar, however, seemed feeble compared with theirs. It lifted the heavy bar of wood slowly and with difficulty. Walter's heart beat, visions came before his mind, hope flickered up, and he raised himself as well as he could into a sitting position. From the ground he could not rise, for his hands were tied. Slowly and quietly the door opened, the light rushed in, and in the midst of the blaze stood the beautiful figure of the Blossom, with her head partly turned away as if in the act of listening. Her curly, long, wavy hair, broken from its band and spotted with the white snow, fell almost to her feet. But little was the clothing that she wore, no mantle, no overdress, nothing but the Indian woman's embroidered skirt gathered round her by a belt, and leaving the arms and legs bare. Her hands were torn and bloody, her bright face and brow scratched by the fangs of the bramble, but still, to Walter Prevost, as she stood listening there, it was the loveliest sight his eyes had ever rested on. But for a moment she listened, then gazed into the hut, sprang forward, cast her arms around his neck, and wept as she had never wept before. "My brother, my husband," she said, leaning her forehead on his shoulder, "Otetza has found thee at length." He would fain have cast his arms around her. He would fain have pressed her to his heart. He would fain have told her that he could bear death, or even life, or any fate, for such love as hers. But his hands were tied, and his tongue was powerless with emotion. A few moments passed in silence, and then Otetza said, "The cruel wolves have tied thee, but Otetza will give thee freedom. In an instant her small, delicate fingers were busy with the thongs, and with the rapidity of thought they were all untied, and hands and feet were both loose. But as she worked, the blood dropped from her fingers onto his wrists, and while he held her to his heart, he said, "Thou bleedest, my blossom. Oh, Tatesa, what hast thou risked? What hast thou encountered for Walter's sake?" "But little, my beloved," she answered. "Would it were 10 times more to prove my love. What, they have put meat within thy sight, and tied thy hands to make thee die of famine, with food before thee? Out on the cruel monsters!" "No, no, my Tatesa," answered Walter. "I would not eat. I wished to die. I knew not that an angel would come to cheer and help me." "And to deliver thee too, my Walter," answered Tatesa with a bright smile. "I trust it is certain, my beloved. By the way I came, by that way you can go." "How came you?" asked Walter, seating her beside him, and pressing her closer with his arm to the bosom on which she leaned. "I thought it was impossible for anyone to reach me, so stern is this place, so close the watch they kept. It must have been very perilous for thee, my blossom. Art thou not hurt?" "Oh no," she answered, "nor was the peril really great. God gave me wings to fly to thee. Love bore me up. But let me tell thee how I came. I have a friend, the wife of one of thine enemies, a young bride to whom his heart is open as the lake. From her I heard of all their plans, how they have filled the woods below the rocks with watchers, how they have set guards on every trail. They never dreamed that from the morning side a way could be found down over the rock into this dell. I pondered over the tidings, and remembered that when I was a little happy child I clambered some way down, by the aid of shrubs and crevices, in search of fruit, and I laid my plan against theirs. I took 2 ropes which I had woven long ago, of the tough bark of the moose plant, and making a wide circle round, I reached the upland upon the cliffs. My only trouble was to find the exact spot from that side, for I knew that there was a cloud between me and your enemies, and that I walked unseen. At length, however, I found the rock overlooking the chasm. I cast off all burdens, all that the brambles or branches might snatch at, and, with the ropes wound round me, came down as far as I could find safe footing. There was a tree, a small tree, on the pinnacle, and I tried it before I trusted it. One branch broke, but the root and stump stood firm, gripping the rock fast. To them I fixed the end of one rope, and easily swung down to a point below, where there was a larger, stronger tree. A stone, however, slipped from under my feet and fell rattling down. Round the strong tree I twisted the rope again, and thus reached the very ledge overhead. But there, as there had been noise and some crashing of the branches, I stood for a while, hidden behind the bushes, to make sure that I was not discovered. At length, however, I was satisfied, and now the other rope was a friend to give me help. I fastened it to the first, knotted it into tight loops, and thus aiding hands and feet, with sometimes the aid of a projecting stone, and sometimes a small shrub, came slowly down. By the same way I shall return, my love, and by it, too, my Walter must go back this night to his own people." "Why not with you now?" asked Walter eagerly. "Let Tatesa go with me, and whenever we reach my father's house, become my wife indeed. Oh, how gladly will he fold her to his heart! How fondly will Edith call her sister!" "It cannot be, beloved," she answered. "I came to save him I love, to save him who is the husband of my heart, but not to abandon my father till he gives me to you. And besides, there will be none to help us. This night you must climb by the ropes and boughs onto the top of the cliff, where, as near as you can reckon, there has been 6 hours of darkness. At the top you will find people waiting. They are but women, yet they all love you and me likewise, and have sworn by their great spirit that if it costs their lives they will set you free. Each will help you in some way. One has a canoe upon the creek, another knows the deepest woods on the Mohawk side and can guide you well. Others will lead you down Ward Creek to Sir William Johnson's castle, where you are safe. Eat now, my beloved, for you must have strength, and Tatesa must leave you soon. Before she goes, she must tie your hands again, lest your enemies come ere the night. But she will tie them in such a sort that with your teeth you can undraw the knot, and she will loosen the fastening of the bar so that even a weak hand can push it." She had hardly uttered the words when a low, mocking laugh came upon their ears, and 2 or 3 dark forms shadowed the doorway. Otetza instantly started up and drew a knife from the belt around her waist. "Stand back!" she cried aloud in the Iroquois tongue as the men glided in. "I am your great chief's daughter, and the blood of the Black Eagle will not bear a touch." "We touch thee not, Blossom," answered Apukwa. "Thou shalt go free, for the Black Eagle is a mighty chief, a mighty warrior, reverenced by his people. But our prisoner we keep, and though thou hast loosened his hands, we can fasten them again. Put thy tomahawk in thy belt, brother of the snake. It must taste no blood here, though it is hungry, I know well. He shall die, but not now." As he spoke he thrust his arm between the younger Indian and Walter, who had cast himself before Otetza, as if for one desperate struggle, if he saw any violence offered to her. The words of the medicine man, however, quieted him on that score, and it was but too plain that all resistance on his part would be in vain. A few hours before he had sought death as a boon, but the coming of the blossom had changed all his thoughts and feelings, and relighted hope and restored firmness and constancy. He was willing to live, and for the chances of what some other day might bring. For the love and self-devotion of that beautiful creature made existence seem too valuable to cast away the slightest chance of its preservation. He suffered them to bind him then, while Otetza turned away her head and struggled against the tears that sought to rise. It cost her a great effort, but resolution triumphed, and with a lofty air, very different from the tenderness of her demeanour a few minutes before, she waved her hand for the Indians to make way, saying, "Unworthy Oneidas, I go to carry my own tale to my father's feet, to tell him that with his own blood warm in my heart I came thither to save my brother, my lover, my husband, and to warn him that the tomahawk which falls on that beloved head severs the chain of Otetza's life. But fear not, Walter," she continued, turning toward him. "Fear not, my beloved. Live and laugh thine enemies to scorn. Thou shalt be delivered yet. Let these men do what they will. It is written on high that thou shalt not perish by their hands." And thus saying, she left the hut, and followed closely by 2 of the Oneidas, pursued her way back to the castle. When she reached the gate of the palisade, she at once perceived a good deal of commotion and activity within, though none but women, youths, and children were to be seen. "Where is the Black Eagle?" she asked of the first woman whom she met. "Has he returned to the lodge?" "He returned with 40 warriors," replied the other in a grave tone, "painted himself for battle, and has gone forth upon the warpath, taking with him every warrior he could find." "Against whom?" asked Otetza in as calm a tone as she could assume, but with her heart beating fast. "We do not know," replied the woman sadly, "but a tale spread, coming out of darkness throughout which none could see, that the Black Eagle has gone against our brethren, the Mohawks and Onondagas. It was said they had unburied the hatchet and cut down the tree of peace before the door of the Oneidas." Otetza clasped her hands together, bent her head, and took some steps toward the door of the lodge, and then, turning to the 2 men who had followed her, she said bitterly, "And ye were absent when the Black Eagle called for warriors. You were right, for ye are women, and have only courage to torment a captive." Thus saying, she passed on with a quiet step into the lodge, and there, when no eye could see her, gave way in tears to all the sad and bitter feelings of her heart. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Through the widespread woods which lay between the extensive territory occupied by the Mohawks and the beautiful land of the Oneidas, early in the morning of the day, some of the events of which have been already recorded, a small troop of Indians glided along in their usual stealthy manner. They were in their garments of peace. Each was fully clothed according to the Indian mode, and the many-coloured mat of ceremony hung from their shoulders as they passed along, somewhat encumbering them in their progress. They took the narrow trails, but yet it was not so easy for them to conceal themselves if such was their object, as it might have been in another dress and at another time. For except when passing a still brilliant maple or a rich brown oak, the gaudy colouring of their clothing showed itself strongly either against the dark evergreens or the white snow. The party had apparently travelled from night into day, for as soon as the morning dawned the head man of the 5 stopped, and without changing his position, and thus avoiding the necessity of making fresh prints in the snow, conversed over his shoulder with those behind him. Their conversation was brief, and might be translated into modern English thus: "Shall we halt here, or go on farther? The day's eyes are open in the east." "Stay here till noon," said an elder man behind him. "The Oneidas always go to their lodge in the middle of the day. They are children. They require sleep when the sun is high." Another voice repeated the same advice, and springing one by one from the trail into the thicket, they gathered together under a wide-spreading hemlock, where the ground was free from snow, and seated themselves in a circle beneath the branches. There they passed their time nearly in silence. Some food was produced, and also some rum, the fatal gift of the English. But very few words were uttered, and the only sentences worth recording were: "Art thou quite sure of the spot, brother?" "Certain," answered the one who had been leading. "The intelligence was brought by an Albany runner, a man of a true tongue." From time to time each of the different members of the group looked up toward the sky, and at length one of them rose, saying, "It is noon, let us onward. We can go forward for an hour, and then we shall be near enough to reach the place and return while the shadows are on the earth." "We were told to spread out and enter by several trails," said an elder man of the party. "It is not needful now," said the man who seemed to be the leader of the party, "when it can all be done between sun and sun." His words seemed conclusive, and they resumed the path again, walking on stealthily in a single file, as before. They had gone about 3 miles more, when a wild, fearful yell, such as no European would believe a human throat could utter, was heard upon their right. Another rose up on their left the instant after, and then another in their front. Each man stopped in breathless silence, as if suddenly turned to stone, but each with the first impulse had laid his hand upon his tomahawk. All listened for a repetition of the well-known war-whoop, and each man asked himself what such a sound could mean in a land where the Indians were all at peace amongst themselves, and where no tidings had been received of a foreign foe. But no man uttered a word, even in a whisper, to the man close to him. Suddenly a single figure appeared upon the trail before them, tall, powerful, commanding, and one well known to all there present. It was that of the Black Eagle, now feathered and painted for battle, with his rifle in his hand and his tomahawk ready. "Are ye Mohawks?" he exclaimed as he came nearer. "Are we brethren?" "We are Mohawks and brethren," replied the leader of the party. "We are but wandering through the forest, seeking to find something which has been lost." "What is it?" asked the Black Eagle sternly. "Nothing is lost which cannot be found. Snow may cover it for a time, but when the snow melts it will come to light." "It is a young lad's coat," said the cunning Mohawk. "But why is Black Eagle on the war-path? Who has unburied the hatchet against the Oneidas?" "The Black Eagle dreamed a dream," replied the chief, round whom numerous Oneidas, equipped for war, had by this time gathered, and in his dream he saw 10 men come from the midday into the land of the Oneida, and 10 men from the side of the cold wind. They wore the garb of peace, and called themselves brothers of the children of the stone. But the eyes of the Black Eagle were strong in his dream, and he saw through their bosoms, and their hearts were black, and a voice whispered to him that they came to steal from the Oneida that which they cannot restore, and to put a burden upon the children of the stone that they will not carry. "Was it not the voice of the singing bird?" asked the young Mohawk chief. "Was the dream sent by the bad spirit?" "I know not," answered the Black Eagle. "Say ye." But the Black Eagle believed the dream, and starting up, he called his warriors round him, and he sent Lynx Eyes, the Sachem of the Bear, to the north, and led his own warriors to the south, saying, "Let us go and meet these 10 men, and tell them, if they be really brethren of the Oneidas, to come with us and smoke the pipe of peace together, and eat and drink in our lodges, and return to their own land when they are satisfied. But if their hearts are black and their tongues double, to put on the war paint openly and unbury the long buried hatchet, and take the warpath like men and warriors, and not creep to mischief like the silent copperhead." These last words were spoken in a voice of thunder, while his keen black eyes flashed and his whole form seemed to dilate with indignation. The Mohawks stood silent before him, and even the young chief, who had shown himself the boldest among them, bent down his eyes to the ground. At length, however, he answered, "The Black Eagle has spoken well, and he has done well, though he should not put too much faith in such dreams. The Mohawk is the brother of the Oneida, the children of the stone and the men of blood are one, though the Mohawk judges the Oneida hasty in deeds. He is the panther that springs upon his prey from on high, before he sees whether it is not the doe that nourishes his young. He forgets hospitality." The eyes of the Black Eagle flashed fiercely for a moment, but then the fire went out in them, and a grave and even sad look succeeded. The young man went on boldly, however, saying, "He forgets hospitality. He takes to death the son of his brother, and sheds the blood of him who has eaten of the same meat with him. He waits not to punish the guilty, but raises his tomahawk against his friend. The 5 nations are a united people. That which brings shame upon one brings it upon all." The Mohawk's eyes are full of fire and his head bends down when men say the Oneida is inhospitable. The Oneida is hasty to slay, and repays faith and trust and kindness by death. What shall we say to our white father beyond the salt waters when he asks us, "Where is my son Walter, who loved the Oneidas, who was their brother, who sat by their council fire and smoked the pipe of peace with them"? Shall we say, "The Oneidas have slain him because he trusted to the hospitality of the 5 nations and did not fly"? When he asks us, "What was his crime?" and "Did the Oneidas judge him for it like calm and prudent men?" shall we answer, "He had no crime, and the Oneidas took him in haste, without judgment. He was full of love and kindness toward them, a maple tree overrunning with honey for the Oneidas, but they seized him in haste, when in a few moons they could have found many others"? If we say that, what will our great father think of his red children? Black Eagle, judge thou of this, and when thou dreamest another dream, see thou forked-tongued serpents hissing at the 5 nations, and ask, "Who made them hiss?" I have spoken. The feeling excited by this speech in all the Oneida warriors who heard it would be difficult to describe. There was much anger, but there was more shame. The latter was certainly predominant in the breast of Black Eagle. He put his hand to his shoulder as if seeking for his mantle to draw over his face, and after a long pause he said, "Alas, that I have no answer. Thou art a youth, and my heart is old. My people should not leave me without reply before a boy. Go in peace. I will send my answer to him who sent thee, for our brethren the Mohawks have not dealt well with us in using subtlety. There are more of you, however. Let each of them return to his home, for the children of the stone are masters of themselves." "Of us there are no more than thou seest," answered the young man. Black Eagle gazed at him somewhat sternly, and then answered, "6 men have entered the Oneida lands from this side since morning yesterday by separate ways. Let them go back. We give them from sun to sun, and no one shall hurt them. But if they be found here after that, their scalps shall hang upon the war-post." Thus saying, he turned and withdrew with his warriors. The young Mohawk and his companions glided back through the woods towards their own district, almost as silently as they came. The returning path of the great Oneida chief was pursued by him and his companions with a slow and heavy tread. Not a word was spoken by anyone, for there were both deep grief and embarrassment upon each, and all felt that there was much justice in the reproof of the young Mohawk. They had come forth with feelings of indignation and anger at the intelligence which had been received of the interference of other tribes in the affairs of the Oneida people, and they still felt much irritation at the course which had been pursued. But still their pride was humbled, and their native sense of justice touched by the vivid picture which had just been given of the view which might be taken by others of their conduct toward Walter Prevost. At this time, while the confederacy of the 5 powerful nations remained entire, and a certain apprehensive sense of their danger from the encroachments of the Europeans was felt by all the Indian tribes, a degree of power and authority had fallen to the great chiefs which probably had not been attributed to them in earlier and more simple times. The great chief of the Mohawks called himself king, and in some degree exercised the authority of a monarch. Black Eagle, indeed, assumed no different title from the ordinary Indian appellation of sachem, but his great renown and his acknowledged wisdom had perhaps rendered his authority more generally reverenced than that of any other chief in the confederacy. The responsibility, therefore, weighed strongly upon him, and it was with feelings of deep gloom and depression that he entered the great Oneida village shortly before the hour of sunset. The women and children were assembled to see the warriors pass, excepting Oteiza, who sat before the door of Black Eagle's great lodge, with her head bent down, under an oppressive sense of the difficulties and dangers of her upcoming task. Black Eagle saw her well, and saw that she was moved by deep grief, but he gave no sign even of perceiving her, and moving slowly, and with an unchanged countenance, to the door, he seated himself by her side, while his warriors ranged themselves round, and the women and young people formed another circle beyond the first. It was done without concert and without intimation, but all knew that the chief would speak before they parted. Oteiza remained silent in the same position, out of reverence for her father, and, after a short pause, the voice of Black Eagle was heard saying, "My children, your father is grieved. Were he a woman, he would weep. The reproach of his people and the evil conduct of his allies would bring water into the eyes that never were moist. But there is a storm upon us, the heaviest storm that ever has fallen. The waters of our lake are troubled, and we have troubled them ourselves. We must have counsel. We must call the wisdom of many men to avert the storm. Let, then, 3 of my swiftest warriors speed away to the heads of the 8 tribes, telling them to come hither before the west is dark tomorrow, bringing with them their wisest men. Then shall my children know my mind, and the Black Eagle shall have strength again." He paused, and Oteiza sprang to her feet, believing that intelligence of what she had done had reached her father's ears. "Ere thou sendest for thy chiefs, hear thy daughter." Black Eagle was surprised, but no sign of it was apparent on his face. He slowly bowed his head, and the blossom went on. "Have I not been an obedient child to thee? Have I not loved thee, and followed thy slightest word? I am thy child altogether. Thou hast taken me often to the dwelling of the white man, because he is of my kindred. Thou hast often left me there, whilst thou hast gone upon the war-path, or hunted in the mountains. Thou hast said, they are of our own blood. My wife, my beloved, was of high race amongst the pale-faced people of the East, the daughter of a great chief. I saved her in the day of battle, and she became mine. And true and faithful, loving and just was the child of the white chief to the great sachem of the Oneidas. Shall I keep her daughter from all communication with her kindred? Young was I, a mere child, when first thou tookest me there, and Edith was a sister, Walter a brother to me. They both loved me well, and I loved them, but my love for the brother grew stronger than for the sister, and his for me. We told our love to each other, and he said, 'When I am old enough to go upon the war-path, I will ask the Black Eagle to give me Oteiza, and the Red Chief and the White Chief shall again be united, and the bonds between the Oneidas and the English people shall be strengthened.' And we dreamed a dream that all this would be true, and pledged ourselves to each other for ever. Now what have I done, my father? The brethren of the Snake and the chief Apukwa, contrary to the customs of the Oneidas, seized upon my betrothed, carried off my husband captive 4 days after their brother was slain by a white man, but not by my Walter. It is not for me to know the laws of the Oneidas, or to speak of the traditions of our fathers. But in this, at least, I knew that they had done evil. They had taken an innocent man before they had sought for the guilty. I found the place where they had hid him. I climbed to the top of the rock above the chasm. I descended the face of the precipice. I tied 2 ropes to the trees for his escape. I loosened the thongs from his hands and from his feet, and I said, "This night thou shalt flee, my husband, and escape the wrath of thine enemies." All this I did, and what is it? It may be against the law of the Oneidas, but it is the law of a woman's own heart, placed there by the Great Spirit. It is what my mother would have done for thee, my father, hadst thou been a captive in the hands of thine enemies. Had I not done it, I should not have been thy child. I should have been unworthy to call the Black Eagle father. The daughter of a chief must act as the daughter of a chief. The child of a great warrior must have no fear. If I am to die, I am ready." She paused for a moment, and Black Eagle raised his head, which had been slightly bowed, and said in a loud, clear voice, "Thou hast done well, my child. So let every Indian woman do for him to whom she is bound. The women of the children of the stone are not as other women. Like the stone, they are firm. Like the rock, they are lofty. They bear warriors for the nation. They teach them to do great deeds." "Yet bear with me a little, my father," said Otetza, "and let thy daughter's fate be in thy hand before all the eyes here present. Apukwa and the brethren of the snake had set a watch, and stole upon me and upon my white brother, and mocked thy daughter and her husband, and bound his hands and feet again, and said that he shall die." It is rare that an Indian interrupts the speech of anyone, but the heart of the chief had been altogether with Otetza's enterprise, and he now exclaimed with great anxiety, "Then he has not escaped?" "He has not," replied Otetza. "It went as I have said. Walter Prevost is still in the hands of the brethren of the snake and of Apukwa, and he is not safe, my father, even until the nation shall have decided what shall be his fate. When the nation speaks," she continued, emboldened by her father's approbation, "then will Otetza live or die, for I tell thee, and I tell all the warriors here present, that if my husband is slain for no offence by the hand of an Oneida, the daughter of the chief dies too." "Koi, koi," murmured the chiefs in a low, sad tone, as they gazed upon her, standing in her great beauty by her father's side, while the setting sun peeped out from beneath the edge of the snow cloud and cast a gleam of rosy light around her. "He is not safe even till the word is spoken," said Otetza, "for they are bad men that hold him. They took him contrary to our customs. They despise our laws. They are Honuntko, and fear nothing but the tomahawk of the Black Eagle. They drink blood. They slay their mothers and their brethren. They are Honuntko." A murmur of awe and indignation at the hated name of the dark secret order existing amongst the Indians, but viewed with apprehension and hatred by all the more noble warriors of the tribes, ran round the circle, and Black Eagle rose, saying, "Let them be examined, and if the stripe be found upon them, set honest men to guard the lad. Tomorrow, at the great council, we will discuss his fate, and the Great Spirit send us dreams of what is right. Come with me, my child, the blossom is ever dear." Thus saying, he turned and entered the lodge. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. About 2 o'clock on the following day, long lines of Indian chiefs and warriors might be seen approaching the great Oneida village. Soon after, a great fire was lighted before the door of the principal lodge, and, as on the preceding evening, the warriors were ranged in a circle round, and the women and children in another beyond. The great chief, dressed in all the glittering finery of the Indian peace costume, with feathers and red and white headdress, and crimson mantle, and embroidered shirt and overdress, and medals innumerable hung around his neck, took the seat of honour with a grave dignity, such as few civilized monarchs have, even after the greatest study, been able to attain. He wore no warlike weapons, nothing but a single knife appeared in his girdle, and in his hand he carried the richly ornamented calumet, or pipe of peace. Close behind her father sat Otetza, with her heart greatly troubled, but less, perhaps, with fear than with expectation. The Black Eagle had been kind and tender with her when they had been alone together. He had held her to his heart with a display of fondness such as an Indian rarely shows openly to his child. He had listened to the whole tale of her love for Walter Prevost without a word of disapprobation or reproach, and sometimes even a playful smile had come upon his dark, stern face as her words recalled the memory of feelings experienced in youth, like a well-remembered song heard again after a long lapse of years. Instead of reprehending her attempt to deliver Walter, he commended it highly. "It was thy part, my child. Thou shouldst have been a boy, Otetza. The warrior spirit is in the maiden's bosom." But when she came to speak of her lover's fate, to plead, to sue, to entreat, the stern, grave coldness of the Indian chief returned, and though she could see that he was full of fixed resolves, she could in no way discover what they were. The explanation of them she knew was now to come, and it may be imagined with what eager and intense interest she listened for every word. There was, of course, some little confusion as the multitude took their places, but it was soon hushed, and then a deep silence spread around. The great pipe was lighted, and sent from hand to hand till it had passed all around the circle, and then, and not till then, Black Eagle rose and spoke. "Have my words been heard?" he said. "Have my warriors examined whether any of the dark and infernal order of Honontco are amongst us?" He seated himself again as soon as he had made the inquiry, and after a moment's pause 2 middle-aged warriors who had been with him on the preceding day rose and took a step forward, while one of them said, "We have heard thy words and examined. The brother of the snake, Apukwa, the medicine-man, and the flying squirrel are Honontco. The stripe is upon them and upon none else." "It is well," said the chief, rising again. "Bring forward that man who was taken at our castle door last night." Half a dozen young men sprang upon their feet and speedily brought from the door of a neighbouring lodge the half-breed runner, Proctor, whom we have seen with Brooks and Lord H. at Albany. He had a calumet in his hand, the sign of a peaceful mission, and he showed no fear, for he knew that his life would be respected, although he had learned by this time that the Oneidas had been greatly excited by some acts referring to the very object of his mission. Standing in the midst of them, as calm and collected as he had been in the fort at Albany, he hardly gave a glance round the circle, but looked straight, with a cold and inexpressive countenance, at the chief before whom he was placed. "What hast thou to say?" demanded Black Eagle. The man remained silent, although there was an evident movement of his lips as if to speak. "Fear not," said Black Eagle, mistaking the ineffectual effort to speak for a sign of apprehension, although it really proceeded from a habitual unwillingness to hear the sound of his own voice. "Thou shalt go in safety, whatever be thy message. Art thou dumb, man? Is thy tongue a stone?" "I am not dumb. I am not afraid," said the man with a great effort. "Great chiefs in Albany send me to say, 'Give us the boy.'" There he stopped, for it had cost him much to utter so many words. "Were they war chiefs?" demanded Black Eagle aloud. The man nodded his head, and Black Eagle asked, "Did they threaten the Oneidas? Did they say they would unbury the hatchet?" The runner shook his head, and the chief asked, "What did they say, then, would befall us if we refused to comply?" "Shame," replied Proctor aloud, and Black Eagle suddenly drew his mantle over his face. A low murmur spread round like the hum of a hive of bees, and when it had subsided the chief rose, and with an air of grave, sad dignity, looked round upon his people. "Ye have heard, O children of the stone," he said in a rich, clear, deep-toned voice, "what the chiefs of the palefaces say of the Oneida nation, and there are warriors here who were with me yesterday when our brethren the Mohawks reproached me with treachery and inhospitality toward our pale-faced brother Prevost, and the Black Eagle had nothing to answer. Ye know the history. Why should I sing again the song of yesterday? A man of our nation was slain by one of the Yengeese, and the brethren of the dead man seized upon the son of Prevost, who is also our son, without searching for him who had spilt the blood. This was contrary to the custom of the 5 nations, but they say the man was not to be found. He was already beyond our territory, and we must take the first we can find to appease the spirit of our brother. But Prevost is a good man, loved by all the 5 nations as a brother to the red man, a friend who trusted us. So hard do the Mohawks and the Onondagas think this deed, that they have dealt subtly with the Oneidas and striven to rescue our captive from our hands by the crooked ways of the serpent. The pale-faced chiefs, too, have sent men into our land and think darkly of the Oneidas, but the Black Eagle saw what they did, and spread his wings and drove them forth. He had no answer for the reproaches of the Mohawks or for the Yengeese. He will give them both their answer this day by the messenger, and the children of the stone will thereby know his mind. Let them say if it be good." Then, turning to Proctor, he stretched out his hand toward the south, saying, "When thou goest hence, 2 of my warriors shall go with thee to the castle of the Mohawk, and thou shalt say, Why hast thou dealt subtly with the Oneidas? If thou hast aught against him, why didst thou not send a messenger of peace to tell thy brother thy mind? Or why didst thou not appeal to the great council of the 5 nations to judge between thee and him? If thou wilt unbury the hatchet, and cut down the tree of peace, and bring trouble into the 5 nations, that the pale-face may prevail, and our long house be pulled down to the ground, then paint thy face, and dance the war dance, and come upon the battle-way, but follow not the trail of the serpent, to steal unperceived into thy brother's land." A murmur of approbation followed this bold speech, but the next moment the chief continued, still addressing Proctor, and saying, "When thou hast thus spoken to the Mohawk, thou shalt go on to the pale-faced chiefs at Albany, and to them thou shalt say, The children of the stone have heard your message. They are the children of the great king. He is their father, and they love him. But the Oneidas have their own laws, and are led by their own chiefs. They take the war-path against your enemies as against their own, and ye are glad in the day of battle when they fight the Frenchmen by your side. It is sweet to them that you have used no threats, and they would not have their white brother think darkly of them. They love, too, the chief Prevost. They love his son as a brother, but one of their own children has been slain by one of yours, and their law must be fulfilled. His spirit must not be shut out from the happy hunting grounds. They will mourn as a whole nation for Walter Prevost, but Walter Prevost must die unless the Wanderer is taken. Thus says the Black Eagle, the great chief of the Oneida nation, he who has taken 100 scalps of his enemies, and fought in 15 battles with your foes and his. Give us up the murderer, if ye would save the boy. He is in your land. You can find him. Do justly by us in this matter, and walk not in the trail of the fox to deceive us, and to save from us our captive." Then, pausing for an instant, he somewhat lowered his voice, but spoke the succeeding words very slowly and distinctly, in order that every syllable might not only be impressed upon the mind of the man he addressed, but be clearly heard and comprehended by all the people around. "Thou shalt say, moreover, to our brethren, the pale-faced chiefs at Albany, that the Black Eagle finds that Walter Prevost has fallen into the hands of bad men, who cannot be trusted, dealers in dark things, vultures whose heads are bare but whose hearts are covered. The Black Eagle will take the boy from their hands, and will treat him well, and keep him in safety till the hour come. As ye have said that the Oneidas are hasty, that they do rashly, that they have not sought as they ought to seek, for 6 moons will Black Eagle keep the lad in peace as his own son, to see if ye will give him up the murderer of an Oneida. But as the chief would slay his own son if the laws of his own people required it at his hands, so will he and the chiefs of his nation slay Walter Prevost, if in 6 moons ye do not give him up the murderer. He shall die the death of a warrior, with his hands unbound, and as Black Eagle knows the spirit that is in him, he is sure that he will die as a warrior should. This thou shalt say to the English chiefs. Let them look to it. The fate of the boy depends upon their counsel. Give him a roll of wampum for his reward, and let him go in peace." His commands were immediately obeyed, and the half-breed runner removed from the circle. Then, turning to the warriors, without reseating himself, the chief demanded, "Have I said well?" The usual words of approbation followed, repeated by almost every voice present, and then Black Eagle resumed in a stern tone, saying, "And now, my children, what shall be done to the Honunco? I have already removed the captive from their hands, for they are a people without faith. They live in darkness, and they wrap themselves in a shadow. They take their paths in deceit, and we see blood and dissension follow them. Already they have raised against us the wrath of our brethren of the 5 nations. They have brought the yellow cloud of shame upon the Oneida name. They have well nigh severed the threads which hold the roll of our league together. They have laid the hatchet to the root of the tree which we and our English father planted. I say, let them go forth from amongst us. The totem of the tortoise casts them forth. We will not leave our lodges near their lodges. They shall not dwell within our palisade. Let them betake themselves to the darkness of the forest and to the secret holes of the rock, for darkness and secrecy are the dwelling places of their heart. Or let them go, if they will, to the deceitful Hurons, to the people beyond Horicon, and fight beside the deceitful Frenchmen. With us they shall not dwell. Let them be seen no more amongst us. Is my judgment good?" A general cry of approbation followed. The council broke up. The warriors commenced wandering about, those who came from a distance seeking hospitality in the neighbouring lodges, for the great lodge itself could not afford room for all. To her own little chamber Oteiza retired at once, and, barring the door, went down upon her knees to offer up thanksgiving and prayer. Thanksgiving, for hope is ever a blessing. Prayer, for there was danger still before her eyes. Safe for the next 6 months she knew Walter would be in the careful custody of her father, but she still prayed earnestly that her mother's God would find some way of deliverance for the sake of him who died to save mankind. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. More than 5 months had passed, months of great trouble and anxiety to many. The woods, blazing in their autumnal crimson when we last saw them, had worn and soiled, in a short fortnight, the glorious vestments of the autumn and cast them to the earth, and now they had put on the green garments of the summer, and robed themselves in the tender hues of youth. It was under a large tree, on a high bank commanding the whole prospect round for many and many a mile, and in the eastern part of the province of New York, that 3 red men were seated in the early summer of 1758. A little distance in advance of them, and somewhat lower down the hill, was a small patch of brush, composed of fantastic-looking bushes, and one small blasted tree. It formed, as it were, a sort of screen to the Indians' resting-place from all eyes below, and yet did not in the least impede their sight as it wandered over the wide forest world around them. From the elevation on which they were placed, the eye of the red man, which seems, from constant practice, to have gained the keenness of the eagle's sight, could plunge into every part of the woods around, where the trees were not actually contiguous. The trail, wherever it quitted the shelter of the branches, the savannah, wherever it broke the outline of the forest, the river, where it wound along on its course to the ocean, the military road from the banks of the Hudson to the head of Lake Horicon, the smallest pond, the little stream, were all spread out to view as if upon a map. Over the wide extensive prospect the eyes of those 3 Indians wandered incessantly, not as if employed in searching for some definite object, the direction of which, if not the precise position, they knew, but rather as if they were looking for anything which might afford them some object of pursuit or interest. They sat there nearly 2 hours in the same position, and during the whole of that time not more than 4 or 5 words passed between them, but at length they began to converse, though at first in a low tone, as if the silence had its awe even for them. One of them pointed with his hand towards a spot to the eastward, saying, "There is something doing there." In the direction to which he called the attention of his companions was seen spread out in the midst of the forest and hills a small but exquisitely beautiful lake, seemingly joined on to another of much greater extent by a narrow channel. Of the former, the whole extent could not be seen, for every here and there a spur of the mountains cut off the view, and broke in upon the beautiful waving line of the shore. The latter was more distinctly visible, spread out broad and even, with every little islet, headland, and promontory marked clear and definite against the bright glistening surface of the waters. Near the point where the two lakes seemed to meet, the Indians could descry walls and mounds of earth, and various buildings of considerable size, nay, even what was probably the broad banner of France, though it seemed but a mere whitish spot in the distance, was visible to their sight. At the moment when the Indian spoke, coming from a distant point on the larger lake, the extreme end of which was lost to view in a sort of blue indistinct haze, a large boat or ship might be seen, with broad white sails, wafted swiftly onward by a cold northeasterly wind. Some way behind it another moving object appeared, a boat likewise, but much more indistinct, and here and there, nearer inshore, 2 or 3 black specks, probably canoes, were darting along upon the bosom of the lake, like waterflies upon the surface of a still stream. "The pale-faces take the war-path against each other," said another of the Indians, after gazing for a moment or two. "May they all perish," said the third. "Why are our people so mad as to help them? Let them fight and slay and scalp one another, and then the red man tomahawk the rest." The other two uttered a bitter malediction in concert with this fierce but not impolitic thought, and then, after one of their long pauses, the first who had spoken resumed the conversation, saying, "Yet I would give one of the feathers of the white bird to know what the pale-faces are doing. Their hearts are black against each other. Can you not tell us, Apukwa? You were on the banks of the Horicon yesterday, and must have heard the news from Corlear." "The news from Albany matters much more," answered Apukwa. "The Yengeese are marching up with a cloud of fighting men, and people know not where they will fall. Some think Oswego, some think Ticonderoga. I am sure that is the place of the Singing Waters that they go against." "Will they do much in the war-path?" asked the brother of the Snake, "or will the Frenchman make himself as red as he did last year at the south of the Horicon?" "The place of the Singing Waters is strong, brother," replied Apukwa in a musing tone, "and the Frenchmen are great warriors, but the Yengeese are many in number, and they have called for aid from the 5 nations. I told the Huron who sold me powder where the eagles would come down, and I think he would not let the tidings slumber beneath his tongue. The great winged canoes are coming up Corlear very quick, and I think my words must have been whispered in the French chief's ear to cause them to fly so quickly to Ticonderoga." A faint, nearly suppressed smile came upon the lips of his 2 companions as they heard of this proceeding, but the younger of the 3 inquired, "And what will Apukwa do in the battle?" "Scalp my enemies," replied Apukwa, looking darkly round. "Which is thine enemy?" asked the brother of the Snake. "Both," answered the medicine man bitterly, "and every true Hononto should do as I do. Follow them closely, and slay every man that flies, be his nation what it may. So long as he be white, it is enough for us. He is an enemy. Let us blunt our scalping knives on the skulls of the pale-faces. Then when the battle is over we can take our trophies to the conqueror and say, 'We have been on thy side.'" "But will he not know?" suggested the younger man. "Will he listen so easily to the song?" "How should he know?" asked Apukwa coldly. "If we took him red men's scalps he might doubt, but all he asks is white men's scalps, and we will take them. They are all alike, and they will have no faces under them." This ghastly jest was highly to the taste of the 2 hearers, and bending down their heads together, the 3 continued to converse for several minutes in a whisper. At length one of them said, "Could we not take Prevost's house as we go? How many brothers did you say would muster?" 9, answered Apukwa, "and our 3 selves make 12. Then, after pausing for a moment or two in thought, he added, "It would be sweet as the strawberry, and as easy to gather, but there may be thorns near it. We may tear ourselves, my brothers." "I fear not," answered the brother of the snake, "so that I but set my foot within that lodge, with my rifle in my hand and my tomahawk in my belt, I care not what follows." "The boy is to die," answered Apukwa. "Why seek more in his lodge at thine own risk?" The other did not answer, but after a moment's pause he asked, "Who is it has built the lodge still farther to the morning?" "One of the workers of iron," answered Apukwa, meaning the Dutch. "He is a great chief, they say, and a friend of the Five Nations." "Then no friend of ours, my brother," answered the other speaker, "for though it be the children of the stone who have shut the door of the lodge against us and driven us from the council fire, the Five Nations have confirmed their saying, and made the Hanoto a people apart. Why should we not fire that lodge too, and then steal on to the dwelling of Prevost?" "Thy lips are thirsty for something," said Apukwa. "Is it the maiden thou wouldst have?" The other smiled darkly, and, after remaining silent for a short space, answered, "They have taken from me my captive, and my hand can never reach the blossom I sought to gather. The boy may die, but not by my tomahawk, and when he does die, I am no better, for I lose that which I sought to gain by his death. Are Apukwa's eyes misty that he cannot see? The spirit of the snake would have been as well satisfied with the blood of any other paleface, but that would not have satisfied me." "But making Prevost's house red will not gather for thee the blossom," answered Apukwa. The third and younger of the Indians laughed, saying, "The wind changes, Apukwa, and so does the love of our brother. The maiden in the lodge of Prevost is more beautiful than the blossom. We have seen her thrice since his moon grew big, and my brother calls her the fawn, because she has become the object of his chase." "Thou knowest not my thought," said the brother of the snake gravely. "The maiden is fair, and she moves round her father's lodge like the sun. She shall be the light of mine too, but the brother of the snake forgets not those who disappoint him, and the boy Prevost would rather see the tomahawk falling than know that the fawn is in my lodge." The other two uttered that peculiar humming sound by which the Indians sometimes intimate that they are satisfied, and the conversation which went on between them related chiefly to the chances of making a successful attack upon the house of Mr. Prevost. Occasionally, indeed, they turned their eyes toward the boat upon Lake Champlain, and commented upon the struggle that was about to be renewed between France and England. That each party had made vast preparations was well known, and intelligence of the extent and nature of these preparations had spread far and wide amongst the tribes, with wonderful accuracy as to many of the details, but without any certain knowledge of where the storm was to break. All saw, however, and comprehended that a change had come over the British government, that the hesitating and doubtful policy which had hitherto characterized their military movements in America was at an end, and that the contest was now to be waged for the gain and loss of all the European possessions on the American continent. Already it was known amongst the Five Nations, although the time for the transmission of the intelligence was incredibly small, that a large fleet and armament had arrived at Halifax, and that several naval successes over the French had cleared the way for some great enterprise in the north. At the same time, the neighbourhood of Albany was full of the bustle of military preparation, and a large force was already collected under Abercrombie for some great attempt upon the lakes, and from the west news had been received that a British army was marching rapidly toward the French forts upon the Ohio and the Monongahela. The Indian natives roused themselves at the sound of war, for though some few of them acted regularly in alliance with one or the other of the contending European powers, a greater number than is generally believed cared little whom they attacked, or for whom they fought, or whom they slew, and were, in reality, but as a flock of vultures, spreading their wings at the scent of battle, and ready to take advantage of the carnage, whatever was the result of the strife. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. We must now return to the scene in which this narrative first commenced. But oh, how changed was the aspect of all things from that which the house of Mr. Prevost presented but 5 short months before! The father and the daughter were there alone. The brother no longer gleamed about the house, with his blithesome air and active energies, and the thought of him and of his fate hung continually, like a dark shadow, over those to whom he was so dear. They were not wholly without comfort, they were not wholly without hope, for, from time to time, renewed assurances came to them from many a quarter that Walter would still be saved. But still time wore on, and he was not delivered. During the winter Lord H. visited them frequently, and it is probable that, had no dark cloud overshadowed the hopes as well as the happiness of all, he would have pressed for the prize of Edith's hand without delay. But he loved not the mingling of joy and sorrow, and that, at least, his view of the world, and life, and fate, was deceitful. He was not yet convinced, although he had some experience, that such a thing as unalloyed happiness, even for a few short days, is not to be found on earth, that the only mine of gold without dross lies beneath the grave. In the meantime, the gathering together of British soldiers on the Hudson and the Mohawk had, like one wave meeting another, somewhat repelled the Indian tribes. A runner, a half-breed, or 1 or 2 red men together, more frequently from the nation of the Mohawks than from any other tribe, would be seen occasionally wandering through the woods or crossing the open ground near the settlers' dwelling, but they seldom approached the house, and their appearance caused no apprehension. Relations of the greatest amity had been established between the British authorities and the chiefs of the 5 nations, and several of the tribes were preparing to take part in the coming strife upon the side of England. 3 times during the winter the house of Mr. Prevost was visited by a single Indian of the Oneida tribe. On 2 occasions it was a man who presented himself, and his stay was very short. On the first occasion Edith was alone, when, without the sound of footsteps, he glided in like a dark shadow. His look was friendly, though for a moment he said nothing, and Edith, well knowing their habits, asked if he would take food. He answered yes in his own language, and she called some of the servants to supply him. But before he ate, he looked up in her face, saying, "I am bidden to tell thee that thy brother shall be safe." "Whose words do you bear?" asked Edith. "Is it the Black Eagle speaks?" "Nay, Otetza," replied the man. This was all she could learn, for the messenger was either ignorant of more or affected to be so. Yet still it was a comfort to her. The next who came was a woman, somewhat past the middle age, and by no means beautiful. She stayed long, and with good-natured volubility related all that had happened immediately after Edith's visit to the Oneida Castle. She dwelt upon the attempt of the Blossom to deliver her lover, as she would have expatiated upon some daring feat of courage in a warrior, and though in the end she had to tell how the maiden's bold effort had been frustrated, she added, "Yet he shall be safe. They shall not slay our brother." The 3rd time the same man returned, bearing the same assurances, but, as hour after hour went by, and day by day, without the lad's return or any definite news of him, hope sickened and grew faint. By this time it was known that the efforts of the Mohawks and of the Onondagas had been frustrated, and, moreover, it was plainly intimated by the chiefs of those 2 nations that they would interfere no more. "The Oneidas have reproved us," they said, "and we had no reply. We must not make the children of the stone hiss at our children, neither must we break the bonds of our alliance for a single man." The scouts who had been put under the order of Woodchuck were recalled to the army early in the spring without having effected anything. All that had been heard at the fort showed that the young prisoner had been removed to the very farthest part of the Oneida territory, where it was impossible for any single Englishman to penetrate without being discovered by the Indians. Of Woodchuck himself nothing was heard till the flowers began to spring up, close upon the footsteps of the snow. It was believed that he was still in the forest, but even of this no one was assured, and all that with any accuracy could be divined was that he had not fallen into the hands of the Oneidas, inasmuch as there was every reason to believe that, had such been the case, Walter's liberation would have immediately followed. Thus matters had gone on in the household of Mr. Prevost, till about a month before the period at which I have thought best to present to the reader the 3 Indians seated on the hill. The day had been one of exceeding loveliness, and not without its activity too, for a party of soldiers had been thrown forward, for some object, to a spot within 1.5 miles from the house, and Lord H. had been twice there, making Edith's heart thrill, each time he appeared, with emotions still so new and strange as set her dreaming for an hour after he was gone. The evening had come, bringing with it clouds in the western sky, and Edith, as she sat with her father, looked out from the window with her head resting on her hand. As she gazed, she perceived a figure slowly crossing between the gardener boy and old Agrippa, who were working in the gardens, and apparently taking its course to the door of the house. At first she did not recognize it, for it was more like an Indian than that of a European, more like that of a bear than either. It had a human face, however, and as it came forward, an impression, at first faint, but increasing with every step it advanced, took possession of her, that it must be the man whose fatal act had brought so much wretchedness upon her family. He was very sadly changed, and although the bearskins in which he was dressed hid the emaciation of his form, the meagreness of his face was very evident as he came near. Edith lifted her head from her hand, saying, "I think, my father, here is Captain Brooks approaching. Poor man, he seems terribly changed." Mr. Prevost started up, gazed for a moment from the window, and then hurried forth to meet him. Edith had the happiness to see her father take the wanderer kindly by the hand and lead him toward the door. Whatever had been Mr. Prevost's feelings, the sight of Woodchuck's altered face was enough to soften them entirely. The next moment they entered the room together, and Edith extended her hand kindly to him. "Ah, Miss Prevost, you are very good," he said, "and so is your father too. I have not been to see you for a long time." "That was not right of you, Woodchuck," she said. "You should have come to see us. We know all you have been trying to do for my brother. If you cannot succeed, it is not your fault, and we should have been glad to see you, both for your own sake and for the sake of hearing all your proceedings as they occurred." "Ah, but I have been far away," he answered. "I first tried to get the poor boy from this side, and finding that would not do, I took a long round and came upon them from the west, but I got nothing but some information, and then I made up my mind. Them Injuns are as cunning as Satan. I have circumvented them once, but they won't let a man do it twice." Mr. Prevost had stood listening, eager to hear anything that related to his son. "We will more of this by and by, Brooks. Come into the hall and have some food. You must be hungry and tired both, I am sure." "No," replied Woodchuck, "I am not hungry. Tired a little I am, I guess, though I have not walked more than 40 miles. But I met a young Indian 2 or 3 hours ago who gave me some venison steaks off his own fire. Some rest will soon set all to rights." "Take some wine at least," said Mr. Prevost. "That will do you good. You look quite faint." "Faint in limb, but not in heart," replied Woodchuck stoutly. "However, I won't refuse the wine, for it was given to cheer the heart of man, as the Bible says, and mine wants cheering, though it does not want strengthening, for I'll do what I say, as I'm a living man." They took him into the hall and persuaded him both to eat and drink, evidently to his benefit, for though he did not lose the sad tone in which he spoke, his voice was stronger, and his features seemed to grow less sharp. "And where have you been ever since the snow has been on the ground?" asked Edith, when he seemed a little revived. "You cannot surely have been wandering in the woods during the terribly severe weather we had in January." "I hutted myself down," he said, "like an Injun or a beaver, and covered the lodge all over with snow. I planted it upon a ledge of rock, with its mouth close behind an old hemlock tree, and made it white all over, so they would have been worse than devils to find me. For life is sweet, Miss Prevost, even in winter time, and I did not wish to be tomahawked so long as I could help it." "You must have had a sad, desolate time, I fear," said Mr. Prevost, "at least till the spring came round." "I guess it wasn't very cheerful," answered Woodchuck. "But that's the best way to teach oneself not to care for what's coming. At least I used to think so once, and to believe that if a man could once make himself very miserable in this world, he would not much care how soon he went out of it. But I've changed my opinion on that matter a little, for up there on the side of the hill, after 4 or 5 weeks, half famished, half frozen, I did not feel a bit more inclined to die than I did a year ago, when there were few lighter-hearted than myself. So I thought before I did anything of the kind, knowing that there was no need of it just yet. I would just go and take a ramble among the mountains in the fine weather, like Jephthah's daughter. His word would have been enigmas to Edith had she not somehow misunderstood their obvious meaning. For Lord H., not fully knowing the character of the man, and unwilling to excite confident hope that might ultimately be disappointed by some change of Woodchuck's feelings, had forborne to mention more of his purposes than the mere fact of his intention to peril his own life to save that of Walter Prevost. To Edith the words used by Woodchuck seemed but to imply that he still contemplated some daring attempt to set her brother at liberty, and in the hope, if she could learn the particulars of his scheme, to be able to procure the cooperation of Ateza and others in the Oneida Castle, she said, "You are indeed a good, kind friend, Woodchuck, and you have, I know, already undergone great risks for poor Walter's sake. There are others labouring for him too, and perhaps if we knew what you intended to do next—" "To do next!" exclaimed the man, interrupting her. "Why, haven't I told you? I said when I found I could not get in from the west, I made up my mind." "To do what, my good friend?" said Mr. Prevost. "You certainly implied you intended to do something, but what you did not state. Now I easily understand Edith's anxiety to know your intentions, for we have obtained friends in the Oneida camp who might give great assistance to your efforts if we knew what they are to be. But I should tell you my dear daughter here ventured across the Mohawk country to see our dear little Ateza, who, like you, risked her own life to save my poor boy. God blessing be upon her." The tears rose in his eyes, and he paused for a moment, but Woodchuck waved his hand, saying, "I know all about it. I were on the bank of the creek, Miss Edith, when the Injun woman paddled you back, and I guessed how it had all been. I said to myself, when I heard more of it 2 days after, her father will be mighty angry, and so he were, I guess." "You are mistaken, my friend," said Mr. Prevost, laying his hand on Edith's with a tender gesture. "I was not angry, though I was much alarmed. But that alarm was not of long endurance, for I was detained much longer than I expected at Sir William Johnson's, and my anxiety was only protracted 2 days after my return. But still you have not told us of your plans. If that dear girl Ateza can help us, she will do it if it costs her life." Woodchuck paused a moment or two in deep, absent thought, and over his rough countenance the trace of many a strong emotion flitted. But at length he said in a low, distinct voice, "She can do nothing. Black Eagle has the boy under his keen eye. He loves him well, Mr. Prevost, and he will treat him kindly. But just as much as he does love him, he will make it a point to keep him safely, and to kill him too if he hadn't got another victim. That man should have been one of those old Romans I have heard talk of, who killed their own sons and daughters rather than not do what they thought right. He'd not spare his own flesh and blood, not he, and the more he loves him, the surer he'll kill him." Edith wept, and Mr. Prevost covered his eyes with his hands. But Woodchuck, who had been gazing down upon the table and saw not the powerful emotions his words had produced, proceeded, after a gloomy pause. "He'll watch his daughter sharply, too, though they say he praised her daring. And that I guess he did, for that's just the sort of thing to strike his fancy. He'll take care she shan't do it again. No, no. But there's one way with Black Eagle. I know him well, and he knows me, and there is but one way with him." "What's that?" asked Mr. Prevost, in a tone of deep melancholy. "Just to do what I intend," replied Woodchuck, with a very calm manner. "Mr. Prevost, I love my life as much as any man, a little too much mayhap, and I intend to keep it as long as I rightly can, for there are always things written in that chapter of accidents that none of us can see. But I don't intend to let your son Walter, he is a good boy, to be put to death for a thing of my doing. You don't suppose it? At first, when the thing came fresh upon me in Albany, I felt mighty like a fool and a coward, and I would have skulked away into any hole just to save myself from myself, but I soon took thought, and made up my mind. Now here you and Miss Edith have been praising and thanking me for trying to save poor Walter's life. I didn't deserve no praise, no thanks either. It was my own life I was trying to save, for if I could get him out secretly, we should both be secure enough. But I've given it up. It can't be done, and Black Eagle knows it. He knows me too, and he's just as sure at this blessed moment that before the day he has appointed for Walter to die, Woodchuck will walk in and say, 'Here I am,' as he is that he's in his own lodge. Then he will have got the right man, and all will be settled. Now, Mr. Prevost, and you, Miss Edith, you know what I intend to do. Tomorrow, when I'm a bit rested, I shall set out again and take my ramble in the mountains like Jephthah's daughter, as I said. Then this day month I will be here again to bid you all good-bye. Walter will have to tell you the rest. Don't cry so, there's a good girl. You're like to set me a-crying too. There's one thing more I have to ask you both, and that is, never speak another word to me about this matter, not even when I come back again. I try not to think of it at all myself, and I don't much now. If I can screw myself up like those Indians, I shall just walk quietly in amongst them as if nothing were going to happen, and say, 'Set the boy free, here's Woodchuck himself,' and then die, not like an Indian, but like a Christian, I trust, and one that knows he's a-doing of his duty, anyhow. So now, not a word more, and let's talk of something else." Woodchuck steadily and sturdily refused to pursue any further the subject of his fixed determination, although both Mr. Prevost and Edith, deeply touched, and, to say the truth, much agitated, would fain have dwelt upon the topic longer. Edith felt, and Mr. Prevost argued in his own mind, that the poor man was performing a generous and self-devoted act, which no moral obligation forced upon him. They felt, too, that so noble a heart was not one which ought to be sacrificed to the vengeful spirit of the Indians, and the natural feeling of joy and satisfaction which they experienced at the apparent certainty of Walter's deliverance from death seemed to them almost a crime, when it was to be purchased at so dear a price. His obstinacy, however, conquered, the subject was changed, and as they sat together in the little room to which he had led the way, they continued a broken sort of conversation while the shades of evening gathered thick round them, upon topics connected with that which they had quitted, though avoiding the point which was most painfully prominent in the mind of each. "They are a savage set," he would say, "and the devil himself has a share in them. I have heard people talk much of their generosity and all that, but I guess I've not seen much of it." Mr. Prevost was silent, for his feelings had suffered a natural change towards the Indians. But Edith exclaimed, "We cannot say that of dear Otatesa at all events, Woodchuck, for she surely has a heart full of generosity and everything that is noble." That's not row," answered Woodchuck. "That comes of the blood that's in her. For that matter, Black Eagle has some fine things about him. He's the best of them I ever saw. We used to say, whole Indian, half devil. I think in his case it must have been a quarter devil, and that's saying a good deal for so fierce a man as he in battle. They say he has scalped more enemies than all the tribe put together, especially in that war down upon the Pennsylvania side some 19 years ago, when some of our people foolishly took part with the Mohawks." Mr. Prevost started, and Woodchuck went on, saying, "He has good things, for he always makes his people spare the women and children, which is what them Indians seldom think of. A scalp's a scalp to them, whether it has got long hair on it or only a scalp lock. But, as I was saying, the Blossom has got all that is good in him, and all that was good in her mother, poor thing, and that was a mighty great deal." "I have often wished," said Mr. Prevost, "that I could hear something of Otatesa's history. Her mother, I believe, was a white woman, and I have more than once tried, when I found the Black Eagle in his communicative mood, to lead him to speak upon the subject, but the moment it was touched upon he would wrap his blanket round him and stalk away." "Aye, he has never forgotten her," said Woodchuck. "He never took another wife, you know, and well he may remember her, for she was his better angel, and ruled him completely, which was what no one else could. But I can tell you all about it, if you like to know, for I heard it all from an old squaw one time, And I saw the lady once, too, myself, and talked to her." "I think," said Edith thoughtfully, "that she must have been a lady, for when I was in their lodge I saw, in Otates's little chamber, a great number of things of European manufacture and of high taste." "May not those have been procured for the dear girl by our good friend Gore?" asked Mr. Prevost. "He is a man of much taste himself." "I think not," answered Edith. "They are evidently old, and seem to have belonged to one person. Besides, there are a number of drawings, all evidently done by one hand, not what anyone would purchase, and apparently by an amateur rather than an artist." Mr. Prevost fell into a fit of thought, and leaned his head upon his hand, but Woodchuck replied, "Oh, they are her mother's beyond doubt, they are her mother's. She was quite a lady, every inch of her. You could hear it in the tone of her voice, you could see it in her walk. Her words, too, were those of a lady, and her hand, too, and so small and delicate it could never have seen work. Do you know, Miss Edith, she was wonderfully like you, more like you than Otatesa. But I'll tell you all about it just as I heard it from the old squaw. At the time I talk of, that's a good many years ago, 18 or 19 maybe, Black Eagle was the handsomest man that had ever been seen in the tribes, they say, and the fiercest warrior too. He was always ready to take part in any war, and whenever the fighting was going on, he was there. Well, the Delawares had not been quite brought under at that time by the Five Nations, and he went down with his warriors and the Mohawks to fight against the Mohogans. They were Delawares too, you know, somewhere on the Monongahela River, just at the corner of Pennsylvania and Virginia. Our people had given some help to the Mohogans, and they were, at that time, just laying the foundations of a fort, which the French got hold of afterwards and called Fort Duquesne. Well, there was an old general officer who thought he would go up and see how the works were going on, and as things were quiet enough just then, though it was but a calm before a storm, he took his daughter with him and journeyed away pleasantly enough through the woods. I dare say, though, it must have been slow work, for as he intended to stay all the summer, the old man took a world of baggage with him. But the third or fourth night after leaving the civilized parts, they lodged in an Indian village, when, all in a minute, just as they were going to bed, down comes Black Eagle upon them with his warriors. There was a dreadful fight in the village, nothing but screams, and war-whoops, and rifle shots, and the Mohogans, poor devils, were almost put out that night, for they were taken unawares, and they do say not a man escaped alive out of the wigwam. At the first fire, out rushes the old general from the hut, and at the same minute a rifle ball, perhaps from a friend, perhaps from an enemy, no one can tell, goes right through his heart. Black Eagle was collecting scalps all this time, but when he turned round, or came back, or however it might be, there he found the poor young lady, the officer's daughter, crying over her father. Well, he wouldn't suffer them to hurt her, but took her away to the Oneida country with him, and gathered up all her goods and chattels, and her father's, and carried that off too, but all for her, for it seems he fell in love with her at first sight. What made her first like him, they say, was that he wouldn't let the savages scalp the old man, telling them that the English were allies, and declaring that the ball that killed him did not come from an Oneida rifle. However that may be, the poor girl had no choice but to marry Black Eagle, though the old woman said that, being a great chief's daughter, she made him promise never to have another wife, and, if ever a Christian priest came there, to be married to her according to her own fashion. While he spoke, Mr. Prevost had remained apparently buried in deep and very gloomy thought, but he had heard every word, and his mind had more than once wandered wide away, as was its wont, to collateral things, not only in the present but in the past. When Woodchuck stopped, he raised his head and gazed at him for a moment in the face, with a look of earnest and melancholy inquiry. "Did you ever hear her name?" he asked. "Can you tell me her father's name?" "No," replied Woodchuck. "I had the history almost all from the old squaw, and if she had tried to give me an English name she would have manufactured something such as never found its way into an English mouth. All she told me was that the father was a great chief among the English, by which I made out that she meant a general." "Probably it was her father's portrait I saw at the Indian castle," said Edith. "In Otatesa's room there was a picture that struck me, more than any of the others, except indeed the portrait of a lady. It was that of a man in a military dress of antique cut. His hand was stretched out with his drawn sword in it, and he was looking round with a commanding air, as if telling his soldiers to follow. I marked it particularly at first because the sun was shining on it, and because the frame was covered with the most beautiful Indian beadwork I ever saw. That of the lady, too, was similarly ornamented, but there was another interested me much, a small pencil drawing of a young man's head, so like Walter that at first I almost fancied dear Otetza had been trying to make his portrait from memory. "Would you remember the old man's face, my child, if you saw it again?" asked Mr. Prevost, gazing earnestly at his daughter. "I think so," said Edith, a little confused by her father's earnestness. "I am quite sure I would." "Wait then a moment," said Mr. Prevost, "and call for lights, my child." As he spoke he rose and quitted the room, and he was several minutes gone, and lights were burning in the chamber when he returned. He was burdened with several pictures of small size, which he spread out upon the table, while Edith and Woodchuck both rose to gaze at them. "There, there!" cried Edith, putting her finger upon one. "There is the head of the old officer, though the attitude is different. And there is the lady, too, but I do not see the portrait of the young man." "Edith," said her father, laying his hand affectionately upon hers, and shaking his head sadly, "he is no longer young, but he stands beside you, my child. That is the picture of my father, that of my mother. Otetza must be your cousin. Poor Jessie, we have always thought her dead, although her body was not found with that of her father. Better had she been dead, probably." "No, no, Prevost," said Woodchuck, "not a bit of it. Black Eagle made her as kind a husband as ever was seen. You might have looked all Europe and America through and not found as good a one. Then think of all she did, too, in the place where she was. God sent her there to make better people than she found. From the time she went to the time she died, poor thing, there was no more war and bloodshed, or very little of it. Then she got a Christian minister amongst them, at least he never would have been suffered to set his foot there if she had not been Black Eagle's wife. It is a hard thing to tell what's really good and what's really evil in this world. For my part, I think if everything is not exactly good, which very few of us would like to say it is, yet good comes out of it, like a flower going out of a dunghill. And there's no saying what good to the end of time this lady's going there may produce. Bad enough it was for her, I dare say, at first, but she got reconciled to it, so you mustn't say it would have been better if she had died." "It is strange indeed," said Mr. Prevost, "what turns human fate will take. That she, brought up in the midst of luxury, educated with the utmost refinement, sought and admired by all who knew her, should reject two of the most distinguished men in Europe to go to this wild land and marry an Indian savage. Men talk of fate and destiny, and there are certainly strange turns of fortune, so beyond all human calculation and regulation that the doctrine of the fatalist seems true." "Do you not think, my dear father," said Edith, waking up from a profound reverie, "that this strange discovery might be turned to some great advantage, that Walter, perhaps, might be saved without the necessity of our poor friend here sacrificing his own life to deliver him?" "That's like a dear, good girl," said Woodchuck, "but I can tell you it's no use." "But," urged Edith, "Otetza ought to know, for Black Eagle certainly would never slay the nephew of a wife so dear to him." "It's no use," repeated Woodchuck, almost impatiently. "Don't you know, Miss Edith, that Walter and the Blossom are in love with each other, and that's worth all the blood relationship in the world. Sometimes it does not last as long, but while it does, it's twice as strong. Then, as to Black Eagle, he'd kill his own son, if the customs of his people required it. I guess it would only make him tomahawk poor Walter the sooner, just to show that he would not let any human feeling stand in the way of their devilish practice. No, no, much better to keep it quiet. It might do harm, for aught we can tell. It can and will do no good. Let that thing rest, my dear child. It's settled and decreed. I am ready now, and I shall never be so ready. Let me take one more look at my mountains, and my lakes, and my rivers, and my woods, and I've done with this life. Then, God in his mercy, receive me into another. Amen. Hark! There is someone coming up at a good gallop. That noble young lord, I dare say." It was as Woodchuck had supposed, and the moment after Lord H. entered the room with a beaming look of joy and satisfaction in his countenance. He held a packet of considerable size in his hand, and advanced at once to Mr. Prevost, saying, "My dear sir, I am rejoiced to present to you this letter, not alone because it will give you some satisfaction, but because it removes the stain of ingratitude from the country. His Majesty's present ministers are sensible that you have not received justice, that your long services to the country in various ways, all that you have done, in short, to benefit and ameliorate your race, and to advocate all that is good and noble, have been treated with long neglect, which amounts to an offence, and they now offer, as some atonement, a position which may lead to wealth, and a distinction which, I trust, is but a step to more." "What is it, George? What is it?" asked Edith eagerly. "It is, I am told," replied Lord H., "in a letter which accompanies the packet, a commission as Commissary General of the army here, and an offer of the rank of baronet." "Thank God!" said Edith, and then, seeing a look of surprise at her earnestness come upon her noble lover's face, a bright smile played round her lips for a moment, and she added, "I say, thank God, George, not that I am glad my father should have such things, for I hope and trust he will decline them both, but the very offer will heal an old wound, by showing him that zealous exertions and the exercise of high and noble qualities are not always to be treated with neglect, forgetfulness, and contempt. He will be glad of it, I am sure, whatever his decision may be." "Now I understand you, my own love," answered Lord H. "With regard to the baronetcy, he shall do as he will, but I must press him earnestly to accept the office tendered to him. To decline it might show some resentment. By accepting it he incurs no peril, and he serves his country. For from his knowledge of the people here, of the very physical features of the land and its resources, and of the habits and feelings of all classes, I believe no man could be found, with one or two exceptions, so well fitted for the task as himself. Ah, my good friend Captain Brooks, how do you do? I have much wished to see you lately, and to hear of your plans." "I am as well as may be, my lord," replied Woodchuck, wringing in his heavy grasp the hand which Lord H. extended to him. "As for my plans, they are the same as ever. You did not doubt me, I am sure." "I did not," replied Lord H. gravely, and looking down he fell into a fit of thought. At length, looking up, he added, "And yet, my good friend, I am glad you have had time for reflection, for since we last met I have somewhat reproached myself for at least tacit encouragement of an act in the approval of which so many personal motives mingle that one may well doubt one's self. Forgive me, Edith, forgive me, Mr. Prevost, if I ask our friend here if he has well considered and weighed in his own mind, calmly and reasonably, without bias, nay, without enthusiasm, whether there be any moral obligation on him to perform an act which I suppose he has told you he contemplated." "There is no forgiveness needed, my lord," said Mr. Prevost. "I would have put the same question to him if he would have let me. Nay, more, I would have told him, whatever I might suffer by the result, that in my judgment there was no moral obligation. Because he did a justifiable act, these Indians commit one that is unjustifiable upon an innocent man. That can be no reason why he should sacrifice his life to save another. God forbid that even for the love of my own child I should deal in such a matter unjustly. I am no Roman father, I pretend not to be such. If my own death will satisfy them, let them take the old tree, withered at the root, and spare the sapling, full of strength and promise. But let me not advise a noble and an honest man to sacrifice himself from a too generous impulse." "I do not know much of moral obligations," replied Woodchuck gravely, "but I guess I have thought over the thing as much as e'er one of you. I have made up my mind, and just on one principle, and there let it rest in God's name. I say to myself, Woodchuck, it's not right, is it, that any one should suffer for what you had done? No, it's not. Well, is there any use talking of whether they've a right to make him suffer for your act or not? They'll do it. No, there's no use of talking, because they'll do it. It's only shuffling off the consequences of what you did upon another man's shoulders. You never did that, Woodchuck. Don't do it now. Man might say it's all fair. God might pardon it, but your own heart would never forget it." Edith sprang forward and took both his hands, with her beautiful eyes full of tears. "God will prevent it," she said earnestly. "I have faith in him. He will deliver in our utmost need. He provided the patriarch with an offering and spared his son. He will find us a means of escape if we but trust him." "Miss Edith," replied Woodchuck gravely, "he may or he may not, according to his own good pleasure. But of this I am sure, that though Christ died for our transgressions, we have no right to see anyone else suffer for our doings. I have read my Bible a great deal up there on the hillside lately, more than I ever did before since I was a little boy, and I am quite certain of what I'm about. It has been a comfort and a strength to me. It's all so clear, so very clear. Other books one may not understand. One can't misunderstand that unless one tries very hard. And now, pray, let's have an end on't here. My mind is quite made up. There's no use of saying a word more." All the rest were silent, and Edith left the room with the large tears rolling over her cheeks. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. When Edith rose on the day following the visit of poor Captain Brooks, somewhat later than was her custom, for the first half of the watches of the night had known no comfort. Woodchuck was gone. He had waited for no leave-taking, and was on his way toward the mountains before the dawn of day. It was better for all, indeed, that he should go, and he felt it. Not that there was any chance of his resolution being shaken, but, as he himself said, he wished to forget that resolution, to think no more of his coming fate than the dark remembrance of it within his own heart forced him to think. And the presence of Mr. Prevost and his daughter, the very absence of Walter from their fireside, would have reminded him constantly of the rock on which his bark was inevitably steering. With Mr. Prevost and Edith, his presence would have had the effect of keeping up the struggle between affection for Walter and a kindly sense of justice toward him. His every look, his every word, would have been a source of painful interest, and the terrible balancing of very narrowly divided equities, where life was in the scale and affection held the beam, would have gone on, in the mind at least, continually. When he was gone, the agitating feelings gradually transposed themselves, and they almost looked upon him as a thing decided. The mind was relieved from a greater apprehension by a lesser, and a quiet melancholy, whenever his coming fate was thought of, took the place of anxious alarm. In some sort, the present and the past seemed to transpose themselves, and they almost looked upon him as already dead. True, all fear in regard to Walter was not completely banished. There was nothing definite, there was no tangible object of apprehension. They felt perfectly sure that Woodchuck would execute his resolution, but yet the heart, like an agitated pendulum, vibrated long after the momentum had ceased. It grew quieter and quieter by degrees, however, on the part of Mr. Prevost. A change of thought and of object did much. All his preparations had to be made for the proper execution of the office he had undertaken. He had more than once to go to Albany, and on each occasion he took his daughter with him. Each change had some effect, and both he and Edith recovered a certain degree of cheerfulness at last in general society. It was only in the quiet and the silent hours, when either was left alone, when those intervals took place during which sleep refuses to visit the eye, when all external sounds are still, when all external sights are absent, and the mind is left alone with thought, and nothing but thought, for its companion. It was only then that the fear and the anxiety and the gloom returned. Every moment that could be spared from military duties were passed by Lord H. at Edith's side, whether in her own home or in the city. Thus passed nearly 3 weeks, by which time the bustle of active preparation, the marching of several regiments toward the north, and signs of activity and haste in every department, gave notice to the inhabitants of Albany that some important military movement was about to take place. The fife and drum, the lumbering roll of the cannon, were daily heard in the quiet streets. Boats were seen collecting on the river. Parades and exercises occupied the greater part of every day. Scouts and runners were hurrying about in all directions, and clouds of Indians, painted and feathered for the warpath, hovered round the city, and often appeared in the streets. Lord H. had advanced with his whole regiment to the neighbourhood of Sandy Hill. Other bodies of troops were following, and the Commissary General, whose active energy and keen intelligence surprised all who had only known him as a somewhat reserved and moody man, had advanced to a spot on the Hudson where a small fort had been built at the commencement of what was called the King's Road, to see with his own eyes the safe delivery and proper distribution of the stores he had collected. Long ranges of huts had garnered round the fort, which was judged so far within the English lines as to be a place of perfect security, and many a lady from Albany, both young and old, had gathered together there to see the last of husband, brother, or father, before they plunged into the forest and encountered the enemy. Here everything was done, as usual, to smooth the front of war and conceal ugly features, and certainly after the arrival of Lord H. with his regiment, and the wing of another, the scene was brilliant and lively enough. Bright dresses, glittering arms, military music, fluttering flags, and prancing chargers were beheld on every side, and gay and lively talk, only interrupted now and then by the solemn word of adieu, of caution, or direction, from anxious heart to anxious heart, hid in a great degree the deeper, stronger, sterner feelings that were busy underneath. In all such expeditions, amidst the bustle and excitement, there come lapses of quiet inactivity, especially before the first blow is struck. Some accident causes a delay. Some movements have not been combined with sufficient accuracy. One party has to wait for another, and is left unoccupied. Thus it was in the present instance. A small but important division of the army, to be accompanied by a large body of Indians, was retarded by a deficiency of boats, and the news arrived that 2 days must elapse before they could reach the fort. A superior officer was now present, and both Lord H. and Mr. Prevost felt that it would be no dereliction of duty to seek leave of absence, in order to visit once more the house of the latter, and personally escort Edith to the place where she was to remain till the object of the expedition was accomplished. The same day it was first made known what the object of the expedition was. The word Ticonderoga was whispered through the encampment, running from the general's quarters through every rank down to the private soldier, and a strange sort of feeling of joy spread throughout the force, not that many knew either the importance of the object or the state of the place, but simply that they were all relieved from an uncertainty. The comment of Lord H. was very brief. He had long known, indeed, the fact now first published, but as he told it to Edith while seating her on her horse to set out, he said, "The place is, luckily, near, and the business will soon be brought to an end, my love." A something indefinable in his heart made him add mentally, "one way or another." But he gave no utterance to the gloomy doubt, and the little party rode away. A calm, quiet evening, with the wind at the south, the sun setting red in clouds, and a grey vapour stealing over the sky, with every prospect of a coming storm, and yet everything still and sober in solemn tranquillity, often puts me in mind of those pauses in the busy course of life which precede some great and decisive event. Such an evening was that which Lord H. and Edith and Mr. Prevost spent together at the house where so many of these scenes had been laid, after quitting Fort Edward in the morning. The journey had passed quite peaceably. They had encountered no human being but a few bands of friendly Indians going to join the army, and the ride, as everyone knows, was and still is a very beautiful one. It had occupied hardly 4 hours, and thus the principal part of the day had been spent in calm tranquillity in a scene endeared to all. Mr. Prevost had retired to his room to write, and Lord H. and Edith sat together in front of the house, gazing out toward the setting sun. They talked of many things, some not at all connected with the circumstances of the present or the future. They feared to dwell upon them too long, and they often sought relief in indifferent topics, but still the coming hour was vaguely present to the mind of each. It was like sitting near a waterfall, with the quiet, melancholy murmur of the cataract mingling harmoniously but sadly with every other sound. "I trust, dear Edith, that we shall see them together," said Lord H., speaking of distant lands where they both had birth. "There is many a lovely thing to be met with in the old world, both in nature and in art, and though I love these beautiful scenes well, and enjoy as much as anyone the magnificence of unadorned nature, yet methinks that is no reason why we should not appreciate to the full all that is fine and lovely, though of a different character. It is the narrow-minded man alone, the man of an uncapacious soul, who suffers one sort of excellence to take possession of his taste or heart. Beauty and goodness are infinitely varied, and though I may love some aspects best, yet I trust ever to be capable of deriving pleasure from each and all." "But have you seen all these things, George?" she answered. "Will it not weary you to go over them all again, with so untutored a companion as myself?" He gazed at her for a moment with a look of earnest affection, and gently pressed the hand he held in his. "I take a new light with me, Edith," he replied, "a light that will give new loveliness to everything that is beautiful. I have often thought, my beloved, that to see our own sensations, I mean happy ones, enjoyment, admiration, satisfaction, reflected from the mind of one so dear as you are to me, must be like beholding a loved scene reflected from the bosom of a calm lake, when every fair feature and bright hue acquires a magic lustre and a brightness greater in the borrowed image than even in the tangible reality. These are happy dreams, Edith. Let us trust to renew them some few weeks hence, and then, whenever this campaign is over, I will quit this busy, perilous game of war, if Edith will be mine, and realise the visions we love so well. In the meanwhile, dear one, as every one who goes into battle encounters certainly some peril, let us speak a word of the future in case the worst should befall. You will remember me, Edith, I am sure, if I should not return. I do not think you will ever love another so well. But remember, I am not so selfish in my love as to wish you to sacrifice the whole comfort and happiness of a life to the memory of one departed. Be happy when and in what way you can. Consult your own feelings solely, and I do believe that if spirits can look down on earth, when parted from this frail body, your happiness, however it is attained, will add to mine, for I cannot believe that when we quit this earth we carry the selfishness of clay along with us." The tears swam in Edith's eyes and gemmed the long black lashes round them, but they ran not over. "I have but one wish on earth, George," she answered, "when I think of the chances that you mention. It is that I may not survive you, even for an hour. If I had not known it could not be, I would have asked to go with you, in the hope that if you are to fall, 1 hour might take us both." Lord H. smiled sadly and shook his head. "That might entail greater sorrows still," he answered, "and in no sense could it be, my Edith. No soldier should have his wife with him. While in the field, he should be detached as much as possible from every thought but that of duty. I doubt, indeed, that he should have any tie to earth whatever, except those which God imposed upon him at birth. This is one reason why I shall quit the army. I am less fit to be a soldier than I was, but I should be utterly unfit if I thought you were in peril. From all apprehension on that score, indeed, I go free. I felt some uneasiness, indeed, while I thought that you were to remain alone here, with none but the servants round you. As matters are arranged at present, however, you will be quite safe with Colonel Schneider and his wife. Besides his servants, the host of workmen employed in finishing his house, and all the other works he has going on, will prove a little bodyguard in itself." "I should have felt myself perfectly secure here," replied Edith, "for the familiar aspect of all things round gives a sort of confidence which I could feel nowhere else. These Schneiders I hardly know, but if you and my father are better satisfied, I am content to be with them. What hour are we to set out to-morrow?" "Between 1 and 2 o'clock," replied Lord H., "will be quite time enough. The distance is but 6 miles, and your father and I can very well escort you thither and reach Fort Edward before night." "I am glad of that," answered Edith. "To-morrow is the day that poor Captain Brooks is to be here. I should much like to see him once more, and I hope that he will arrive before we go. If not, I must tell the servants to provide for him well, and show him every kindness. Oh, George, is it not terrible to think of his encountering such a fate? The very idea of providing his last meals for him when going to a voluntary death makes my heart sink with horror and regret." "The only chance is between him and poor Walter," answered Lord H., "and we must not forget that this act of Woodchuck's has not been pressed or even asked by us. He judges, and judges rightly, I think, that it would be ungenerous to allow Walter to suffer for his acts, and though I would not urge him to adopt the course he has chosen, I certainly would say nothing to dissuade him." "His self-devotion only makes it more terrible," answered Edith, "at least in my eyes, and yet I cannot help hoping," she continued, looking up inquiringly in her lover's face, "that something may occur. Why should I not say that something would be provided to rescue them both without this awful sacrifice?" Lord H. would say nothing to quell a hope which he thought would give relief, but yet he did not share it, for his faith was less than Edith's. Man's faith always is less than woman's. Not many minutes more passed before Mr. Prevost rejoined them, speaking to one of the servants as he entered, in a calm but rapid tone, and giving various orders and directions for the morrow. Although not likely to be exposed so much as if entrusted with a military command, some danger, of course, attended the mere fact of his accompanying the army, and he had spent the last hour or two in making many arrangements in view of a probable death. All the proceedings of the following day were then definitely arranged. After a hasty dinner, he and Lord H., with the 4 mounted men who accompanied them, and Edith's old travelling companion, Chowdo, were to escort her to the dwelling of Colonel Schneider, the new house built that spring, even farther in the wild than that of Mr. Prevost, of which the Indians on the hill had spoken. There, leaving her at once, the 2 gentlemen were to return to the camp, which they calculated upon reaching before nightfall. The night passed quietly. Day followed, and while Edith was dressing she saw from her window the expected figure of Woodchuck, walking toward the door, with a firmer tread and a more resolute and easy bearing than he displayed when he had last appeared. On descending, she found him talking with her father and Lord H., with perfect calmness and ease. His look was firm and self-possessed, his air was bold, though tranquil, and he seemed to have gained health since she saw him last. Edith was almost tempted to believe that some happy change of circumstances had taken place, but his first words dispelled her illusion. "No, I thank you, Mr. Prevost," he said. "I must go on. I'll just take some breakfast with you, and then begin my march. I have calculated well my time, and should like to have a day or 2 to go and come upon. It does not do to leave things to the last. I guess I shall leave Johnson Castle to-night. Then, mayhap, I shall get a lift up the river in a canoe. But, at all events, even if I am obliged to foot it all the way, I shall be in time." Mr. Prevost looked down and fell into thought, while Woodchuck advanced to Edith, shook hands with her, and spoke upon indifferent subjects. She now remarked that he was dressed in different guise from that which he had assumed during the winter. A light brown hunting shirt, loose in the body and the sleeves, seemed to be his principal garment, and in the belt which bound it round him was stuck the tomahawk and scalping knife of an Indian. His rifle stood in one corner of the room. On his head he wore a fur cap, as usual, and a pouch and powder horn, with moccasins on his feet, completed his equipment. "Well, General," he said, turning to Lord H., "I saw some of your people as I came up the river. There had been a fuss about bateaux, but I showed them how they could find some, for a set of knaves, more French than English at their hearts, had drawn a crowd of them up the creek. So Abercrombie and the rest are all up at Fort Edward by this time." Lord H. looked toward Mr. Prevost, but he was still in thought, and only roused himself to lead the way into the hall to breakfast. Woodchuck ate heartily, but to touch a single mouthful was a hard task for the other 3. While still at the table, however, the sound of horses' feet galloping up to the door was heard, and Lord H., starting up, looked out of the window. There were a young officer and a trooper of dragoons at the door, and the moment the former saw Lord H. he handed him a letter by the window, dismounting and entering the moment after himself. By this time the dispatch had been read by the young nobleman and Mr. Prevost, and the latter exclaimed, "This is most unfortunate. An immediate recall, Edith. We must not delay a moment, for the march commences to-morrow at daybreak. Get ready as fast as possible, my love. We will see you safely to Colonel Schneider's, and then gallop back to the fort." "Excuse me for observing," said the young officer, "that the order is peremptory. Of course, his lordship will judge for himself, but I only follow General Abercrombie's commands in saying that he wishes not a moment's delay." "But my daughter, sir, my daughter," said Mr. Prevost. The young gentleman bowed stiffly, but made no answer, and the countenance of Lord H. was very grave. "Surely," said Mr. Prevost, "'twould be no great disobedience of orders to see my daughter safely to the house of my friend Colonel Schneider, a distance of not more than 6 miles." "Which would take nearly 2 hours to go and come," said the young officer dryly, "at least over roads such as these. But you and his lordship are the best judges. I do not presume to dictate, and only convey to you the commander-in-chief's orders." "Leave her to my care, Prevost," said Woodchuck, starting up. "I will see her safe. It's all in my way. Some of the servants can go with us, and there is no danger." "I am in no fear, indeed, my dear father," said Edith. "Do not risk censure. I shall be quite safe with our friend here." "I believe, indeed, you will," said Lord H., "otherwise I should be tempted to disobey myself. But the terms of this dispatch are so pressing that unless there were immediate and positive peril, I think we are bound to return to camp at once." He spoke aloud and very gravely, but then, advancing to Edith's side, he added a few words in a lower tone. Mr. Prevost walked up and joined in their conversation, a sufficient indication, it might have seemed, that they wished for a few moments' privacy. Woodchuck understood, and advanced quietly to the door, for natural delicacy of feelings is but the reality of that of which politeness is the shadow. But the young officer, who was of that coarse, common stuff of which martinets are ultimately made, still kept his ground, till Lord H., somewhat provoked, turned round and said, "Captain Lumley, you will have the goodness to return to headquarters and inform the commander-in-chief that his orders shall be peremptorily obeyed." The young man paused a moment with a look of surprise and discontent, and a moment or two after, when he passed Woodchuck at the door of the house, he was muttering, "Without asking me to take any refreshment." His murmurs were, perhaps, natural, for those who concede least to the feelings of others invariably exact most for their own. It is true that Lord H., occupied with thoughts that engrossed him altogether, dismissed the aide-de-camp without remembrance of his needs, as well as without any feeling of resentment, and omitted a courtesy which no resentment assuredly could have curtailed. But the young man, swelling with indignation and offended dignity, mounted sullenly and proceeded but slowly on his way. He had not gone 1/2 the distance, however, between Mr. Prevost's house and Fort Edward, when Lord H. and the commissary passed him at great speed, and he did not reach headquarters till half an hour after they had announced their own return. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The storm prognosticated from the red aspect of the setting sun the night before had not descended when Edith Prevost left the door of her father's house. No raindrops fell, no breeze even stirred the trees, and it was only a sort of misty obscurity to the westward, which gave token, to eyes well acquainted with the forest, that the promise of the preceding sunset would yet be fulfilled. Overhead was clear and blue, and the sun, though there was some haze around the broad disk, was powerful for the season of the year. Edith's companions were only Chowdo the negro, the good woman's sister Bab, whose kindness, faithfulness, and intelligence had all been tried, and Woodchuck, who refused to take a horse from the stable, but set out on foot by the beautiful girl's side. "You can't canter a step of the way, Miss Edith," he said, "so I can keep up with you, I guess. For the road, such as it is better fitted for 2 feet than 4. There were tears in Edith's eyes as she turned from the door, arising from many a mingled source. She had seen her father, and him whom she loved as well, though differently, depart suddenly to danger and to battle. Her brother was far away, and still she could not help thinking him in peril. Not only was the future of all uncertain, for that the future of everyone is, but the uncertainty was dark, and, as it were, more tangible than is generally the case with the dim, misty valley of the coming time. There was not only a cloud, but the cloud was threatening. The moment of departing from her father's door was one of those pausing places of the mind for Edith Prevost. She did not cast her thoughts far back. She took in but a little range. 6 months was the limit, but she remembered how calmly happy she had been in that dwelling 6 months before. She mused sadly, gazing down upon the horse's neck, and hardly seeing or thinking of the way she took. In the meantime, Woodchuck trudged on by her side, with his head erect, his face lifted toward the sky, his pace steady and assured. Edith suddenly and almost unconsciously turned her eyes toward him. There was a tranquil elevation of his countenance, a lofty resolution in his look, which gave her thoughts in a moment another direction. She was parting from a well-loved home and cherished associations, with some clouds hanging over her, some anxieties dogging her path, but with the probability of soon returning, and with many a sweet promise of future happiness. Yet she was sad and downcast. He was marching onward, wittingly and voluntarily, to a certain and terrible death, and yet his march was tranquil, firm, and resolute. She felt ashamed of her tears. Nay, more, as thought ran on, she said to herself, "There is something more in life, something higher, nobler, grander, than any human passion, than any mortal enjoyment, than any mere earthly peace can give, something that comes from heaven to aid and support us in our struggles here below. He knows, he feels that he is doing his duty, that he is acting according to the commandment of his God, and he is calm and firm in the presence of death, and in the separation from all earthly things. And I, what have I to suffer? What have I to fear in comparison with him?" She made a great effort. She shook off her sadness. She wiped the tears from her eyes, and said a few words to her companion in a quiet tone. He answered briefly to her actual words, but then turned at once to the feelings which he believed to be in her heart. "Ah, Miss Prevost," he said, "it's a sad thing for a young lady like you to part for the first time with those she loves, when they are going to battle, and I don't know that a woman's heart ever gets rightly accustomed to it, but it don't do to love anything too well in this world. No, not even one's own life. It's a sad stumbling block, both in the way of our duty and our happiness. Not that I'd have people keep from loving anything, that would never do. They wouldn't be worth having if they couldn't love their friends, and love them very well. But I guess the best way is to recollect always, when we've got a thing, that it is but a loan. Life itself, all the same as everything else. It's all lent, all will be recalled. But only you see, my dear young lady, we've got a promise that if we use what we've lent to us well, it shall be given to us for ever hereafter, and that should always be a comfort to us. It is to me." A slight sigh followed his words, and he walked on in silence for a minute or two, probably pursuing the course which he had laid down for himself in his very excellent philosophy, of marching on straight to a high object, and casting from him all thought of the unavoidable sufferings of the way. Soon after, he looked up to the sky and said, "It's getting wonderfully black out there. I shouldn't wonder if we had a flaw of wind and a good soaking rain. I say, Master Chowder, put that bearskin over the young lady's baggage, and hold the horse better in hand, or you'll have him down amongst these stumps. You ride better than you lead, my friend." The negro grinned at him, but did as he was directed, and a few minutes after they issued out of the wood upon a small open space of ground, extending over the side of a slight eminence. The view thence was prolonged far to the westward in a clear sky, showing some beautiful blue hills at the distance of some 8 or 9 miles. Those hills, however, had now disappeared, and in their place was seen what can only be called a dense black cloud, although those words give a very inadequate idea of the sight which presented itself to Edith's eyes. It was like a gigantic wall of black marble, with a faint, irregular line at the top. But this wall evidently moved, coming forward with vast rapidity, although where the travellers were, not a breath of air was felt. On it rushed toward them, swallowing up everything, as it were, in its own obscurity. Each instant some tree, some undulation of the ground, some marking object in the prospect, disappeared in its deep, gloomy shadow, and for a few seconds Edith sat still upon her horse, gazing in awe and even in terror. Woodchuck himself seemed for an instant overpowered, but then he caught Edith's rein and turned her horse, exclaiming, "Back, Miss Prevost, back as fast as possible. That's the blackest cloud I ever see in all my days. There, to the eastward. Get under them big old hemlocks. Keep away from the pines and the small trees. It'll need to have been fastening to the ground for 100 years to stand what's coming." As he spoke he ran on fast by the side of Edith's horse till they reached the edge of the wood, and there he checked her. "Not too far in, not too far in. You must be ready to jump out if you find that even these old fellows commence crashing." He then left her bridle and walked carefully round several of the trees, examining their trunks and roots with a very critical eye, to ascertain that they were firmly fixed and not decayed, and then approaching Edith again, he held out his hand, saying, "Jump down. Here's one will do. He must have stood many a hard storm and bitter blast, and perhaps will bear this one too, for he's as sound as when he started up a little twig before the eyes of any mortal man, now living, winked in the sunshine. Aye, or his father's either. There, Chowder, take the horses and grip them all tight, for depend upon it, they'll caper when the wind and rain come. Now, my dear, put yourself on this side of the tree. Keep close to it and listen well. You may find him shiver and sway a bit, but don't mind that, for he's not so tall as the rest, and twice as stout. And what makes me trust him is that in some storm his head has been broken off, and his feet have stood stout. He won't catch so much wind as the others, and I think he'll stand it if he did. But if you hear him begin to crack, jump clear out here to the left, into the open ground. They'll fall t'other way. If you keep close, the branches won't strike you when they fall, and the rain won't get at you, for it's taking a long sweep." The next moment it came. The wind, blowing with the force of a hurricane, rushed over the valley below. The leaves were torn off, the small twigs, with their umbrageous covering, carried aloft into the air and scattered. A few large drops of rain fell, and then the whole force of the tempest struck the hillside and the more open space where Edith stood. In an instant the scene of confusion and destruction was indescribable. The gusts seemed to hiss as they passed through the branches of the trees and between the tall stems. Large branches were torn off and scattered far. The young pines and birches bent before the force of the storm. As in the case of war and pestilence, the weak and the sickly and the young and the decayed suffered first and most. Wherever the roots had not got a firm hold of the ground, wherever the frosts of the winter and the thawing of the spring or the heavy rains had washed away the earth or loosened it, the trees came thundering and crashing down, and the din was awful, the howling wind, the breaking branches, the falling trees, all joining in the roar. And a moment after the pattering rain, rustling and rushing amongst the withered leaves left by the winter, becoming thicker and more dense every moment, seemed more as if a river was falling down from the sky, hardly separated into drops, than a fertilizing shower passing over the landscape. Edith gazed round her in affright, for she could, as Woodchuck had predicted, feel the enormous but low-stemmed hemlock against which he had placed her tremble and quiver with the blast, and a number of trees hard by were rooted up and cast prostrate, bearing the turf and earth in which they had stood up into the air, while here and there some more firmly fixed in the ground, but defective higher up, snapped in the middle, and then the whole upper part was carried many yards away. But though she gazed, little was the distance she could see, so thick and black was the covering of the sky, while all around, what between the close-falling deluge and a sudden mist rising up from the ground, the sort of twilight that the storm cloud left was rendered still more murky and obscure. The two negroes, as usual with that race, were clamorous and excited, adding the noise of their tongues to the roar of the tempest. But the horses, contrary to the expectation of Woodchuck, seemed cowed and paralysed by fear. Instead of attempting to break loose and rushing away, they merely turned from the wind and rain, with their hoofs set firm, and drooping heads, abode the storm, with now and then a shivering thrill, showing the terror that they felt. Woodchuck himself stood silent, close by Edith, leaning his strong shoulder against the tree, and, with his eyes bent down upon the ground, seemed to lose himself in heavy thought. A man who has parted with the world and the world's hopes is tempest-proof. After the first rush of the storm there came a lull, and then another fierce roar, and more falling trees and crashing branches. The whole forest swayed and bent like the harvest in a breeze, and down came the torrent from the sky more furiously than ever. But in the midst of it all Woodchuck started, leaned his head a little to one side, and seemed to listen, with his eye fixed upon vacancy. "What is the matter?" asked Edith, alarmed by his look. "I thought I heard a footfall," he answered. "In the roar of such a storm?" said Edith. "It must have been some falling branch." He only smiled for an answer, but still he listened, and she could see him lift his arm a little from the lock of his rifle, on which it had been tightly pressed, and look down upon it to see that it was dry. The next moment, however, he resumed his ordinary attitude, and said in a quiet tone, "It's all nonsense, however. The Injuns are all quiet and friendly on this side of the lake. But you see, Miss Prevost, I have been so many months on the watch every minute, not knowing whether I should not feel the scalping knife or the tomahawk the next, that I've got over wary. The Mohawks are all on the move about here, and no Hurons or any other of the enemies would venture across, except in a large body to fight a regular battle. It must have been the tread of some friendly Injun I heard, though they don't usually leave the trail except they've some object in view." "But is it possible you could hear anything distinctly amidst this awful noise?" asked Edith. "Are you sure you are not mistaken?" "Oh, no, I'm not likely to be mistaken," answered Woodchuck. "One's ears get sharp with continued listening. I'm pretty sure it was a foot I heard, and a man's foot too. It seemed to be as if he had slipped off a loose stone hidden under the leaves, and came down harder, perhaps, than he expected. But that's no proof that he meant mischief, for they've all got those cat-like sort of ways, creeping about silently, whether there's occasion for it or not. And as I said just now, they're all friendly here on this side of the Horicon." A few moments' silence succeeded, while the wind again swelled up, raged for a minute or two, and then fell again, and Woodchuck, putting out his head from beyond the shelter of the great trunk, observed, "It seems to me to be getting a little clearer there to the westward. I guess it won't last more nor half an hour longer." Almost as he spoke, from every side but that which opened upon the hill, came a yell so loud, so fierce, so fiend-like, that ere she knew what she was doing, under the sudden impulse of terror, Edith darted at once away from the tree into the open space, and ran a few steps, till her long riding dress caught round her small feet, and she fell upon the grass. At the same instant she felt a strong arm seize her by the shoulder, and heard the rattle of a rifle, and turning her head in mute terror, she beheld the gleaming eyes and dark countenance of an Indian, rendered more hideous by the half-washed-off war-paint, bending over her. His tomahawk was in his right hand. Her last hour seemed come, but so sudden, so confounding had been the attack that she could not collect her ideas. She could not speak, she could not think, she could not pray. The weapon did not fall, however, and the savage dragged her up from the ground and gazed upon her, uttering some of the uncouth exclamations of his people in tones of satisfaction and even merriment. One hurried glance around for help showed Edith that all hope for help was vain, and no words can describe her horror at the scene she saw. At the very moment she looked round, a tomahawk in the hands of a gigantic Indian was falling on the head of the poor negro Chowder, and the next instant a wild shrieking yell told her his agony was come and gone. Woodchuck, hatchet in hand, was battling for life against another savage, and seemed nearly, if not quite, his match, but 8 or 10 more Indians were rushing up, yelling like wolves as they came, and in the midst of the struggle, while hatchets were playing and flashing round the heads of the combatants, a young and active Indian sprang upon the poor hunter from behind and threw him backward on the earth. He lay perfectly still and motionless, gazing up at the tomahawk lifted over his head. But at that instant the young Indian put his arm around his companion's naked breast and pushed him violently back with a loud exclamation in the Iroquois tongue. Then, seizing the hand of Woodchuck, he pulled up the sleeve of his hunting shirt and pointed to a blue stripe tattooed upon his arm. The lifted hand and tomahawk of the other sank slowly by his side, and Woodchuck sat up and gazed round him, but without attempting to rise altogether from the ground. Some 5 or 6 of the Indians came quietly up, and some kneeling, some bending down, gazed upon the blue line, while the savage who had seized upon Edith dragged her forward to the spot, and still holding her fast, gazed likewise. A few quick and muttered words succeeded amongst their captors, some only of which Edith heard and understood. "It's the sign, it's the sign," said one. Then came a sentence or two that escaped her ear, and then another cried, "Ask him, ask him." Then one of the Indians seated himself on the ground before Woodchuck, spread out his hands like a fan, and addressed some words to him, which Edith, notwithstanding her perfect knowledge of the Iroquois language in most of its dialects, did not in the least comprehend. The answer of Woodchuck was equally unintelligible to her, and the only word or words which she caught was "Honuntco." The moment he had spoken, 2 of the Indians placed their hands under his arms and raised him from the ground. They took the precaution of disarming him entirely, and then, gathering round, they talked quickly and eagerly in low tones. But now they spoke a language which Edith understood, and though she did not catch all that was said, she heard enough to show her that they were discussing what was to be done with herself and Woodchuck, whom it seemed to her that from some cause they recognized as a brother. Suddenly the savage who held her pressed his fingers tighter upon her arm, exclaiming aloud in a fierce, angry voice, "She is mine! I will dispose of her as I please." "No one will oppose the brother of the snake," said another elder man. "Scalp her if thou wilt, but where canst thou carry her if thou dost not slay her?" "Let us all go to the other side of Corlear, Apuqua," said the man who held her. "I will take her with me. She shall cook my venison for me. 'Twas for this I brought you hither." "What, shall we become women against the Hurons?" said Apuqua. "No," replied the brother of the snake. "There are many of our tribe and order there, of our own nation, outcasts like ourselves. We will become, like them, warriors of the great French king, and fight against the accursed Yengeese." "But how shall we cross?" said Apuqua. "There are canoes in plenty," said the other. "Besides, our Canada brethren are here, close at hand, at the Ticonderoga. They will give us help." A silent pause succeeded, and then Woodchuck stretched forth his arm, recovered from the confusion which perhaps the suddenness of the attack, perhaps the violence of his fall, had produced, and addressed them after their own fashion. "Are we not brothers?" he said. "Are we not all Honuntco? Are we not all bound by the dreadful name to aid each other, even unto blood and death? I demand, therefore, ye who have lifted the hatchet against us unjustly, to set me and this maiden free, to make our feet as the feet of the panther, to go whither we will. I have spoken the terrible words. I have uttered the dreadful name. The sign of the order is in my flesh, and ye dare not refuse." A look of doubt and hesitation came over the faces of the Indians, and Apuqua replied, "Whither wouldst thou go, my brother? We have all sworn the oath in the presence of the Dark Spirit that we will aid one another, and that each of the Honuntco will defend and protect another, though he should have eaten fire or shed his brother's blood. Thou hast shed our brother's blood, for we know thee, though we knew not that thou wert of our order. But we are Honuntco, and we will keep the saying. We will defend thee, we will protect thee, but whither wouldst thou go?" "I go," answered Woodchuck with unfortunate frankness and truth. "I go to lay down my life for your brother's life. I go to the castle of the Oneidas to say, Woodchuck is here, let the hatchet fall upon the old tree, and let the young sapling grow up till its time be come. I killed the snake. Take the blood of him who slew him, and set the boy Walter free. As for this maiden, she is mine. I have adopted her. I claim her, as brother claims from brother. Ye cannot be Hononco and take her from me. If ye be true to our order, give her into my hand and let us go." While he spoke, the countenances of the Indians round betrayed no mark of any emotion whatever, though there were many and varying feelings, undoubtedly, busy in their breasts. As he ended, however, a slight and somewhat scornful smile came upon the cunning face of Apukwa, and he replied, "We cannot let our brother go on such an errand. It would be contrary to our laws. We are bound to defend and protect him, and must not let him make wind of his life. The yellow leaf falls of itself from the bough. The green leaf is torn off by the tempest. We must preserve our brother's life, though the young man perish." Edith's eyes wept fast with the bitterest drops of despair, but Apukwa went on, "As for the maiden, we will hear and judge more another day. Thou sayest thou hast adopted her. We will hear how, for we know her to be the daughter of the pale-faced Prevost. If she be the prize of the brother of the snake must have her. But if she be thy daughter, she is thine. Let her be with thee till we have heard all and judged. We have not room now, for time goes fast, and we are near danger. The pale-faces are to the rising and setting sun, toward the cold and toward the soft wind. The Hononco is the enemy of the pale-face, the abandoned of the Mohawk, and the outcast of the Oneida. Take the maiden in thy hand and go on toward the rising sun. We come with thee as thy brethren, and will preserve thy life." Woodchuck gave an anxious glance to Edith, and said in a low voice and in English, "We can't resist, but we may outwit them. Come on for the present, for I guess it may be no better. I will shed my blood for you, my dear, if I cannot for your brother." And taking her hand, he led her on toward the northeast, preceded by one, and followed by 5 or 6 Indians, who, on their usual cautious plan, walked singly, one after another, well knowing that their prisoners could not escape them. Several remained upon the spot a few minutes longer, engaged in stripping the pack-horse of all that he carried, and taking the saddles and bridles of the other horses, which they knew would be valuable in the eyes of the French. All this was done with extraordinary rapidity, and then the last party followed the first into the depths of the wood. By this time the wind had considerably abated, though it still rained hard. The moment after the Indians had departed, however, the leaves and branches of a large flowered-covered bush of the kalmia, growing under a low spreading hemlock, moved gently, and the next instant a black face protruded. After one hasty glance around, the whole form of the negress, Sister Bab, was drawn slowly out from the bush, and running from tree to tree with silent speed, she stopped not till she caught sight again of the retiring Indians, and then followed them quietly and cautiously on their way toward Champlain. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The stillness of death pervaded the great lodge of the Oneidas, and yet it was not vacant. But Black Eagle sat in the outer chamber alone. With no eye to see him, with none to mark the traces of those emotions which the Indian so carefully conceals from observation, he gave way, in a degree at least, to feelings which, however sternly hidden from others, wrought powerfully in his own heart. His bright blue and scarlet apparel, feathers and belt, medals and armlets, were thrown aside, and with his head bowed, his face full of gloomy sadness, and all the strong muscles of his beautifully proportioned figure relaxed, he sat like an exquisite figure sculptured in porphyry. No tear indeed bedewed his eyelids, no sigh escaped his lips, but the very attitude bespoke sorrow, and there was something awfully sad in the perfect, unvarying stillness of his form. Oh, what a terrible strife was going on within him! Grief is 10 times more terrible to those who concentrate it in the heart than to those who pour it forth upon the wide air. The door of the lodge opened. He started, and instantly was himself again. the head upright, the face clear, the aspect calm and dignified. "Where hast thou been, my child?" asked the chief, gazing on his daughter as she entered, with feeling mingled of 1,000 strong emotions, parental love, fond admiration, and manifold memories. "Where thou hast permitted me to go, my father," she answered with a smile so bland and sweet that a momentary suspicion crossed her father's mind. "Thou hast not forgotten thy promise, my blossom?" he said, in a tone as stern as he ever used to her. "Oh no, my father," answered Otetza. "Didst thou ever know me to do so? To see him, to be with him in his long captivity, to move the rock between us, and to let some light into his dark lodge. I promised, if thou wouldst let me stay with him a few short hours each day, I would do naught, try naught for his escape. Otetza has not a double tongue for her own father. Is Black Eagle's eye dim, that he cannot see his child's heart? Her heart is in his hand." "How fares the boy?" asked her father. "Is there sunshine with him, or a cloud?" "Sunshine," said Otetza simply. "He sat and talked of death. He must be very happy." The chief gazed at her silently for a few moments, and then asked, "Does he think so too?" "He makes me think so," answered the blossom. "Must it not be happy where there is no weeping, no slaughter, no parting of dear friends and lovers, where a Saviour and Redeemer is ever ready to mediate even for those who do such deeds?" "The Great Spirit is good," answered Black Eagle thoughtfully. "The happy hunting grounds are ever ready for those who die bravely in battle." "For those who do good," said Otetza with a sigh. "For those who spare their enemies and show mercy. For those who obey even the voice of God in their own hearts, and are merciful and forgiving to their fellow men." Black Eagle smiled. "A woman's religion," he said. "Why should I forgive my enemies? The voice of God you speak of, in my heart, teaches me to kill them, for if I do not, they will kill me." "Not if they were Christians too," said Otetza. "The voice of God tells all men to spare each other, to love each other, and if everyone obeyed it, there would be no such thing as enemies. All would be friends and brethren." Black Eagle mused for a moment or two, and then answered, "But there are enemies, and therefore I must kill them." "That is because men obey the voice of the evil spirit and not that of the good," replied the blossom. "Will my father do so?" "Black Eagle has the voice of the good spirit in his heart. He loves children, he loves his friends, he spares women, and has taught the Oneidas to spare them. All this comes from the voice of the good spirit. Will he not listen to it, father?" Her father remained lost in thought, and believing that she had carried something, Otetza went on to the point nearest to her heart. "The Black Eagle is just," she said. "He dispenses equity between man and man. Is it either just, or does it come from the voice of the good spirit that he should slay one who has done good and not harm? That he should kill a man for another man's fault? Even if it be permitted to him to slay an enemy, is it permitted to slay a friend? If the laws of the Oneidas are unjust, if they teach faithlessness to one who trusted them, if they are contrary to the voice of the good spirit, is not Black Eagle a great chief who can change them and teach his children better things?" Her father started up and waved his hand impatiently. "No more," he said, "no more. When I hear the voice of the good spirit and know it, I will obey it. But our laws came from him, and I will abide by the sayings of our fathers." As he spoke, he strode to the door of the lodge and gazed forth, while Otetza wept in silence. She saw that it was in vain to plead farther, and gliding up to her father's side, she touched his arm reverently with her hand. "My father," she said, "I give thee back the permission to see him, and I take back my promise. Otetza will not deceive her father, but the appointed hour is drawing on, and she will save her husband if she can. She has laid no plan with him, she has found no scheme, she has not spoken to him of safety or escape. She has deceived Black Eagle in nothing, and she now tells him that she will shrink from no way to save her brother Walter. No, not even from death itself." "Quai," said the chief in a tone of profound melancholy. "Thou canst do nothing." Then raising his head suddenly, he added, Go, my daughter, it is well. If thy mother has made thee soft and tender as a flower, thy father has given thee the courage of the eagle. Go in peace, do what thou canst, but thou wilt fail." "Then I will die," said Otetza, and gliding past him she sought her way through the huts. The first door she stopped at was partly covered with strange paintings in red and blue colours, representing in somewhat grotesque forms men and animals and flowers. She entered at once, without hesitation, and found seated in the dim twilight before a large fire the old chief who had spoken last at the council of the chiefs in the glen. His ornaments bespoke a chief of high degree, and several deep scars in his long, meagre limbs showed that he had been known in the battlefield. He did not even look round when Blossom entered, but still sat gazing at the flickering flame without the movement of a limb or feature. Otetza seated herself before him and gazed at his face in silence, waiting for him to speak. At the end of not less than 5 minutes, he turned his head a little, looked at her, and asked, "What would the blossom of the old cedar tree?" "I would take counsel with wisdom," said the girl. "I would hear the voice of the warrior who is just, and the great chief who is merciful. Let him whom my mother reverenced most, after her husband, among the children of the stone, speak words of comfort to Otetza." Then, in language which, in rich imagery, and even in peculiarities of style, had a striking resemblance to the Hebrew writings, she poured forth to him all the circumstances of Walter's capture, and of their love and plighted faith, and, with the same arguments which we have seen already used, she tried to convince him of the wrong and injustice done to her lover. The old man listened with the usual appearance of apathy, but the beautiful girl before him gathered that he was much moved at heart, by the gradual bending down of his head, till his forehead nearly touched his knees. When she ceased, he remained silent for several moments according to their custom, and then raised his head and answered. "How can the old cedar tree help thee?" he asked. "His boughs are withered, and the snows of more than 70 winters have bent them down. His roots are shaken in the ground, and the first blast of the tempest will lay him low. But the law of the Oneidas is in his heart. He cannot change it or pervert it. By thine own saying, it is clear that the good spirit will do nothing to save this youth. The young warrior is the first they lay hands on. No means have been found for his escape. No paleface has come into the Oneida land who will be made to take his place. All thine efforts to rescue him have been seeds that bore no fruit. Did the good spirit wish to save him, he would provide the means. I have no counsel, and my heart is dead, for I loved thy mother as a child. She was to me as the evening star, coming from afar to shine upon the nights of my days. But I have no way to help her child, no words to give her comfort. Has not the black eagle a sister who loved thy mother well, who has seen well nigh as many winters as I have, and who has a charm from the Great Spirit? Her lodge is even now filled with wise women of the tribe, taking counsel together as to this matter of the young chief. All love him well, except the dark and evil Hononto. All would save him, whether man or woman of the nation, were not the law of the Oneida against him. Go to her lodge then, and with her take counsel, for the cedar tree is without words." The lodge of Black Eagle's sister was next in size and importance to that of the chief himself, and on it, too, some European skill had been expended. Though on a somewhat smaller scale, it was very much like another building, as that which has been described by a writer of those days as the Palace of King Hendrick, the celebrated chief of the Mohawks. In a word, it had the appearance of a good barn, divided across by a mat hung in the middle. It was of but one story, however, but the workman who had erected it, a good many years before, on the return from the completion of Fort Oswego, had added a door of European form, with a latch and a brass knob, which greatly increased its dignity in the eyes of the tribe. The possessor of this mansion, who was held in great reverence all through the Oneida nation, and was supposed to hold communication with the spiritual world, had obtained, I know not how, the name of the Grey Dove, although her features by no means displayed the characteristic meekness of the bird from which she derived her appellation, but bore a considerable resemblance to those of her brother, which certainly well accorded with his name. When Otetza approached the door she found it fastened, and she knocked twice with her hand before it was opened. A young girl then peeped out, and seeing the Sachem's daughter, gave her admission at once into the outer apartment. The space on the outer side of the large mat which formed the partition was vacant, but there was a murmur of voices coming from the division beyond, and a light shone through the crevices between the mat and the wall. The feelings of Otetza's heart were too powerful to leave any timidity in her bosom, and although she shared in some degree the feelings of awe with which the other Oneidas regarded the grey dove, she advanced at once, drew back the corner of the mat, and entered the chamber beyond. The scene was neither of a very beautiful nor of a very solemn character, but nevertheless there was something very striking in it. Seated around a large fire in the middle were a number of the elder women of the tribe, whose faces and forms, once perhaps fair and lovely, had lost almost every trace of beauty. But their features were strongly marked, and had in many instances a stern and almost fierce expression. Their eyes, jetty black, and in most cases as brilliant as in early youth, shone in the light of the fire like diamonds, and in many an attitude and gesture appeared much of that grace which lingers longer with people accustomed to a free and unconfined life than with those of rigid and conventional habits. Outside of the first and elder circle sat a number of the younger women from 15 or 16 years of age up to 5 or 6 and 20. Many of them were exceedingly beautiful, but the figures of their elder companions shaded them mostly from the glare of the fire, and it was only here and there that one of those countenances could be discovered, which offer in many of the Indian tribes fit models for painter or sculptor. Seated not on the ground like the rest, but on a small settle at the farther side of the inner circle, appeared Black Eagle's sister, gorgeously dressed, almost entirely in crimson, with armlets and bracelets of gold, and innumerable glittering ornaments round her neck. She was much older than her brother, and her hair, almost as white as snow, was knotted up behind on the ordinary roller without any decoration. Her features were aquiline and much more prominent than those of Black Eagle, and her eyes were still keen and bright. The moment they lighted upon Otetza, the exclamation burst from her lips, "She is come! The Great Spirit has sent her! Stand there in the midst, Blossom, and hear what we have resolved." Otetza passed between 2 of the younger and 2 of the elder women, taking her place between the inner circle and the fire, and wonderfully bright and beautiful did she look, with the flame flashing upon her exquisite form and delicate features, and lighting up a countenance full of strong enthusiasm and pure emotions. "The child hears thy words," she said, without pause or hesitation, for it must be remarked that the stoical gravity which prevailed at the conferences of the chiefs and warriors was not thought necessary among the women of the tribes. "What has the grey dove to say to the daughter of her brother?" "The boy must not die," said the old woman in a firm and decided tone. "It is not the will of the Great Spirit. Or, if he die, there shall be wailing in every lodge, and mourning amongst the children of the stone. Art thou willing, Otetza, child of the Black Eagle, daughter of the Flower of the East, to do as we do, and to obey my voice?" Otetza gazed round the circle, and saw stern and lofty determination written on every countenance. After gazing round them for an instant, she answered, "I am. I will do what thou sayest to save him, even unto death." "She has said," cried the old woman. "Now then, Blossom, this is the task. Thou shalt watch eagerly as a fox upon the hillside, and bring word to me of the exact day and hour when the sacrifice is to be offered. Every one must watch." "But how shall I discover?" asked Otetza. "The warriors tell not their secrets to women. The Black Eagle hides his thoughts from his daughter. He covers his face with a cloud, and wraps his purposes in shadows from our eyes." "By little signs shalt thou know," said the grey dove. "Small clouds prognosticate great storms. When thou seest any change, mark it well. If his head droop, and his eye seeks the ground more than common, bring or send the tidings unto me. If he be silent when he should speak, and hears not the words thou utterest, if he gazes up to the heaven as if he were seeking to know the changes of the weather when all is clear, and if he looks at the tomahawk as it hangs upon the beam, with a dull and heavy eye, be sure the time is coming." Otetza gave a wild start and exclaimed, "Then it is this night, for all the signs thou hast mentioned have been present. When I entered the lodge his head was bowed down and his eyes fixed upon the ground. He was very sad. He heard me, but his thoughts seemed to wander. When he stopped my petitions and turned toward the door, his eyes rested gloomily on the hatchet, and when he stood without, they were lifted to the sky as if looking for stars in the daytime. It is tonight! It is tonight! Oh, what shall be done?" "Nay," answered the grey dove with a kindly look, "it is not tonight. Be composed, my child. Not until tomorrow at the hour of twilight will the 6 moons have passed away, and the black eagle speaks no word in vain. He will not lift the tomahawk a moment before the hour, but tomorrow will be the time after the sun has set. The palefaces have taken the war-path against each other, and the allies of the black eagle have called upon him to take wing and help them. They have bid him paint himself for battle, and come forth with his warriors. He has waited but for this, and now we know the day and the hour, for he will not tarry." Otetza still trembled, but her mind was much relieved for the present. She knew her father well, and she saw the truth of what the grey dove said. "How shall we stay him?" she inquired. "The black eagle bends not in his way like the serpent. He goes straight upon his path like a bird in the air. He hears not the voice of entreaty. His ears are stopped against the word of prayer. You may turn the torrent as it rushes down after the melting of the snow, or the rock as it falls from the precipice, but you cannot arrest the course of the black eagle or turn him from his way." "Be firm and constant," said the grey dove. "We are in the hands of the Great Spirit. Watch him closely, Otetza, all tomorrow, from the midday till the setting sun, from the setting sun till the dawn, if it be needful. The moment he goes forth, come then to see me at the lodge of the lynx, by the western gate of the palisade. There shalt thou find me with others. I know that thy young heart is strong, and that it will not quail. Watch carefully, but watch secretly. See if he takes a tomahawk in his belt, and if his face be gay or gloomy. Mark every sign, and bring the news to me." "They may go off by the other gate and steal round," said one of the women in the inner circle. "I will set my daughter, now waiting, to watch that gate and bring us tidings. She is still and secret as the air of night, and has the foot of the wind." "It is good," said the grey dove, rising. "Let us all be prepared, for the boy must not die." No more was said, for the old prophetess fell into one of those deep and solemn reveries from which all present knew she could not easily be wakened, and which probably had acquired for her the reputation of conversing with the spirit world which she possessed. One by one, slowly and silently, the women stole out of the lodge, dispersing in various directions the moments they quitted the door. Otetza remained the last, in the hope that the grey dove would speak again, and afford her some further information of her plans. But she continued silently gazing on the fire, with her tall figure erect and stiff, and probably perfectly unconscious of the departure of the others, till at length the blossom followed the rest, and returned quietly to the great lodge. The following day broke dark and stormy. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a sharp cold wind succeeded to the mild breath of spring, and the Indians generally remained assembled round their fires, leaving the wide space within the palisade very nearly deserted. Shortly before sunset, one Indian woman crept quietly forth, and took her way toward a hut near the eastern entrance of their village. Another followed very speedily, and when twilight had ended and night begun, no less than 12 stood beneath the roof, with the grey dove in the midst of them. It was too dark for anyone to see the face of another, for the night had fallen heavily and thick, and a blanket was stretched across the entrance. But the grey dove felt them one after another with her hands, asking a question of each, to which she seemed to receive a satisfactory answer. "The 13th is not here," she said, "but she will come, and her heart will not fail." A dead silence fell over them all after these words were spoken, that sort of stern, heavy, solemn silence which not unfrequently precedes the execution of some strong and terrible resolution. Yet of those 12 there were several gay and lively girls, as well as women fallen into the decline of life. But nevertheless all were as still as death. The volatile lightness of youth, as well as the garrulity of old age, was hushed. Suddenly, after they had waited some 20 minutes, the blanket was pushed aside and another figure was added to the number. The voice of Otetza whispered, "He has gone forth, armed as if for battle. He has his tomahawk with him. His face is very sad. I saw the old cedar tree cross to the west gate, and others whom I knew not in the darkness." She spoke in eager haste and gasped for breath, but the old woman took her by the arm, saying, "Be calm, be still, now follow noiselessly. Then down as you pass through the maze, though in this black night who shall see us?" She was the first to issue forth. Then came Otetza, and the others followed one by one with quick but silent steps, through the wide field of maize that swept round the palisade, and then into the neighbouring forest. Once when they came near a spot where the polished mirror of the lake collected and cast back every ray of light that remained in the air, they caught sight of a dark file, shadowy and ghost-like as themselves, moving on at a little distance in the same direction. But it was soon lost, and the sight only served to hasten their footsteps. Passing along a trail which cut across the neck of a little wooded promontory, they suddenly came sight of the lake again, and by its side a low Indian hut, marked out plainly against the surface of the water. When within some 30 yards, the grey dove halted, whispered a word or two to those who followed, and then, bending down, crept closer to the lodge. "Oh, let us hasten," whispered Otetza. "They are already there. I hear my father speaking." "Hush, hush, be still," said the old woman in the same tone. "The Black Eagle will do nothing hastily. It is for him a solemn rite. Let me first get near, then follow, and do what I do." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. It was a sad and weary day to poor Walter Prevost, for he was without consolation. The time of his long imprisonment, indeed, had been less burdensome than might have been supposed, although during the first 2 or 3 weeks many a fruitless effort to escape had wearied his spirit. He learned, however, that it was impossible. He was too closely and too continually watched. There was nothing to prevent his quitting the hut, but the moment he did so, whether by night or day, he was met by 2 or 3 armed Indians. They were kind and courteous to him, though they suffered him not to bend his steps in the direction of their castle or village, nor to approach the lake, to the banks of which many a canoe was moored. Sometimes one of them would take him to hunt, but 2 or 3 others followed, and never separated from his side. They were not fond of speaking of his probable fate and situation, and generally avoided the subject with true Indian skill. But once a young warrior, less experienced than the rest, related to him the messages which the great chief had sent by the runner proctor, and Walter learned the decision regarding his own fate, and the chances on which it hung. But that young Indian was never seen near him more, and it was evident that he was looked upon as having betrayed counsel, and had been removed. But about that time the greatest solace and balm he could receive was afforded him. Otetza suddenly appeared in the hut, and told him that by promising to make no personal effort for his rescue, and to take no advantage of the freedom granted her to facilitate his escape by her own efforts, she had obtained permission to visit him 2 hours each day. She had explained to him, however, that others, in whom she trusted, were busy in his cause, and that the Grey Dove herself, on whom all her people looked with the greatest reverence, had positively assured her he should not die. At first the interviews were sad enough. Hope and fear kept up their battle in the heart, but in time these emotions passed away, and love and happiness were all that remained. Or, if aught of fear mingled with those blessings, it was but enough, as it were, to sanctify their intercourse, to purify it of some portion of earthly passion, so that, while they sat twined in each other's arms, their conversation would often be of death, and future life and happiness unmingled. She often called him husband to her father, but it was always brother when they were alone. Day after day, beneath the sunshine or the cloud, over the snow or the green earth, Otetza visited the hut. But she had grown anxious as the days rolled on. She had not calculated the time accurately, but she knew that the appointed day was near, and Walter was not delivered. She accused herself of folly in having trusted to others, though she saw not how, watched as she was, his deliverance could be effected by herself. But she resolved now to bestir herself, and if she lost her life in the attempt, to make one last great effort to set him free. Such was her resolution on the preceding day, when, on parting with him, she whispered in his ear, lest anyone should be listening without, "I shall not come to you again, my brother, till I come to save you. I know not how it will be, but if I fail, Walter will not be long in heaven, ere Otetza seeks him there." He hardly believed she could keep her resolution of abstaining from at least one more interview, but the weary day passed by. The Indians who brought him food and fire appeared and disappeared. The rain fell heavily, the wind shook the hut, and Otetza did not come. At length the night began to fall, stern, gloomy, dark. A rayless sunset, a brief twilight, and then utter darkness. His spirit sank low indeed. His heart felt heavy and oppressed. He bent him down, stirred up the embers of his fire, piled more wood upon it, and kindled a bright, cheerful blaze. But it had no effect in raising his spirits or warming his heart. All within him was cheerless. He sat and gazed into the fire, and thought of his absent home, and of the pleasant days of youth, and of the sweet dreams he had once cherished, the hopes that hung, like faded pictures, upon the wall of memory. 1,000 little incidents, 1,000 delightful recollections came back upon him, as he sat and meditated, as if merely to make life more dear, when, suddenly on the other side of the hut, a dark figure crossed the firelight, and then another, and another, and another, till they numbered 6. They were all chiefs and men of lofty mien, but stern and grave and silent. They seated themselves in a semicircle at the very far end of the hut, and for several minutes remained profoundly still. He understood at once what it all meant. The last hour of life was come, and the dead heavy sinking of the heart which the aspect of death suddenly presented to an unprepared and excited mind was the first sensation. There the door stood, at a little distance on his right hand, and they were at the other end of the hut, with no one between him and the means of egress. But he knew their swiftness of foot and deadly aim too well. It was better to stay and meet the worst there, than to fall by the tomahawk in inglorious flight. He rallied his spirits, he called all his courage to his aid, he bethought him of how an Indian would die, and resolved to die boldly and calmly likewise. Sitting still in silence, he gazed over the countenances of the chiefs, scanning their stern, hard features thoughtfully. There were but 2 there whom he knew, Black Eagle himself and an old man with a white scalp-lock, whom he recollected having comforted and supported once when he found him ill and exhausted near his father's house. The others were all strangers to him, and nothing could be read upon their faces but cold, rigid determination. There was no passion, no anger, no emotion to be traced in a single line, but there was something inexpressibly dreadful in gazing on those still, quiet countenances, with a knowledge of their bloody purpose. To have died in battle would have been nothing, to have struggled with them fiercely for life, but to sit there, coldly awaiting the moment of the ruthless blow, and to know that they expected it to be borne with the same quiet, stoical apathy with which it was dealt, was very, very terrible to the young European. Yet Walter tried to nerve himself to the utmost against any sign of fear, and strove for resolution not to disgrace himself, his name, and his family, even in the eyes of these wild Indians. There must have been apprehension in his eyes, in the straining eagerness with which he scanned them, but there was no other mark of alarm. Not a muscle moved, the lip did not quiver, the brow was not contracted. At length, after that long solemn pause, the voice of Black Eagle was heard, speaking low and softly. "My son, thou must die," he said. "Thou art dear to me as a child. Thy father is my brother. But thou hast drawn an evil lot, and thou must die. The morning of thy days has been short and bright. The night comes for thee before the day is well begun. The blood of our brother who was slain must be atoned by the blood of one of the race that slew him. The white man for the red man. We have sought in vain for the murderer of our brother, or someone who might have been a substitute for him whom we love. Each man here would have perilled his own head to find another in thy place, but it could not be. The palefaces took fright at the news of what has been done, and none has been found within our territory. We know that the man who did the deed has been here. We fancied that he had come generously to pay the penalty of his own deed, but fear was in his heart, and twice he escaped us. He is as cunning as the fox, and as swift to flee. Now, O thou son of my brother, thou must die, for the time is gone by that was given thee in the hope of some deliverance. The hours have run swiftly and in vain, and the last has come. We know that it is the custom of thy people to sing no war song at their death, but to pray to their good spirit to receive them speedily into the happy hunting grounds. We shall not think of it want of courage if thou prayest, for the son of our brother Prevost will not disgrace his name at his death. Pray therefore to thy God. Thy prayer shall be, as it were, a war song, and strengthened by it thou shalt die as a man and a warrior." Walter remained silent for a moment, while a terrible struggle went on in his breast, but resolution conquered, and he rose from the ground on which he was sitting, erect and firm, and stretching forth his hand, he said, "Chiefs of the Oneidas, ye are unjust. At this hour of my death I tell you, ye know not equity. Your laws are not of the good spirit, but of the bad, for it is evil to kill an innocent man, black and dastardly to slay a helpless man who trusted you and loved you, and if it is by your law you do it, your law is bad, and the good spirit will condemn it. My father came and planted his tree amongst you. We grew up, my sister and myself, loving and confiding in your people. We made your tongue our tongue, and my heart became one with the heart of the daughter of your chief. Lo, now, how ye repay kindness and love and truth, with falsehood, cruelty, and death. Ye are great warriors, but ye are not good men. In this last hour I reproach you, and I tell you with the voice of a dying man, as with the voice of one from the land of spirits, that, sooner or later, the great God of all men will make you feel that you have done an evil thing in my death." He paused suddenly, for his eye, turned somewhat in the direction of the door, saw a female figure enter, wrapped in the peculiar blanket or mantle of the Indian women. Another and another appeared, and one by one the shadowy forms ranged themselves in line along the side of the hut, their faces but faintly seen by the flickering firelight. They were all as silent as death, and there they stood, as silent witnesses of the dreadful scene about to be enacted. The eyes of all the chiefs were turned in the same direction as his own, and a moment or two of wonder and embarrassment passed. But then the voice of Black Eagle was raised, loudly and sternly, saying, "Get ye home to the castle, Oneida women. This is no place for you. Meddle not with the business of warriors and of men." "Who is it that speaks?" said the clear, shrill voice of the grey dove. "Is it the man of the black heart who slays the son of his brother? Who is it that dares to speak thus to her who sees the Great Spirit in her visions and holds communion with the souls of the dead? Is it a man pure in heart and hand, a man whose purposes are good in the sight of the Great Spirit, who is doing a deed pleasing in his sight? Is he taking the life of an enemy in the battle? Is he scalping a foe with whom he has fought and conquered? Lo, now, this is a brave deed, to slay the son of a friend, and a boy who has no power to resist. But the boy shall not die. If a pale-face has killed one of the children of the stone, this boy has saved the life of more than one. His hand has been free and his heart open to the Oneida, and his good deeds are more than enough to atone for the evil deeds of another. The ashes of thy pipe, Black Eagle, upon the hearth of Prevost call out shame upon the murder of his son." "Get ye hence, women," said another chief. We are not soft as water, to be turned in what course ye will. We are the children of the stone, and our heart is the rock." "Be it so, then," cried Black Eagle's sister. "Look upon us now, O chiefs. We are here, your mothers, your sisters, your daughters, your wives, those ye love best, those who best love you. See now what we are commanded to do by the voice of the good spirit. If ye slay the youth, ye slay us. Every lodge shall be left desolate. There shall be wailing through the village and through the land. Now, my sisters, if their heart be a stone, let our heart be soft, and let the knife find it easily." As she spoke, every mantle was thrown back, and every arm was raised, and in every hand was seen the gleam of a knife. Black Eagle covered his eyes with his mantle, but sat still. Walter sprang across and cast himself at the feet of Otatesa, exclaiming, "Hold, hold, for God's sake, hold, my blossom." "Back, back," cried the girl vehemently. "If thou diest, I die." "All, all," said the women in the same determined tone. At the same moment the old priest rose and stretched forth his hands. "It is the voice of the Great Spirit," he exclaimed in the tone of one inspired. "He speaks to us by their tongue. He tells us to forbear. The deed is evil in his sight. We must not do it. The blood of our brother is atoned." "It is the voice of the Great Spirit. It is the voice of the Great Spirit," exclaimed each of the chiefs, and Black Eagle, casting from him the tomahawk, took Walter in his arms, saying in a low voice, "My son, my son." Otatesa took a step forward toward them, but before she reached her father, her sight grew dim, and she fell at his feet. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. There was the bustle and the din of preparation in the great castle of the Oneidas. With the first light of the morning, numerous small bands began to pour in, summoned secretly long before, to hold a war council, and to march against the enemy. Before noon, larger bands began to appear, led by several of the noted warriors of the nation, and one very numerous body coming across the lake in a little fleet of canoes brought with them a great quantity of baggage in the shape of huts and provisions, with women and even children. The scene which took place when all were assembled, in number more than 1,000, is perfectly indescribable, nor shall I attempt to give a picture of it. A long period of peace seemed only to have given the Western warriors a sort of thirst for war, and their joy at the unburying of the hatchet and the march against the enemy broke forth in demonstrations which to any civilized eye would have appeared perfectly frantic. Screaming, shouting, singing, dancing, striking the war-post with their tomahawks, and shaking their rifles in the air, they seemed like beings possessed by some evil spirit. The calm and grave demeanour was altogether cast aside, and the calmest and most moderate boasted outrageously of deeds done in the past or to be performed in the coming war. About an hour after noon, however, a sudden and complete change came over the scene. In an open space before the great lodge, all the chieftains of the different totems or tribes assembled, and the usual circle was formed around the great war-post of the Black Eagle. The young warriors gathered in other rows without the first, and the youths, the women, and the children were seen beyond these again. One exception to the usual order took place. The great chief had on either side of him one of those, both of whom he now called his children. Otatesa, in her most brilliant costume, stood upon his left, and Walter Prevost, armed and dressed like the Oneidas, with the sole difference that his head was not shaved like theirs, remained standing throughout the ceremony on his right. As soon as all was quiet and the stillness of death very soon fell over the whole multitude, Black Eagle, in a speech of powerful eloquence, related all that had occurred on the preceding night, and justified the act of himself and the other chiefs in the eyes of the people. He said that he himself and 5 of his brethren had been prepared to sacrifice the son of Prevost to atone for the blood of the snake, and to satisfy the customs of the Oneidas, although they would rather have slain their own son. But that the Great Spirit had spoken by the tongue of his sister, and they had forborne. When he had done, the old cedar tree rose, but uttered only a few words. "It was the voice of the Great Spirit," he said, and immediately a murmur of "Quai, quai" ran round the assembly in confirmation of the act. The chief then explained to his warriors why he had that day called them around him, for although the object was already well known to all, and the news had by that time spread that the Englishmen were marching against the French upon Lake Champlain, the Indians never acted in masses without solemn deliberation, and a war speech, as they called it, was universally expected from their renowned leader. He dealt at length upon the alliance between the English and the Five Nations, upon the good faith with which the stipulations of their treaties had been maintained by the British provinces. He referred to the talk held some 6 months before at the castle of Sir William Johnson, skilfully mingling with his discourse the names of several persons most popular with the tribes, and he ended by exhorting his hearers to show their truth and friendship toward their English brethren, and to pour down their fiercest wrath upon the French, whom he spoke of contemptuously as brethren of the Hurons and the Algonquins. The same signs of approbation followed, and many another chief added his voice, raising the passions of the warriors to the highest pitch. One especially urged them to immediate action, telling them that the Mohawks had already marched, that they were with the English army, and that the faces of the children of the stone would be full of shame if a Mohawk brought home more scalps than an Oneida. Some were for setting out on the instant, but this proposal was overruled, and the following morning was appointed for the march to begin, as more parties were expected from the different districts, and some had not come fully prepared for the long journey and important enterprise. The council was succeeded by scenes similar to those with which the day began, and it must not be concealed that in many instances the dreadful firewater was employed, so far as even to produce beastly intoxication. Small drums and wild instruments of music, songs of every different character, from the wailing lament or the religious chant to the fierce and boastful war song, rose from every part of the village, and it was not till the sun had completely set that anything like quiet and order was restored. Paint it in what colours we will, it was a barbarous and terrible though exciting scene, and Walter Prevost was well pleased to hear the noise gradually die away into low murmurs, and silence again begin to resume her reign. Then came a very, very happy hour. He sat with Otatsa alone in the great lodge, while the Black Eagle wandered amongst his people without, and for the first time since his deliverance from death, the two had an opportunity of pouring forth to each other the many feelings which had accumulated in the last 24 hours. "At this time last night," said the youth, "I was preparing to die." "And at this time last night," answered the girl, gazing fondly upon his face as he sat with his arm clasped fondly round her, and her head leaning on his shoulder, "and this time last night Otatsa was ready to die with you. I have since thought it very wrong of me, Walter, and fearing what I did was sinful, I have prayed part of the night to God for forgiveness, and another part I have spent in praise and thanksgiving. But I believe I was mad, my beloved, for I hardly knew what I did, and followed blindly what they told me to do to rescue him for whom I would have sacrificed 1,000 lives. Besides, I was surrounded by my countrywomen, and you know they do not think as we have been taught to think." "If it was an error, it was a blessed one, my own blossom," answered Walter, "for to it I owe my life, and life, when it is brightened by Otatsa's love, is but too precious to me. The time will come, dear one, when we shall look back upon these days as but a painful dream, and the only bright reality that will last will be the memory of my blossom's love, and all that she has done to save and bless me." She gazed at him believingly, for hers was not a heart to doubt, and his was not a heart to be doubted. And then she said, with a sigh, "But you are now going to battle, to risk your life and all your happiness. Still it is strange, but I would not stay you, though all I have heard from good Mr. Gore should make me look upon such things with horror, and though I would fain have you keep away from danger. I suppose it is the habits of my people still clinging about me, even with a better faith than theirs. "Fear not, dearest, fear not," answered Walter boldly. "No harm will happen to me. I do trust and believe, and I only leave you for a few short weeks." "You will not leave me at all, Walter," she answered. "No, never more. I will go with you, if not to the battle, as near as I can be. I have my father's leave. The warriors of my race will defend me, and I will not part with my recovered treasure any more." "Go to my father's house," said Walter joyfully. "It is very near the spot, and Edith will rejoice to have you with her." Otetza fixed her eyes upon vacancy and fell into a deep reverie, and an expression came into her face which Walter had remarked more than once before. "Do you know, my beloved," he said, "that sometimes you strike me as very like our dear Edith, especially when you look thoughtful, as you did just now." "It is very natural," said Otetza, nestling closer to him. "You do not know that she is my cousin. My mother was your father's sister. Hush, not a word, especially in the ears of any of the tribe. My father knows it, but he will not show it, because amongst the elder people of the nation it was held contrary to our customs that cousin should marry cousin. I asked Mr. Gore long ago if it were against your law, but he said no, that it was neither against law nor religion. He inquired why I asked so earnestly," she added, laughing, "but I would not tell him. Come with me into my chamber, and I will show you many things belonging to my mother. Stay, I will light my lamp." Otetza bent down and lighted her lamp and guided her lover up to her little chamber, and there they sat and turned over many a long-stored treasure, and she showed him the picture of his own father and of her mother and of their mutual kin, and drawings of fair scenes in Europe, some of which he remembered well, with others of the land in which they then were, but of spots which he had never seen. There was one, too, left unfinished, of a young, sweet child, and Walter gazed first upon the infant face, and then upon the bright, happy countenance beside him, and clasped his blossom warmly to his breast. The book, too, with the drop of blood upon it, told its own tale to both their hearts. "And where is Mr. Gore?" he asked at length. "He seems to have left altogether his little flock, or I am sure I should have seen him during my captivity." "He is coming back now," said Otetza. "My father would not let him return before. He was afraid, I believe, that the breath of the good man would melt his icy purpose. He had a power over Black Eagle that none other had. I prayed and besought in vain, but had Mr. Gore been here, he would have conquered. Black Eagle knew it and feared, and therefore he sent him hence, and would not let him return till the day was past." "Would that he were here now," said Walter earnestly. Otetza asked him why, and he answered with a warm kiss, "That he might unite us for ever." A flush came upon her cheek, but then there was a low sound of a step below, and looking down the stairs, she said, "Is that you, my father?" "I come," said the chief, and slowly mounting the stairs he entered the chamber where they were. His eyes roved round the room in a manner which evidently showed that it was strange to him, and then he fixed them on the pictures which lay on the table, lighted but faintly by the lamp. At first he seemed not to distinguish what they were, but the moment he saw them clearly, he drew his mantle over his face and turned toward the door. He uttered no word, he shed no tear, but he descended slowly, and Walter and Otetza followed. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. On that part of Lake Champlain, or Corlear as it was called by the Indians, where, quitting the narrow basin which it occupies from its southern extremity to some distance northward of Ticonderoga, it opens out into a broader sheet of water, and sweeps round the small peninsula of Crown Point, a large canoe was seen crossing to the Canada side, with some 16 or 17 persons on board, amongst whom were Edith Prevost and her companion, Woodchuck. There was no attempt at concealment, no creeping along under shelter of the banks, but boldly and openly the Indians paddled on, within range of the guns of the French fort, and then directly across the bows of two large flat-bottomed boats or bateaux, accompanied by several light canoes, each of the latter containing 6 or 7 men, which were going down the lake in the direction of Ticonderoga. From each of the larger boats the flag of France was conspicuously displayed, but as the strange canoe above mentioned seemed bearing straight for the shore, fully in possession of France, its movements for a time appeared to excite no attention. Neither the bateaux nor the other canoes altered their course, the men in the former continuing a shouted conversation in a mixed jargon, part French, part Indian, with their dusky companions in the lesser craft, who kept as nearly alongside as possible. At length, however, it would seem some suspicion was excited. 2 figures, male and female, were discerned from the bateaux in the stern of the strange canoe, whose dress at once showed them to belong to none of the Indian tribes, and was also somewhat different from that of either the Canadian colonists or the native French. The 2 parties were now within less than 100 yards of each other, and it seemed doubtful whether the large canoe would clear the eastern French boat without trouble. But suddenly a voice was raised loud in the foremost bateau, and a question was put in French as to whither the others were bound, and who they were. The Indians were silent, for they did not understand the words addressed to them, but Woodchuck whispered eagerly, "Answer, answer, if you can speak their jargon. Rather be in the hands of French officers than these incarnate devils." Edith's eyes had been cast down, and so full of bitter tears that she had seen nothing since they left the western shore, but now she looked up, and in an instant her presence of mind returned. It is true she did not speak at once, for she feared her voice would not reach the boat, but it was nearing the canoe fast, and in a moment after the question was repeated in a more peremptory and a more distinct tone. "Tell them we are allies of the great French chief," said Apukwa, who seemed to comprehend in some degree the meaning of the call. "Say we are going to join our Canadian father," and he glared fiercely as he spoke. "We are English!" exclaimed Edith in French, exerting her utmost power of voice. "We are English and Iroquois, going I know not whither." Instantly, at a signal from the bateaux, the light canoes dashed out with extraordinary rapidity, and before any effectual effort could be made to escape, the larger canoe was surrounded, while the yells of the Hurons announced that they recognized at length a band of ancient enemies. With a fiend-like look at Edith, Apukwa drew his tomahawk from his belt, but the brother of the snake spoke some words to him in a low tone. The weapon was replaced, the men ceased to work the paddles, and every face assumed the quiet stillness of perfect indifference. The yells and whoops of the Hurons still continued, so that one danger seemed only to be escaped to encounter a still greater. Their fierce faces and dark half-naked forms, tattooed and painted, were seen all round, and the tomahawk and the knife were brandished, as if for immediate action. But one of the large boats bore right down amongst them, and soon grappled the canoe in which Edith and her companion were. A handsomely dressed, middle-aged man stood up in the stern as it came near, and turning to an Indian who seemed a chief, by his side, said to him in French, "Keep your people quiet, Great Elk." A few words were then spoken, or rather shouted, by the Indian to the others in the canoes, in a language which Edith did not at all understand, and in an instant every Huron sank down in silence, and the light skiffs lay quiet upon the water, or only moved slightly with the momentum they had already received from the paddles. Then, raising his hat and plume with an air of much grace, the French officer addressed Edith, saying, "Will you have the goodness to explain to me, mademoiselle, who and what you are, and how you came to be in the position in which I find you? I am sorry to be obliged to detain a lady, but you have too many men with you to suffer your canoe to pass." "I am the daughter of an English gentleman," replied Edith. "I have been attacked and captured with the friend who was escorting me from my father's house to that of Colonel Schneider. My 2 servants were murdered, at least one of them, I am sure, was. The Indians who are with me are Iroquois, who are taking me forcibly across the lake toward Canada, and I have little doubt that I shall be put to death also, if you do not save me from their hands." "But this is a strange story, mademoiselle," said the officer. The Iroquois and your countrymen are in alliance." "I cannot account for them," said Edith. "They are certainly Iroquois, for they speak no other language, except a few words of English. You must ask them what is the meaning of their conduct, if you have any on board who can speak their tongue." The officer turned at once to his Indian companion and addressed some words to him in French, but the chief shook his head, and then drawing his eyelids together, as if to see more distinctly, gazed into the canoe, scanning the persons of the Indians closely. "They are Iroquois," he said at length. "Let us scalp them." This proposal the officer did not think fit to comply with, at least for the time, and he replied with a laugh, "Wait a little, my friend. The great elk shall have scalping enough soon. We will take them ashore with us at all events, and perhaps may learn more. Then, if they are really enemies, you may exercise your skill upon them to your heart's content. The lady and her English companion, however, I claim as my prisoners. Permit me, mademoiselle, to assist you into the boat. You will be safer here, and may trust to the honour and courtesy of a French gentleman." "I have no fears on that score, sir," answered Edith, rising, and, with the aid of the officer and Woodchuck, passing into the other boat, which, flat-bottomed and heavily laden, was not much higher above the water than the canoe. Woodchuck followed her closely, but not without exciting the wrath of the Hononco. They had sat ever since the canoe had been grappled by the boat, with the most tranquil stillness. Not a limb, not a feature had moved, and to the eye of an observer ignorant of their habits, they would have seemed perfectly indifferent to all that was taking place. In fact, one of them appeared actually going to sleep, for the sun, which had now broken out after the storm, shone full on his face, and his eyes were closed and his head bent. But the moment that Woodchuck put his foot over the side of the bateau, a yell of disappointed rage burst from every lip, and, unable to contain himself, Apukwa arose and poured forth a few words of Huron, mixed with a good deal of Iroquois. "Hold your tongues!" exclaimed the French officer, waving his hand imperiously. "Tow them along behind us, and you, Great Elk, command your people to keep close round them, and see they do not cut the rope and slip away." The orders were given as he directed, and the arrangements made, but when all was completed, and the boat was once more moving along the lake, the Indian by his side pulled the officer's sleeve, thus interrupting a speech he had just begun, with a gallant air, to Edith, and seemed to explain something to him in a low tone. "Well, we shall soon find out," said the Frenchman with a gay laugh. "If they are Iroquois, who are going to become Hurons, and take service under his Majesty, we will make them fight for us where we are going. We shall not have too many hands to help us, Great Elk, and they'll make a good reinforcement to your party. As for the lady and her attendant, I will take care of them," and turning to Edith with a courteous smile, he spread his roquelaure in a more convenient part of the boat, and assisted her to seat herself more comfortably, saying, "Mademoiselle is a great deal too charming to travel any more with such savages. But may I know the name of this gentleman? Can he not speak French?" "Not a word, I believe," replied Edith. "That is singular," exclaimed the Frenchman, giving expression to the general feeling of his nation, who seemed to believe that the French language is one of those blessings of God which it is strange he should deny to any of his creatures. "What is his name?" It instantly passed through the mind of Edith that if she gave her good companion the name of Captain Brooks, she would be certain to cause his detention as a prisoner of war, and she therefore simply replied, "He is called Woodchuck." "Woodchuck!" exclaimed the Frenchman. "Quel drôle de nom! Is Monsieur Woodchuck in the army?" To the question thus put, Edith could fairly answer in the negative, for Brooks, though he had seen no little fighting in his day, was merely one of those amateur soldiers, then very common in the provinces, who rarely missed an opportunity of joining some band of volunteers in times of war with France, or fighting upon their own hand, according to the Dutchman's expression, as one of the extensive class called stragglers. They generally bore away from the field, especially if they distinguished themselves, some military title, such as captain or major, without ever having commanded half a dozen men in their lives. After having asked his questions and settled his conduct, the French officer's next business was, of course, politeness, and he would fain have engaged his lovely companion in gay and lively conversation during the rest of their little voyage. But Edith, though her mind was greatly relieved to find herself freed from the power of the Hon. Co., had many a subject of melancholy contemplation to occupy her thoughts. There was the dark and dreary consideration of her brother's fate. There was the uncertainty of what might befall her father and her lover. There was the separation from all most dear to her. There was the doubt, even now, whether she might not herself be detained a prisoner amongst strangers, for the war in America had hitherto been conducted by the French upon principles the most barbarous and most opposed to the ordinary characteristics of the nation. The scene which succeeded the capture of Fort William Henry was a dark and damning fact, never to be obliterated from the minds of men. And although it has been put forth by an American author as the only stain upon the character of Montcalm, that author must surely have forgotten the violated capitulation of Oswego, the death of the gallant de la Cour, and the scalping and massacre of the sick in the hospital. All that we can trust is that these barbarities were only permitted, not encouraged. But how can we account for or excuse, how can we even palliate, the witting and voluntary delivery of 20 of the garrison into the hands of the Indians, in direct violation of the articles of capitulation, to be tortured to death under the very eyes of the French soldiery, as compensation for the loss of 20 of the French Indians? It is a fact which has never been denied, or it would be too horrible for belief. Edith replied briefly, therefore, to the compliments and pretty speeches of her military companion, and in the meanwhile the boat proceeded rapidly over the surface of the lake, passed Crown Point, and entered the narrow portion of Lake Champlain, which stretches from that promontory to the spot where the sounding waters, as the Indians called the outlet of Lake George, flow into the greater lake, near Ticonderoga. The French officer, somewhat baffled in his attempts to make her speak, tried his fortune with woodchuck, but with still less success, for to everything he said in French he received what can hardly be called an answer in English, and generally, it must be said, not a very civil one, for Brooks was filled with all the most unreasonable prejudices of his country, and never uttered the word Frenchman without coupling it with the epithet rascally. The voyage was brought to a close, however, before night fell, for the boat stopped short by a mile or two of Ticonderoga, and considerably to the north of the spot where the ferry now exists. The scene would have appeared beautiful, had Edith's mind been free to enjoy it, for in front were seen the tops of the several bold eminences round the French fort. On the one side were those rich lands, varied at that time, which scattered masses of forest, though now more highly cultivated, known as the New Hampshire grants, and to the westward a varied country rising gradually to the foot of the Mohegan Mountains. The spot chosen for the landing was a secluded cove in the woods, where the shelving rocks broke through the soil and dipped gradually into the water. Boats and canoes were all speedily hauled up. The commander of the party, with delicate attention, handed Edith out, and then gave orders to his men to follow him, which was effected with rapidity and precision. The savages, under the orders of their chief, took care of the Iroquois prisoners, and apparently by no slight act of forbearance resisted the great temptation to possess themselves of their scalps. When all had disembarked, the canoes were drawn safely up under concealment of the bushes on either side, and the voyageurs, in their 2 larger boats, pushed off and took their way up the lake again. "I fear, mademoiselle," said the captain of the French soldiers, who might have amounted to 60 or 70, "I must trouble you to take a somewhat fatiguing promenade of some 4 or 5 miles, at least so I'm told, for I have never been there myself, and do not know the distance." "Then we are not going to Fort Ticonderoga?" asked Edith. "Not so," replied the officer. "We are going a little beyond, and I shall have no opportunity of detaching any party whom I could trust to send you into the fort tonight. The Indians, indeed, could be spared, at least a sufficient number to escort you, but I should really be apprehensive, from what I know of their habits, that you might not be quite so safe in their charge as under the protection of my musketeers, with your devoted servant at their head. We will endeavour to make you as comfortable as we can for the night, and I doubt not that early tomorrow I shall be visited by some superior officer who will have the honour of conveying you to the fort." "Then am I to consider myself as a prisoner?" asked Edith in a cold tone. "I did not know that it was the habit of French officers to make women captives." "No," replied the Frenchman with a graceful bow, "we ourselves are much more frequently their captives. But, my dear lady, within the limits of this garrison I myself have no command, am merely acting under orders, and feel myself imperatively bound to send you and your companion, Monsieur Woodchuck, to the commandant of the fortress, who will act, I am sure, as he finds befitting. I only regret that I cannot do so at once, but my orders are strict, my route marked out, and I am told to hasten across this small peninsula as fast as possible without approaching the fortress. It is certainly a rather long walk, but if you feel fatigued I can easily make my men construct a little litter, and carry you. We shall find some preparation made for us where we are going, though, I am afraid, not very suitable for your use." Edith evidently saw that remonstrance was in vain, and saying that she should prefer to walk, she took the arm of Woodchuck, and explained to him as they went all that had passed between her and the Frenchman. "I guess he is going to form an ambuscade," said Woodchuck. "If so, Miss Prevost, our army must be near, and we shall be long in their hands. I wish to heaven I could get away from them, and had but a horse to carry me," he added thoughtfully and with a sigh. "But it's no use wishing. God knows his own ways best. Them Hurons look very much as if they would eat the Oneidas before they've done. Pray God they mayn't take such a fancy to us too." Thus saying, he took the place which was assigned to him and Edith in the march. A number of Indians preceded. Several little parties moved upon the flanks. The small body of French infantry moved on two abreast, for the trail was barely wide enough for that number. Woodchuck and Edith followed them, and the French officer, with the Indian whom he called Great Elk, walked next, succeeded by the Iroquois prisoners, a large quantity of baggage borne on men's shoulders, and the remainder of the Huron auxiliaries. It was now twilight in the forest, and for more than an hour after darkness had fallen upon the earth, the weary and somewhat perilous march was continued. Once a small stream was crossed, Woodchuck taking up his fair companion in his sturdy arms and bearing her over like an infant. Nothing of any note occurred, except a slow and low-toned conversation in the rear, which led Edith to believe that the Iroquois, her late captors, had found some of the other band of natives with whom they could converse, but she could not distinguish anything that was said. Weary and exhausted, the sight of a fire at length glimmering through the trees was an exceedingly pleasant sight to her eyes, and a minute or two after a scene presented itself which might have seemed dreary and comfortless enough under other circumstances, but which looked cheerful and comfortable after that long and miserable march. The trail which they had followed terminated in a small open space, flanked on three sides by low earthworks of no very regular construction, but evidently designed by an experienced military hand. The outer surface of these works was partially concealed by a thicket, and great care had been taken not only to preserve the brambles and the large-leaved raspberry, but to fill every gap in this shrubbery with branches of pine and hemlock and maple. With these embankments the ground had to a certain extent been cleared, though two or three of the larger trees had been left standing, to prevent a vacancy being apparent from without. About the middle of the open space a number of rude huts had been erected, of small felled trees and branches, and before one, somewhat larger than the rest, a sentinel was seen planted, who, at the moment Edith came in sight, stood motionless, presenting arms, as his comrades filed into the little quadrangle. Behind the soldier, and between him and the huts, was a large blazing fire, which threw out his dark figure, sharply outlined upon the flame. "Ah, this will do," said the French commander in a tone of relief. "The commandant has been careful of us. Mademoiselle, I welcome you to my redoubt, and will do my best to make the evening pass pleasantly for you. Now bring in the luggage. Tell the cook to get supper ready, and you, Pierrot, see that hut properly arranged for this young lady's accommodation. I calculated on sleeping upon a very comfortable bearskin tonight, but I will most willingly resign it to you, mademoiselle, in the hope of your passing a good night's rest." Edith would fain have declined accepting a sacrifice so enhanced, but the captain insisted, and his servant, whom he called Piero, at once set about the preparations for her comfort with a degree of skill and dexterity truly French. In the meantime, while Edith, sitting on the trunk of a fallen tree, waited till all was ready, and while a group of stragglers unpacked the baggage which had just been deposited from the sturdy shoulders of the bearers, the French officer called his friend, the Huron chief, to counsel, and Apukwa and the other Oneidas were brought before him, accompanied by 2 young Hurons, who undertook to act as interpreters. Many were the questions asked, and what between the captain's ignorance of Indian manners and the interpreter's ignorance both of the French and the Iroquois, the worthy officer seemed completely puzzled. At length, however, after consulting the great elk in a low voice, he exclaimed, "Tell them, if their tale be really true, though I've got my doubts, for I never heard of Freemasons amongst Indians before, and that must be what you mean by honokto, but if their tale be really true, they may stay here with us, and prove their devotion to His Majesty Louis XV, King of France, by fighting the English at our side. They shall be sharply watched, however," he added, in a low voice, as if speaking to himself. Apukwa heard his words translated, and then, saying something in reply, pointed to Edith and her English companion with a look of too much meaning to be misunderstood. "Nothing of the kind," answered the French officer, without waiting for the words which seemed about to follow. "Tell him there's but one choice, either to prove their story and their loyalty by fighting on our side, or to pass under the fire of these gentlemen," and he laid his hand upon a pile of muskets which stood close beside him. This intimation was quite sufficient. The Hononto agreed to stay and fight without any further conditions, and the Frenchman then gave strict orders, both to his own soldiers and the Hurons, by whom they were much more likely to be efficiently obeyed, that the very doubtful allies should be kept continually in sight. He then seemed to cast all thought of the affair behind him, and turned toward Edith, who was already in the hut, saying, "I hope, mademoiselle, Piero has taken good care of you." "With all the skill and courtesy of a Frenchman, monsieur," she answered, really pleased with the attention and almost fatherly kindness of the soldier who had been arranging the hut. "Then now, as you have the means of rest, it only remains to provide you with meat and drink," said the officer. "I see they have spread my tablecloth on the grass there. Will you and your friend come and partake of my fare? Pray make my words understood to him." Woodchuck readily agreed to accept the Frenchman's hospitality, but Edith declined taking anything more than a little bread and some wine, alleging that she needed rest more than anything. The French officer, however, would not be content with this, but with his own hands brought her some savoury messes, which would not have disgraced a Parisian dinner-table, some choice wine, and what was still more valuable to her, a small lamp. He then closed the hurdle door of the hut upon her, and returned to his meal with Woodchuck, keeping up with him for half an hour a sort of conversation by words and signs, one half of which was probably unintelligible to both. The Frenchman then took possession of another hut, and invited Woodchuck to share it with him for the night, but the stout woodsman declined any covering but the sky, and stretching himself across Edith's door, was soon in profound slumber. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. We must go back for a very short time to the spot whence Edith and her Oneida captors set out upon what proved to the latter an unfortunate voyage across Lake Champlain, and to the very moment after their canoe had left the shore. The Long House, as the Five Nations were pleased to call their territory, extended from the Great Lakes and a point far west to the banks of the Hudson and Lakes Huron and Champlain, but as is always the case in border countries, the frontier was often crossed both by wandering or predatory bands of Hurons and other nations under the sway of France, and by outlaws from the Iroquois tribes attached to England. The peculiar habits and laws of the Indian tribes rendered the incorporation of fugitives with other nations a very easy matter, although the language of the Five Nations would seem to be radically different from that of the tribes originally inhabiting the seaboard of America. Indeed, on the western shore of Lake Champlain, not a few pure Hurons were to be found. For that tribe, during the successful campaigns of France against England, with which what is called the French and Indian War commenced, had somewhat encroached upon the Iroquois territory, supported in their daring by the redoubted name of Montcalm. With some of these, it would seem, Apuqua and his companions had entered into a sort of tacit alliance, and toward their dwellings they had directed their steps after their attack upon Edith and her little escort, in the expectation of readily finding a canoe to waft them over the lake. At first they had been disappointed, for the barks which had been there the day before were gone, and when they did find the canoe in which they ultimately commenced their voyage, the avaricious old man to whom it belonged would not let them use it without a world of bargaining, and it cost them a considerable portion of the little stock of ornaments and trinkets which they had found in Edith's plundered baggage, before the Huron consented to lend them that which they did not dare to take by force. Thus more than an hour was passed after they reached the lake shore before they departed, and taking their course so boldly across the bows of the French boats was more a matter of necessity than choice, although they little doubted a good reception from the inveterate enemies of England. No sooner, however, had the canoe shot out into the water than the figure of a tall, dark woman emerged from the bushes of the low point under which the skiff had lain, and she began wringing her hands with every appearance of grief and anxiety. "Oh, what will poor massa do?" she cried in a piteous voice. "What will poor massa do? Him son killed, him daughter stolen, and Chowder tomahawked. Ah me, what will we all do?" Her imprudent burst of grief had nearly proved destructive to poor Sister Bab. The old Huron had turned him quietly toward a small birch-bark cabin in the forest hard by, and would never have remarked the poor negress if she had confined the expression of her cares to mere gesture. But her moans and exclamations caught the quick ear of the savage, and he turned and saw her plainly, gazing after the canoe. With no other provocation than a taste for blood, he stole quietly through the trees with the soft, gliding, noiseless motion peculiar to his race, and making a circuit so as to conceal his advance, he came behind the poor creature just as she beheld the canoe which bore away her young mistress, stopped and surrounded by the little flotilla of the French. Another moment would have been fatal to her, for the Indian was within 3 yards, when a large rattlesnake suddenly raised itself in his path and made him recoil a step. Whether attracted by the small but never to be forgotten sound of the reptile's warning, or some noise made by the Huron in suddenly drawing back, the poor negress turned her head and saw the danger. With a wild scream she darted away toward the lake. The savage sprang after her with a yell, and though old, he retained much of the Indian lightness of foot. Onward toward the shore he drove her, meditating each moment to throw his hatchet if she turned to the right or left. But Sister Bab was possessed of qualities which would not have disgraced any of his own tribe, and even while running at her utmost speed she contrived continually to deprive him of his aim. Not a tree, not a shrub, not a mass of stone that did not afford her a momentary shelter, and of every inequality of the ground she took advantage. Now she whirled sharply round the little shoulder of the hill. Now, as the tomahawk was just balanced to be thrown with more fatal certainty, she sprang down a bank which almost made the Indian pause. Then she plunged head foremost, like a snake, through the thick brushwood, and again appeared in a different spot from that where he had expected to see her. Still, however, he was driving her toward the lake, at a spot where the shores were open, and where he felt certain of overtaking her. On she went, however, to the very verge of the lake, gazed to the right and left, and seeing with apparent consternation that the banks rounded themselves on both sides, forming a little bay, near the centre of which she stood, she paused for a single instant as if in despair. The Huron sprang after her with a wild whoop, clutching the tomahawk firmly to strike the fatal blow. But Sister Bab was not yet in his grasp, and with a bold leap she sprang from the ledge into the water. Her whole form instantly disappeared, and for at least a minute her savage pursuer stood gazing at the lake in surprise and disappointment, when suddenly he saw a black object appear at the distance of 20 or 30 yards, and suddenly sink again. A few moments after it rose once more, still farther out, and then the brave woman was seen striking easily away toward the south. Rendered only more eager by the chase, and more fierce by disappointment, the Huron ran swiftly along the shore, thinking that he could easily tire her out or cut her off. But in sunny waters, in far distant lands, she had sported with the waves in infancy, and taking the cord of the bow where he was compelled to take the arc, she gained in distance what she lost in speed. So calm was she, so cool, that turning her eyes from her pursuer, she gazed over the water in the direction where she had seen her beloved young mistress carried, and had the satisfaction of beholding the canoe towed along by one of the French boats. Why she rejoiced she hardly knew, for her notions on such matters were not very definite, but anything seemed better than to remain in the hands of the murderers of poor Chowdo. Her thoughts were still of Edith, and she asked herself, "Where are they taking her to, I wonder? Perhaps I may come up with them if that redskin would but leave off running along by the shore, and let me land and cross the narrow point. He may run the devil foot. He can't catch Bab. I'll dive again. He think her drowned." Her resolution was instantly executed, and whether it was that her stratagem was successful, or that the Huron had less than Indian perseverance and gave up the chase, when she rose again she saw him turning toward the woods, as if about to go back to his lodge. But Bab had learned caution, and she pursued her way along the small peninsula where stood the French fort of Crown Point, which at the period I speak of had been nearly stripped of its garrison to reinforce Ticonderoga. She chose her spot, however, with great care, for though in her wandering she had made herself well acquainted with the country, she was, of course, ignorant of the late movements of the troops, and fancied that the French posts extended as far beyond the walls of the fortress as they had formerly done. A little woody island, hardly separated from the mainland, covered her approach, and the moment her feet touched the shore she darted away into the forest and took the trail which led nearly due south. The neck of the point was soon passed, and once more she caught sight of the French boats still towing the canoe on which her thoughts so particularly rested. The short detention of the French party, and the advantage she gained by her direct course across the point, had put her a little in advance, and she ran rapidly on till she reached the mouth of the small river now called Putnam's Creek, which, being flooded by the torrents of rain that had fallen in the earlier part of the day, made her pause for a moment, gazing at the rushing and eddying waters coming down, and doubting whether she had strength left to swim across it. The boats by this time were somewhat in advance, and when she gazed after them she naturally came to the conclusion that they were bound for what she called, after the Indian fashion, Ticonderoga. Suddenly, however, as she watched, she saw their course altered, and it soon became evident that they intended to land considerably north of the fort. Running up the creek then till she found a place where she could pass, she followed an Indian trail through the woods, lying a little to the west of the present line of road, and at length reached an eminence nearly opposite to Shoreham, a spur of Mount Hope in fact, when she once more caught a view of the lake, just in time to see the disembarkation of the French troops and the Indians. Notwithstanding her great strength, the poor negress was by this time exceedingly tired, but still that persevering love which is one of the brightest traits of her unfortunate race carried her on. "If I can catch sight of them again," she thought, "I can carry on Massa tidings of where she is." Encouraged by this idea, she pushed on without pause, but night overtook her before she had seen any more of the party, and poor Bab's spirit began to fail. More slowly she went, somewhat doubtful of her way, and in the solitude, the darkness, and the intricacy of the woods, fears began to creep over her which were not familiar to her bosom. At length, however, she thought she heard voices at a distance, and a minute or two after she found herself on the bank of a small brook. She paused and listened. The voices were now more audible, and without hesitation she crossed and crept cautiously along in the direction from which the sounds came. A moment or two after, the flickering of a fire through the trees attracted her attention, and more carefully she crept on upon her hands and knees through the low brush, still seeing the blaze of the firelight when she raised her eyes, but unable to perceive the spot whence it proceeded. A small pine, cut down, next met her hand as she crept along, and then a number of loose branches tossed together. And now Sister Bab began to get an inkling of the truth. "It must be what they call an ambush," she thought, and raising herself gently, she found that she was close to a bank of earth over which the firelight was streaming. The sounds of voices were now distinctly heard, but she could not understand one word, for it seemed to her that they were speaking in 2 different languages, if not more, but each of them was strange to her. At one time she fancied she heard Edith's voice, but still the language spoken was a strange one, and although the bank of earth was not more than shoulder high, she did not venture at first to rise to her whole height in order to look over it. At length, however, came some words of English, and the voice, which she judged to be Edith's, was plainly heard saying, "This gentleman is asking you, my good friend, if you will not go and take some supper with him, where the people have spread a cloth yonder." Bab could resist no more, but raised herself sufficiently to bring her eyes above the top of the breastwork, and gazed over into the little rude redoubt. On the right, and at the farther point of the enclosure, were a number of Indians seated on the ground, and besides the fire already burning, several others were being piled up amidst the various groups of natives. Somewhat on the left, and stretching well nigh across the western side of the other space, were the French soldiers in groups of 5 or 6, with their arms piled near them. Other straggling parties were scattered over the ground, and 2 sentinels, with musket on shoulder, appeared on either side of the redoubt, but the group which attracted the poor woman's chief attention was on her right, near a spot where some small huts had been erected. It consisted of 3 persons: a gaily dressed French officer, a man in the garb of a soldier, but with his arms cast aside, and lastly a short, powerful man in a yellowish-brown hunting shirt, whom Sister Bab at once recognised as her old acquaintance the woodchuck. That sight was quite enough, and sinking down again amongst the bushes, she crept slowly away to a little distance, and there lay down to meditate as to what was next to be done. At one time she was tempted to enter the French redoubt and remain with her young mistress. Several considerations seemed in favour of this course, and let it be no imputation upon poor Bab that hunger and the savoury odours which came wafted over the earthwork were not without their influence. But then she thought, "If I do, how will old massa ever know where Missy is?" And this remembrance enabled her to resist the strong temptation. "I will stay here and rest till the moon get up," thought the poor woman. "I know they must be coming up de lake by this time, and I can catch 'em before tomorrow." To prevent herself from sleeping too long if slumber should overtake her, she crept farther out to the thick wood and seated herself in a more open spot, with her clasped hands over her knees, but with nothing else to support her. Various sorts of fears suggested themselves to her mind as she thus sat, but oppressive weariness was more powerful than thought, and in a few moments her head was nodding. Often she woke up during the first hour, but then she slept more profoundly, bending forward till her forehead touched her knees. It is probable, too, that she dreamed, for in the course of the next 2 hours several broken sentences issued from her lips in a low murmur. At length, however, she woke with a start, and found the moon silvering the whole sky to the eastward, where some bold heights towered up, still obscuring the face of the orb of night. She sat and gazed somewhat bewildered, hardly knowing where she was. But the musical voice of the falling waters, which have gained for the outlet of Lake Horicon an ever-enduring name, and the grand outline of Mount Defiance seen through the trees, soon showed her that she was on that narrow point of land lying between Front Brook and the falls. She waited till the moon had fully risen, and then stole quietly away again, keeping a south-western course nearly up the current of the brook. And for 3 hours she pursued her way with a rapid and untiring foot. She had no idea of the time, and wondered if the day would never break. But the moonlight was beautifully clear, and the calm beams, as if they had some affinity with the woodland solitude, seemed to penetrate through the branches and green leaves even more easily than can the sunshine. Her fears had now nearly passed away, for she knew that she must be far beyond the French and Huron posts, and could only expect to meet with the scouts and outposts of the English army, or with parties of friendly Indians, and she consequently went on without care or precaution. Suddenly she found herself emerging from the wood into one of those low, open savannas of which I have already spoken, close to the spot where the embers of a fire were still glowing. The grass was soft and her tread was light, but the sleep of the Indian is lighter still, and in an instant 3 or 4 warriors started up around her. "I am a friend! I am a friend!" cried the negress in the Iroquois tongue. "Who be you? Mohawks?" "Children of the stone," replied the man nearest to her, gazing at her earnestly by the moonlight. "I have seen the dark cloud before, but she does not dwell in the house of our brother Prevost?" "Yes, yes," cried Sister Bab eagerly. "I'm his slave girl, Bab, who came to the Oneida Castle with my own Missy. But now she is a prisoner of bad men, and I have escaped, tired and hungry, and am nearly dead." "Come with me," said the Indian. "I will take thee where thou shalt have rest to comfort thee, and meat to support thee, till the Black Eagle come. He will not be long, for he will keep the warpath night and day till he is here, and his wings are swift." The poor woman shuddered at the name of the terrible chief, for it was closely connected in her mind with the circumstances of her young master's fate. But wearied and exhausted, the prospect of food and repose was a blessing, and she followed the Indian in silence to the other side of the savannah. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. 16,000 gallant men, led by a brave and experienced general, and supported by a fine, though not very large park of artillery, seemed certainly sufficient for the reduction of a small fortress not very well garrisoned, nor supplied with any great abundance of stores. But it seemed the fate of the English officers in North America to adhere strictly to all ancient rules, when ancient rules could be of no service in face of a new and totally different mode of warfare, and to abandon those rules at times and in circumstances when only they could be available. A large fleet of bateaux had been collected at the southern extremity of Lake George, ready to transport the troops to the destined point of attack, and a council of the most experienced officers was held in the evening of the 3rd of July to consider the farther proceedings of the army. All had now assembled at what was then commonly called in the province Fort Lyman, although the name was already formally changed to Fort Edward. General Abercrombie was there in person, and a number of other officers appeared at the council likewise, whose experience in Indian warfare was superior to his own. There is much reason to believe that had Abercrombie's own opinion been followed in acting against the French fort under French command, all the operations would have been conducted in the same manner and upon the same system which would have guided a similar enterprise in Europe, and thus much bloodshed and some disgrace would have been spared. It was represented to the commander-in-chief, however, that numerous bodies of Indians were acting upon the side of France, that all operations carried on according to European rules had hitherto failed in America, and more than one bloody disaster was held up as a warning to his eyes, which he unhappily suffered to bias his own better judgment. In a word, as it was known that every day fresh reinforcements were being thrown into Ticonderoga, large bodies of Indians being collected for its defence, and preparations of every kind in progress, it was determined that a sudden and rapid rush should be made upon the fort, and that no consideration should be put in competition with celerity of movement and boldness of attack. Lord H. alone represented that, from what he had personally learned during the last 6 months, it was absolutely necessary to employ cannon, though, perhaps, with a want of proper confidence in his own reputation, he offered to lead the advanced parties, lest the opinion he expressed should seem to anyone to savour of timidity. At as early an hour as possible the march commenced along what was called the King's Road, and in high spirits regiment after regiment entered the forest, confident in their numbers and their prowess. The regular troops pursued the well-constructed causeway, while clouds of Mohawks were scattered on the flanks, sweeping the forest ground on either side. The artillery on the heavy and clumsy carriages of that day, the tumbrils and the baggage waggons, came lumbering in the rear, and a large troop of stragglers followed, comprising the scouts, who might have been much more advantageously employed in the front, but who, for some reason unexplained, had very little service assigned to them on the expedition. General Abercrombie and his staff, with several of the superior officers, followed slowly behind all the rest, well aware that the advance of the forces would meet with no opposition, at least upon the first day's march. To this group, from every quarter, came numerous messengers throughout the day, some bringing news of a fresh levy marching up from the eastern states, some from the front seeking clearer orders when any little difficulty or impediment occurred, some from Albany with intelligence from that city or New York, and several Indian runners from the west, bearing more important tidings from the Indian tribes, now all in movement to support their British allies. Amongst the rest appeared the silent runner Proctor, with a letter to General Abercrombie, who, as soon as he had read it, turned to Lord H., saying, "This is a communication from your friends, the Oneidas, my lord, but written by some Englishman who signs himself Gore. He states that a war party of the nation is already on the western bank of the lake, and that the main body, under Black Eagle himself, is expected in the course of the day. I suppose we may therefore consider ourselves secure upon our left flank." "Undoubtedly," replied Lord H., with a look of anxiety which almost induced the commander-in-chief to believe that he did entertain doubts which he did not choose to express. "You think so, I presume?" said Abercrombie, gazing at him. "Entirely," replied Lord H., "but I was in hopes of hearing some other intelligence of a private nature concerning Mr. Prevost's son, whose alarming position amongst the Oneidas I mentioned to you, if you recollect." "There is nothing more," said General Abercrombie, handing him the letter, "but there is the messenger. Probably he can give you some information." Lord H. immediately turned toward Proctor, who was running at a sort of trot by the side of the General's horse, and inquired if he had been at the castle of the Oneidas. The man shook his head and trotted on. "Then where did you last come from?" asked Lord H., but Proctor only lifted his hand and pointed toward the northwest. "How many miles?" demanded the young nobleman, determined to get some speech out of him. The man lifted up his hands 3 times with 10 fingers spread abroad, without opening his lips. "Did you hear amongst those who sent you," asked Lord H., "any tidings of young Mr. Prevost?" The man shook his head, but then suddenly stopped in his trot and said, as if upon recollection, "They thought he had been put to death." He paused, as if what he had said had cost him a great effort, but then added slowly, when he saw the painful expression of the young nobleman's countenance, "They only thought, they did not know. They left before." "Did you see or hear of a man whom you know as Woodchuck, the man you saw with me at Albany?" asked Lord H., but the other shook his head, and nothing more could be extracted from him. The man was then sent forward to join the rear guard, but his taciturnity gave Lord H. good assurance that Mr. Prevost, who had gone forward, would not be pained by the terrible rumour which he bore. The long and fatiguing march to the nearest point of Lake Horicon I need not describe. Many of the scenes recorded in the life of the gallant Putnam passed near or on the very route pursued, and the feats of daring and the escapes of that fine soldier are almost as marvellous still in our eyes as in those of the savage Indians of his own time, who supposed him to bear a charmed life. Suffice it that, after encountering great difficulty and some fatigue, in dragging the cannon over a road which, in the neighbourhood of the settled portion of the colony, was good enough, but which became almost impassable near the lake, in consequence of the heavy rains, the whole army arrived in safety at the newly constructed and yet incomplete works of Fort George, lying a little east to the site of the ever-memorable Fort William Henry. By the care and diligence of the Commissary General, everything that could refresh the weary soldiers was found prepared, A fleet of 135 large boats and 900 bateaux was seen lying along the shore of the lake of pure and holy waters, and hardly a head was laid down to slumber in the huts that night which did not fondly fancy that Ticonderoga must inevitably fall. As usual with him, in camp or on the march, Lord H. dined with his soldiers and shared their simple fare, but he passed the evening with Mr. Prevost, who had found quarters in the fort. Both were grave, but the deeper gravity was with Lord H., for though through the mind of the elder man continually flitted painful fancies, thoughts, images, or whatever they may be called, of the fate of Brooks, and his lips murmured twice, almost involuntarily, the words, "Poor woodchuck," yet the certainty which he felt of the safety of his son, however great the sacrifice which purchased it, was a comfort, a mighty consolation, although he almost reproached himself for the sensation of rejoicing which he could not help experiencing. Lord H., on the contrary, felt no such certainty. Ever since his conversation with Proctor, if conversation it could be called, a gloomy feeling of apprehension had rested on him. He did not doubt poor woodchuck in the least. He was sure that he would hold fast to his resolution. Neither had he any fears that the execution of his purpose would be delayed or prevented by any such accident as that which had in reality occurred. But he asked himself, might he not come too late? They had been told the time allowed by the Oneida chief to provide a substitute for Walter, and had taken it at the European calculation of months. But since he heard that a rumour of the young man's death was prevalent amongst the Indians, he doubted whether there had not been a mistake. The very rumour showed that some of the natives at least imagined the time had expired, and implied that their calculation was different. The effect upon the mind of Edith, he knew, would be terrible, when she found that her brother might have been saved, but that his life had been lost by such a mistake. From Mr. Prevost he strove to hide his apprehensions as far as possible, knowing well that previous anxiety never diminishes an inevitable evil. And soon after nightfall he left him to seek thought in his own tent. The sky was clear and cloudless, the stars shining out with a largeness and a lustre such as European skies can never give. A light breeze stirred the waters of the lake and made them musical along the shore, and one of the voyageurs was singing a tranquil song of home in a clear, mellow voice as he sat in his bark. The air was mild and gentle as a morning dream, and yet the whole had that solemn calmness which is always allied to melancholy. He sat there long. No inclination to sleep interrupted his reveries, notwithstanding the fatigue of the day, and at length the moon rose over the high eastern hills, showing an unrivalled scene of solemn beauty. The young nobleman rose, and after gazing round him for a few moments, drinking in, as it were, the solemn loveliness, he then walked on slowly toward the blackened remains of Fort William Henry. There was little to be seen there. Montcalm had not left his work half done, for all had been destroyed, and little beyond some irregularities in the ground, and some large detached fragments of masonry, showed where so many gallant men had fought in their country's cause, only to be slaughtered after surrender by a treacherous enemy. By report he knew the ground well, and after pausing for a minute or two amongst the ruins, he turned down the dark and fearful dell where the horrible massacre was perpetrated. Every rock around had echoed to the yell of Indians, the groan of the dying soldiers, or the shrieks of defenceless women and children. Every tree had seen beneath its boughs some of the deeds of horror and of blood which went to make up that great crime. The bones of hundreds were lying still unburied, and when the moonlight fell on the western side of the gorge, some portion of a woman's garment, caught upon a bush, was seen fluttering in the breeze. The immediate path along which Lord H. went was still in profound shadow, but suddenly, across the moonlit side a little in advance of him, he saw gliding along with noiseless steps a troop of 8 or 10 shadowy forms, looking like ghosts in the pale moonlight. So much was their colour the same as the rocks around, that you might almost fancy you saw through them, and that they were but the shadows from some other objects cast upon the broken crags as they passed. Lord H. stood and gazed, when suddenly the band stopped, and comprehending that he had been perceived, he challenged them in English judging at once that they must be a troop of friendly Indians. A deep voice replied in the same language, but with a strong Indian accent. "We are friends, children of the stone. Can you tell us where to find Prevost?" As he spoke, the leader of the Indians had advanced nearer, down the sloping ground at the foot of the rocks, and there seemed something in his tall, powerful form and majesty of carriage familiar to the eyes of the young nobleman, who exclaimed, "Is that the Black Eagle?" "It is," answered the other, whose limited knowledge of English did not suffer him to indulge in his usual figurative language. "Art thou the falling cataract?" "I am he to whom you gave that name," answered Lord H. "But what want you with Mr. Prevost? Where is his son?" "On yonder side of Horicon," replied the Indian chief, pointing with his hand toward the western side of the lake. "The boy is safe. Be thy mind at rest." Lord H. took the hand he proffered and pressed it in his, but at the same time he asked, "And poor Woodchuck, what of him?" "I know not," answered Black Eagle. "We have not beheld him." "That is strange," answered the young nobleman. "He set out to deliver himself up to you, to save the young man's life." "He is brave," answered Black Eagle. "The good spirit kept him away." "But then how was the boy delivered?" asked Lord H. "We feared your people would be inexorable." "The Great Spirit spoke by the voices of the women," answered the chief. "She who sees beyond the earth in her visions heard the voice and told its words. It was decreed that if the boy died, our wives, our daughters, our sisters should all die with him, and we listened to the voice and obeyed." "Come with me quickly," said Lord H. eagerly. "Let us carry the news to Mr. Prevost. He is here at the fort now, holding an office in our army." "I know it," replied Black Eagle. "I have been to his lodge and found no one but the slaves, who told me. The boy I sent on with my people, for the children of the stone have taken the warpath for England, and 1,000 warriors are on their way to the place of the sounding waters. He goes to fight amongst as our son. But I must speak with Prevost before I go, for the wings of the Black Eagle are spread, perhaps for his last flight, and who knows but he will leave his scalp on the war-post of the Huron." Lord H. led the way with a quick step, and the chief of his companions followed. At the first outpost they were, of course, challenged, and strict orders having been given to admit no troop of Indians within the limits of the fort, the young nobleman and the chief proceeded alone to the quarters of Mr. Prevost. They found him still up, and busily writing orders for the following morning. When he beheld the face of Black Eagle following his noble friend, he started up, and at first drew back, but then with a sudden change of feeling he seized the warrior's hand, exclaiming, "My son lives! My son lives, or you would not be here." "He lives," replied the Black Eagle, and he then proceeded to give the same account to Mr. Prevost which had been heard by Lord H. The former, however, understanding the Indian better, soon drew from him, partly in English and partly in Iroquois, the whole particulars of Walter's deliverance. "And would you really have slain him?" asked Mr. Prevost. "I would," replied Black Eagle, calmly and firmly. "I would have torn out my own heart had the laws of my people required it." The father mused for a few moments, and then said in a thoughtful tone, "I believe you would. Dear Otezza, did she really then peril her life to save her young friend?" "She did more," answered Black Eagle. "She was one of those who prepared to go to the happy hunting grounds with him. But I tell thee, Prevost, not the sight of my child with the knife in her hand, ready to plunge it into her own heart, made the Black Eagle pause or hesitate. It was that we heard the voice of the Great Spirit in the words that were spoken. He only can change the laws of the Oneida, and he changed them. But now hear me, Prevost, for I must back to my people and thy son. I sent them forward toward the sounding waters while I sought thee, first at the lodge and then here, and I must join them, for they must not throw a hatchet or fire a rifle without the Black Eagle." He had seated himself when first he entered, but now he rose and stood erect, as if about to make a speech. "There is blossom on the bough of the Black Eagle's tree," he said, "which is dear to his eyes, and thou hast a bough on thy tree which is dear to thee. Otezza is a Christian, believes in your good spirit. She is descended from a race of warriors, every one of whom has left a name in the hearts of their people. She is one of the highest race, of the highest tribe of the children of the stone. The blood of the red man is as fine as the blood of the white. Her mother was the daughter of a great chief, and of a race as good as thine own, a race that is renowned." Mr. Prevost bent down his head, but he knew the Indian customs too well to interrupt, and the chief went on, saying, "The blossom loves the bough loves the blossom. She has purchased him, she has bought him for herself, she has offered her heart's blood for his price. Is he not hers? If the Black Eagle should never return from his war flight, if the bullet of the French should break his wing, or the arrow of the Huron pierce his heart, will his brother Prevost bind the blossom and the bough together as the white men bind them, and as the Christian people unite those who love together? Will he take the blossom to his own home and make her indeed his daughter?" Mr. Prevost rose and threw his arm around the chief, saying, "Thou art my brother. I will do as thou hast said, and may the good spirit deal with me as I deal with thee in this matter. Thy daughter is my daughter, my son is thy son. But thou knowest not, perhaps—" Black Eagle raised his hand, saying in Iroquois, "Forbear, I know what I know. Thou knowest what thou knowest. We may believe much that is not right to prove. Silence is a good thing when secrets are dangerous. Now I go to my people with my heart at rest." And without more words, he glided out of the room. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Day dawned bright and clear over the wild woods, the green savannas, and the lakes and mountains that lay between Horicon, or Lake George, and the small chain of Indian lakes. The advanced party of the Oneidas were up bustling with the earliest beam, bustling, but in their quiet way. Each was active, clearing away every trace of their sojourn from the face of the savannah as far as possible, and preparing to betake himself to the shade of the neighbouring woods. But Sister Bab was still sound asleep. Amongst those who have travelled over that part of the country there may be some who remember a beautiful and rich green meadow, extending for almost a third of a mile from its inland extremity to the shores of Horicon. It has now, and it is not much altered since the time I speak of, a sloping ground to the northward of this grassy plot, well covered with wood, and there is on the south a rocky but still wooded bank, in which several small caves are to be observed. In one of these caves lay the negress, on the morning I have just mentioned, and though the Indians moved about in different directions, and removed even a large iron pot of European workmanship, which had been placed near the entrance of the cavern, the good woman, in the sleep of fatigue and exhaustion, showed no sign whatever of waking. Few had been the explanations which she had given on the preceding night. She was too weary to indulge in her usual loquacity, and her Indian friend had sat quietly before her after having supplied all that she required, seeing her eat and drink, but putting no questions. Now, however, he approached the hollow in the rock, and after gazing at her for an instant as she lay, he moved her with his moccasined foot. She started up and rubbed her eyes, looking round with evident surprise, but the Indian said, "Get up and follow into the woods, if thou wouldst see the Black Eagle. We must leave the ground that has no shadow, now that the day has come." "Ah me!" cried Sister Bab. "What shall I do for my poor missy? She is a prisoner with the French, not more than a few miles hence, and what is worse still, the woodchuck is with her, and all our people said he was going to give himself up to save Massa Walter." Quietly and deliberately the Indian seated himself on the ground, and remained silent for a moment or two. He then asked without the slightest appearance of interest, "Where is the daughter of Prevost? Is she at the castle of the Sounding Waters?" Sister Bab replied, "No," and as far as she could describe it, explained to her companion where Edith was, and gave him no very inaccurate notion of the sort of field work on which she had stumbled the night before. Still not a muscle of the man's face moved, and he merely uttered a sort of hum at this intelligence, sitting for full 2 minutes without speaking a word. "What can we do, brother, to save them?" asked Sister Bab at length. "I don't think there's any danger, indeed, to Missy or Massa Woodchuck, 'cause the young man in the blue coat seemed very civil. But then if Massa Woodchuck not get away, your people will kill Massa Walter, for 6 months will be over very soon." 5 days ago 6 moons had grown big and small since the Black Eagle spoke," said the Indian gravely. "But we will see whether there be not a trail the prisoners can tread. You must get up and walk before me to where you left them, like a cloud upon the mountainside, quickly but without noise." "It's a long way," said the poor woman, "and my feet are all cut and torn with yesterday's ramble." "We will give thee moccasins," answered the Indian. "The way is not long even to the house of the Sounding Waters if you keep the trail straight. You must show me if thou wouldst save Prevost's daughter. Her fate is like a toppling stone upon the edge of a precipice. A wind may blow it down. The French Hurons do not spare women. Come, get up, eat and talk not. I must know this place, and that quickly." The last words were spoken somewhat sternly, and Sister Bab rose up and followed to one of the little groups of Indians, where she seated herself again, and ate some cakes of maize and dried deer's flesh, while the chief who had been speaking with her held a consultation with several of the other warriors. Not much time was allowed her for her meal, for in less than 5 minutes she was called upon to lead the way, and, followed by a party of 6 Indians, she proceeded for a mile or two till they reached a spot where the trail divided into 2. She was about to take the left-hand path, knowing that it was the one which she had followed on the preceding night, but the chief commanded her, in a low voice, to turn her steps upon the other, adding, "We shall come upon thy footprints again speedily." So indeed it proved, for she had wandered during the night far from the direct course, and after walking on for some 10 minutes they cut into the former path again, where to Indian eyes the traces of a negro foot were very apparent. Twice the same thing occurred, and thus the distance was shortened to nearly 1/2 of that which she had travelled on the preceding night, between the little masked redoubt of the French and the Indian camping-place. At length the objects which Sister Bab saw around her gave warning that she was approaching the spot of which they were in search. From time to time Mount Defiance was seen towering upon the right, and the character of the shrubs and trees was changed. The first hint sufficed to make the Indians adopt much greater precautions than those which they had previously used. They spread wide from the broad trail, the chief taking Sister Bab with him, and slowly and noiselessly they pursued their way, taking advantage of every tree and every rock to hide behind and gaze around. Before 5 minutes more were over, Sister Bab paused suddenly and pointed forward. The Indian gazed in silence. To an unpractised eye, nothing would have been apparent to excite the slightest suspicion of a neighbouring enemy, but some of the pine branches of what seemed a low copse in front were a shade yellower than the other trees. Besides, they did not take the forms of young saplings. They were rounder, less tapering, without showing shoot or peak. A grin came upon the Indian's countenance, and pointing with his finger to the ground, he seemed, without words, to direct the negress to remain on the same spot where she stood, behind a great butternut tree. He then looked round him for his companions, but their movements were well combined and understood. Though at some distance from each other, each eye from time to time had been turned toward him as they advanced, and the moment it was perceived that he stopped, each of the others stopped also. His raised hand brought them all quietly toward him, and then, after a few whispered words, each Indian sat down upon the ground, and creeping along like a snake, disappeared amongst the bushes. Sister Bab found her situation not altogether pleasant. The slightest possible rustle in the leaves was heard as her dusky companions disappeared, but then all sounds ceased, except from time to time when the wind, which had risen a little, bore her some murmurs from the redoubt, as if of voices speaking. Once she caught a few notes of a merry air, whistled by lips that were probably soon after doomed to everlasting silence. But that was all she heard, and the stillness grew oppressive to her. After waiting for a moment or two, she sought a deeper shelter than the butternut tree afforded, and crept amongst some thick shrubs at the foot of a large oak. She thought her Indian companions would never return, but at length one of the red men looked out from the bushes, and then another, and both gazed round as if in search of her. Following their example, she crept forth, and the chief, approaching, beckoned her away without speaking. When far enough to be quite certain that no sound of voices could reach the redoubt, He stopped suddenly and gazed in her face, saying, "You love the daughter of the paleface. You followed her when there was danger. Will you go where there is no danger to bear her the words of warning?" "I will go anywhere to do her any good," answered the woman warmly. "I am not afraid of danger. I had enough of it yesterday to make me careless of it today." "Well then," said the chief, "thou seest this trail to the left. Follow it till it crosses another, then take to the right on the one it crosses. It is a broad trail, thou canst not miss it. It will lead thee straight into the Frenchmen's ambush. They will not hurt thee. Ask for the daughter of the pale-faced Prevost. Tell them thou hast passed the night in the woods, seeking for her, and they will tell thee to stay with her. Say to her she shall have deliverance before the sun has set tomorrow, but tell her when she hears the war-whoop and the shot of the rifle to cast herself down flat on the ground beneath the earth-heap, if she be near at the time. She knows the Oneida people. She can tell their faces from the Hurons, though the war-paint be bright upon them. She need not fear them. Tell her secretly when none hears, and what I tell her to do, do thou, if thou wouldst save thy life." "But," said Bab, with more foresight than the Indian, "perhaps they will not keep her there till tomorrow. They may send her into the fort, most likely will." Bid her stay," said the chief. "If they force her away, I am no arm to hold her. Go on, I have said." The negress shook her head, as if much doubting the expediency of the plan proposed, but she obeyed without further remonstrance, and walking on upon the little narrow path which the Indians pointed out, she reached in about a quarter of an hour the broader trail along which Edith had been taken on the preceding night. Turning to the right as directed, she followed it with slow and somewhat hesitating steps, till suddenly a sharp turn brought her in sight of two sentinels pacing backward and forward, and a group of Indians seated on the ground round a fire, cooking their food. There she halted suddenly, but she was already seen, and receiving no answer to his challenge, one of the sentinels presented his musket as if to fire. At the same moment a voice exclaimed, "What's that? What's that?" in French, and a man in the garb of a soldier, but unarmed, came forward and spoke to her. She could make no reply, for she did not understand a word he said, and taking her by the wrist, the man led her into the redoubt, saying to the sentinel with a laugh, "It's only a black woman. Did you take her for a bear?" The next instant poor Bab beheld her young mistress quietly seated on the ground, with a fine white tablecloth spread before her, and all the appurtenances of a breakfast-table, though not the table itself, while the officer she had seen in the redoubt the night before was applying himself assiduously to supply her with all she wanted. In a moment the good woman had shaken her wrist from the man who held it, and darting forward, she caught Edith's hand and smothered it with kisses. Great was Edith's joy and satisfaction to see poor Bab still in life, and it was soon explained to the French officer who she was and how she came thither. But the object of her coming had nearly been frustrated before she had time to explain to her young mistress the promised rescue, for ere she had been half an hour within the works, a non-commissioned officer from Ticonderoga appeared, with a dispatch for the commander of the party, who at once proposed to send the young lady and her dark attendant under his charge to the fortress, expressing gallantly his regret to lose the honour and pleasure of her society, but adding that it would be for her convenience and safety. The suggestion was made before he opened the dispatch, and Edith eagerly caught at a proposal which seemed to offer relief from a very unpleasant situation. But as soon as the officer had seen the contents of his letter his views were changed, and he explained to his young prisoner that for particular reasons the commander-in-chief thought it best that there should be as little passing to and fro, during the period of daylight, between the fortress and the redoubt as possible. He would, therefore, he said, be obliged to inform his superior officer in the first place of her being there, and of the circumstances in which she had fallen under his protection, as he termed it, adding that probably after nightfall, when the same objection could not exist, he would receive instructions as to what was to be done, both with herself and her companions, and with the Indians in whose power he had found her. He then sat down to write a reply to the dispatch he had received, and occupied fully half an hour in its composition, during which time all that Sister Bab had to say was spoken. The very name of the Oneidas, however, awakened painful memories in Edith's breast, and notwithstanding all the assurances she had received from Ottesa, her heart sank at the thought of poor Walter's probable fate. She turned her eyes toward Woodchuck, who had refused to take any breakfast, and sat apart under a tree not far from the spot where Apukwa and his companions, kept in sight constantly by a sentinel, were gathered round their cooking fire. His attitude was the most melancholy that can be conceived. His eyes were fixed upon the ground, his head drooping, his brow heavy and contracted, and his hands clasped together on his knee. Edith moved quietly toward him and seated herself near, saying, "What is the matter, my good friend?" and then added in a low voice, "I have some pleasant news for you." Woodchuck shook his head sadly, but made no answer, and Edith continued, seeking to cheer him, "The poor negro woman who was with me when we were attacked escaped the savages, it seems, and has brought an intimation that before tomorrow's sunset we shall be set free by a large party of the Oneidas." "It is too late, my dear, it is too late," replied Woodchuck, pressing his hands tightly together. "Too late to do anything for your poor brother. It was him I was thinking of." "But there are still 4 or 5 days of the time," said Edith, "and—" "I've been a fool, Miss Prevost," replied Woodchuck bitterly, "and there's no use of concealing it from you. I have mistaken moons for months. The man who brought me the news of what that stern old black eagle had determined said the time allowed was 6 months, and I never thought of the Indians counting their months by moons till I heard those Honontos saying something about it this morning. No, it's all useless now. It's all useless." Edith turned deathly pale, and remained so for a moment or two, but then she lifted her eyes to a spot of the blue sky shining through the trees above, and with a deep sigh she answered, "We must trust in God, then, and hope he has provided other and less terrible means. He can protect and deliver according to his will, without the aid or instrumentality of man. You have done your best, Woodchuck, and your conscience should rest satisfied." No, he answered bitterly. "If I had but thought of what I knew quite well, I should have gone a fortnight sooner, and the poor boy would have been saved. It's all the fault of my stupid mistake. A man should make no mistakes in such emergencies, Miss Edith." He fell into a fit of thought again, and seeing that all attempt to comfort him was vain, Edith returned to the side of the black woman, and inquired eagerly if she had heard any tidings of Walter amongst the Oneidas. Sister Bab was more cautious than poor Woodchuck had been, however, and denied stoutly having heard anything, adding that she could not think they had done any harm to her young massa, or they would not be so eager to help her young missy. The smallest gleam of hope is always a blessing, but still the day passed sadly enough to poor Edith. The commandant of the redoubt was occupied with military business which she did not comprehend, and which afforded no relief to her thoughts even for a moment. She saw the soldiers parading, the sentinels relieved, the earthworks inspected, and the Indians harangued, without one thought being withdrawn from the painful circumstances of her own fate. Shortly after dusk, however, the same sergeant who had brought the dispatch in the morning appeared with another letter, which the French commandant read, and then carried to Edith in the little hut where she was seated, with her lamp just trimmed and lighted. "The Marquis of Montcalm informs Captain Le Comtois that it will be greatly inconvenient to receive any additional mouths into Fort Carillon. Should he think fit, he can send the lady who has fallen into his hands, with the English gentleman, her companion, back to Crown Point or Fort St. Frederick, as early tomorrow as he thinks fit. If the lady earnestly prefers to retire to Fort Carillon at once, the Marquis of Montcalm will not be so wanting in courtesy as to refuse, but he begs to warn her that she may be subjected to all the inconveniences of a siege, as he cannot at all tell what course of operations the enemy may think fit to pursue. The Indians, if willing, as they say, to serve, may be usefully employed within the redoubt, but with caution, and must not be suffered to operate upon the flanks, as usual." "It is for you to say, mademoiselle," said Monsieur le Comtois, "whether you will now go to the fort or not." Edith, however, declined, saying that the reasons given by Monsieur de Montcalm were quite sufficient to induce her to remain till it was convenient to send her elsewhere, and thus ended that eventful week. The following day was Sunday, a day not fit to be desecrated by human strife, but one which was destined to behold, on that very spot, one of those bloody scenes which write man's shame in letters of blood upon the page of history. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The day was intensely hot, the wind nearly southwest, the sky deep blue toward the horizon, but waning to a hazy gold colour in the zenith, when, at an early hour on the Saturday morning, the great flotilla of General Abercrombie got under way. One large boat, modelled like a whale-boat, and so designated in contemporary accounts, led the way, with the active and energetic second in command, accompanied by a portion of his own regiment. The rest followed, spreading out in the shape of an irregular wedge over the face of the lake, and the whole steered at once directly toward the Narrows. Fresh and peaceful and beautiful was the scene upon that loveliest of lakes, with the wild mountains and sweeping forests round, and myriads of lovely islands studding the golden waters like gems. Lord H. sat somewhat reclining on his cloak in the stern of the leading boat, with a telescope in his hand, which, however, he did not use. The scene presented to his eye had sufficient in its general features to afford pleasant occupation to the thoughts, and he strove to turn them, as much as possible, toward objects unconnected with his own fate, or with the fate of the expedition. Diamond Island was soon passed, Long Island left to the eastward, and the rich narrow strip of low land extending far into the lake, and known as Long Point, rounded by the boat in which he sat. He gazed back to see how near the others were following, and then looked forward again. French Mountain, Deer Pasture Mountain, Harris's Bay, Dunham's Bay were left behind, and the Dame Island, rising up in the midst of the waters like a cupola of some large submerged cathedral, was right in front. Many another islet was seen scattered round, while the peculiar magical effect of the lazy midsummer light made them look hardly real. At length the high precipitous cliffs known as Shelving Rock on the one hand, and the Tongue Mountain on the other, were seen in front, announcing the approach to the Narrows, while the top of the Black Mountain appeared dark and grim over the lower land in the foreground. More caution now became necessary, for hitherto no fear had been entertained that the movements of the flotilla would be discovered by the enemy's scouts, but that part of the lake most frequently swept by the French boats was now at hand, and it became necessary to keep as far inshore as possible, and take advantage of every headland and island as a means of concealment, in order to hide the approach and number of the armament till the last moment. Still, the general orders having been given, Lord H. lay quiet and meditated. On an active and energetic spirit the saddest thoughts are most apt to obtrude in moments of forced tranquillity. He could not cast them off. He tried to think of everything that was happy, of Edith, of his speedy union with her who had become the brightness of his life, of pleasant days beyond the sea, far away in their peaceful native land. But still, through all the visions he conjured up of hope and happiness, and long cheerful hours, came chiming like a tolling of a bell the sad prophetic words of the question, "Shall I ever see her more?" And he longed for the moment of landing to shake off thought in active exertion. At length it came. The wild strange scenery of the Buck Mountain and the rattlesnake dens was seen upon the left, and stretching out in front, the low fertile sweep of land known from that day forward as Sabbath Day Point. There, in the evening, the troops landed for refreshment, and the boats were drawn up to the southward, under cover of the banks and woods, but with a few miles farther voyage on the following day ere they reached the point of attack. Happy are the thoughtless, for though perhaps they enjoy not so highly, and their enjoyment is of a lower kind, yet they can enjoy each sunshiny hour that God grants them in their course through life. The brief repose, the pleasant meal, the fair and the strange things around, afforded matter for much happiness to many a light heart there during the halt of the army. But it was not so with Lord H. He knew that the next day was to be one of great fatigue, difficulty, and exertion, and in order that his corporal powers might be in full activity, he lay down and tried to sleep. But sleep would not come, and he had not closed an eye when, toward midnight, the order was given to form upon the beach and re-embark. Everyone, as well as the young nobleman, felt that to be a solemn moment. The sky was clear and bright, the stars were shining out large and lustrous, not a breeze moved in the sky, the clear waters of the lake were smooth as a sheet of glass. The only sound that stirred the air was the tramp of the troops towards the boat, the whirring insects in the trees, and the wailing voice of the whippoorwill. All was conducted as silently as possible. The oars of the boats were muffled, and once more Lord H. led the way with a few bodies of rangers in several bateaux. The regular troops followed in the centre of the line, and the volunteers of the provinces formed wings on either side. Stilly and silently the flight of boats skimmed over the waters, till, after a few hours of solemn darkness, day dawned upon them, revealing to the scouts of Montcalm upon the rocky eminences near the shore the full blaze of the English uniforms in the innumerable boats sweeping down as if to certain conquest. Somewhat less than 1 hour more, the first boat neared what is called Prisoner's Island, bore away a little to the westward, where the ground was open, touched the shore, and the young nobleman instantly sprang to land. Regiment after regiment followed. The debarkation was perfectly orderly and uninterrupted, and it was evident that the French garrison of Ticonderoga, if not actually taken by surprise, were attacked much sooner than they had expected. The number of the Indians with the army was actually small, but it was known that large parties of Mohawks, Oneidas, and even Onondagas were hovering in the flanks, sweeping, in fact, in a crescent round that which was then considered the quay of Lake Champlain. It was nearly noon before the disembarkation was completed, and the army formed into 3 columns, ready for advance. The first column then plunged into the woods, headed by Lord H. in person, and pushed on for some way unopposed, except by the difficulties of the road, which at every step became greater and greater, from the number of thick juniper bushes and tangled brushwood which encumbered the ground under the large trees. The men's strength was spent in contending with these natural obstructions, and to give them time to breathe, Lord H. halted his corps for a moment at the first open space in the woods which they reached. He himself leaned upon the short ranger's musket, which he carried in his hand, his fine expressive countenance glowing with exercise and eagerness, and beaming encouragement upon the gallant men who followed him on what they believed to be the road to victory. At that moment something was heard plunging through the thick brushwood on the left, and an Indian in his full war costume, painted and armed, burst out into the open space, holding up a piece of paper in his hand. He darted instantly toward the commander of the column, lifting the paper high, and Lord H., who was just upon the point of giving the order to advance again, paused and stretched forth his hand. What the man gave him was not a letter, but apparently merely a leaf torn out of a pocket-book. And the moment it was delivered, the Indian, whose eyes had been gleaming with eagerness, dropped his arms by his side and stood as still as a statue. Lord H. gazed upon the paper, and beheld, written in pencil, apparently in great haste, the following words: "There is a masked redoubt in front, as far as I can discover, a little to the east of the brook. It is concealed by low bushes, and the gaps in the underwood are filled up with boughs of pine. Edith is within, a prisoner. Beware, we are marching round rapidly to take it in reverse. I mean the Oneidas. Walter Prevost." Several of the superior officers had gathered round, and amongst the rest a man deservedly famous in those and after times, then simply known as Major Putnam. "We have been seen by friends, if not by enemies, Putnam," said Lord H., handing him the paper. "What do you advise to be done? You are more skilled in wood warfare than I am." "Send back the Indian," answered Major Putnam. "Let him tell his brethren to advance as speedily as possible and help to clear the woods. Then give me 100 rangers and a handful of Indians, and I will push on myself and make a way for you." "Good," said Lord H. "Call up your men, Putnam, while I send away the Indian." Beckoning up an interpreter, the young nobleman gave their savage allies directions, telling them particularly to report the exact spot which the column had reached, and by the time this was done and the man gone, Major Putnam had placed himself at the head of his little party ready to dash on. "Stay, Putnam," said Lord H. "You command, but I go with you." Putnam paused and dropped the point of his sword, looking almost aghast. "My lord," he said, "I beg you would forbear. If I am killed, the loss of my life will be of little consequence to anyone, but the preservation of your life is of importance to this army." Lord H. laid his hand upon his arm, saying, "Putnam, your life is as dear to you as mine is to me. I am determined to go. Lead on." The next moment they dashed on at a quick time along a trail which opened before them. The few Indians who accompanied the party scattered as usual to the right and left, and for some little way they made good progress through the tangled wood. At length, however, all, even to the natives, became puzzled by the number of trails crossing each other and the thick and intricate nature of the wood. But still they forced their way forward, judging the direction they ought to take by the way the shadows of the trees were thrown by the sunshine. Thus for 400 or 500 yards they pushed on, without seeing an enemy, when Putnam, suddenly pointing with his sword, exclaimed, "There goes a Frenchman's cap! More of them! More of them! Now, gallant rangers, down with your pieces and make your barrels ring." In an instant every gun was levelled, but at the same moment a sharp flash ran along the trees and bushes beyond. The loud report of firearms rattled through the forest, and one of the young officers of the Rangers dropped at once. Several privates fell before they could draw the trigger, while the rest were sending a fatal volley into the wood. "On! On!" cried Putnam. "Clear the copse of them. My lord, what is the matter?" Lord H. stood for a moment longer without answering, then wavered for an instant on his feet, and fell back into the arms of a sergeant of the Rangers. "I knew it!" cried Putnam. "Forward, my men, forward, and avenge this noble fellow." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Very different from the array of Abercrombie's army was the march of the Oneidas through the deep woods on the western side of Lake Horicon. Far spread out and separate from each other, they pursued a number of different trails in profound silence, and in single files of not more than 20 or 30 each. And yet, with what seemed a sort of instinct, each party directed its course unerringly to one particular point. They knew the spot they were to strike, they knew the time they were to be there, and at that spot and at that time each little band appeared with its most famous warrior at its head. Thus in the small savannah where the poor negress Sister Bab had found the advance guard of the whole nation, nearly 600 warriors of the Children of the Stone assembled on the night of Saturday. Dressed like themselves, with tomahawk and knife in his belt, and moccasins upon his feet, appeared Walter Prevost, distinguished from the rest by his fair skin and flowing hair. The sports of the field, the wild life he had led for several years, and even the hardships he had lately suffered, had fitted him for all the fatigues of an Indian march, and rendered a frame naturally strong, extraordinarily robust and active. Ignorant of any danger to those he best loved, rejoicing in deliverance from captivity and the peril of death, and full of bright hopes for the future, his heart was light and gay, and happiness added energy to vigour. The hardy warriors with whom he marched saw with surprise and admiration the son of the paleface bear difficulties and fatigues as well as themselves, and come in at the close of the day as fresh and cheerful. The fires were lighted, the rifles piled near to each separate band, and the food which they brought with them cooked after their fashion and distributed amongst them. But the meal was not over ere another small band joined them, and Black Eagle himself passed round the different fires, till he paused by that at which Walter was seated. None of his own people had taken any notice of his appearance. Once or twice one of the warriors indeed looked up as he went by, but no sign of reverence or recognition was given, till Walter, after the European fashion, rose and extended his hand. "Thou art before me, my son," said the chief. "The wings of the Black Eagle have had far to fly. I have visited thy father's lodge, and have followed him to the new castle at the midday end of Horicon." "My father!" said Walter in great surprise. "Was he not at his house?" "Nay, he is a war chief with the army," said Black Eagle. "Then where is Edith?" inquired the young man. "Did you leave the Blossom with her?" "I left Otetza at thy father's house," answered the chief, "but thy sister was not there." "Where was she then?" asked Walter with some alarm. "I know not," answered Black Eagle, and was silent. "Perhaps he has taken her to Albany," rejoined the young man. "But you saw my father. How did he fare?" "Well," answered Black Eagle, "quite well, and he gives thee to Otetza. The Blossom is thine." "Then Edith is safe," said Walter in a tone of relief, "and my father's mind must have been relieved about me, for he could not be well or seem well if either of his children were in danger." "The red man feels much as the white man," answered Black Eagle, "but he leaves tears and lamentations, sighs and sad looks to women and to children. Where is the Nighthawk and the warriors who were with him?" "They are on before," replied the youth. "We have not seen them, but their fires have been lighted here." No further questions were asked by the chief, and walking slowly away, he seated himself with those who had accompanied him, to partake of the meal they were making ready. Few words were spoken amongst the various groups assembled there, and some 20 minutes had elapsed when one of the young men seated at the fire with the Black Eagle started up and darted away toward the north like a frightened deer. No one took any notice, and several soon after composed themselves to sleep. The others sat round their fires, with their heads bent down almost to their knees, and the murmur of a few sentences spoken here and there was the only sound that broke the silence for nearly an hour. At the end of that time 2 young warriors on the north side of the savannah started up and listened, and shortly after several of the Oneidas who had rested in the neighbourhood of the same spot the night before were seen coming through the long grass and crossing the tiny brook which meandered through the midst. Led by the young messenger who had lately departed to seek for them, they glided up to the fire of the great chief and seated themselves beside him. The conversation then grew earnest, and quick and eager gestures and flashing eyes might be seen. The great body of the Oneidas took not the slightest notice of what was taking place around the council fire of the Black Eagle, but Walter watched every look with an indefinable feeling of interest and curiosity, and after much discussion and many a long pause between, the chief beckoned him up and made him sit in the circle. "Thou art young to talk with warriors," said the Black Eagle when he was seated. "Thy hand is strong against the panther and the deer, but it has never taken the scalp of an enemy. But the daughter of the white man Prevost is my daughter, and she is thy sister. Know then, my son, that she is in the power of the French. The Honantco, whom we have expelled, they are wolves, they have taken her, they have run her down as a hungry pack runs down a fawn, and have delivered her and themselves into the hands of the enemy. The muzzles of their rifles have fire for our bosoms, their knives are thirsty for our scalps. Be not a woman who cannot hear with a calm eye or limbs that are still, but sit and listen, and then prove thyself a warrior in the fight." He then went on to repeat all that he had just heard from the chief who had succoured the poor negress on the preceding night, and all that had been done since. "Our Nighthawk was right," he said, "to send word that we would deliver thy sister, for she is a daughter of the Oneida. The story also of the dark cloud is true, for the children of the stone have caused search to be made, and they have found the horses that were lost and the body of the man they slew. They scalped him not, it is true, for what is the scalp of a negro worth? But the print of the tomahawk was between his eyes." "Let me have a horse," cried Walter, "and I will bring her out of the midst of them." "The swallow flies faster than the eagle," said the chief, "but where is his strength? Listen, boy, to the words that come forth from many ears. Thy sister must be delivered, but our brethren the English must know of this ambush, lest they fall into it. So too shall she be saved more surely. Draw then upon this paper the history of the thing, and send it to the great chief, thy friend, the Falling Cataract. I will find a messenger who knows him. Then will we break in upon this ambush at the same time with the English, and the scalps of the Hononto shall hang upon the war-post, for they are not the children of the stone. They spat upon their mother. One of the horses, too, shalt thou have to save thy sister out of the fight, if a thing with 4 feet can run easily in this forest. There is a great trail from the setting sun to the place of the sounding waters, said the Nighthawk. A horse can run there as well as a deer. It passes close by the back of the hiding-place of the Frenchmen. Let me hear, said Walter, mastering his emotion and striving to imitate the calm manner of the Indians. Let me hear where this hiding-place is and what it is like. The white man, though he be but young, knows the ways of the white man best, and he may see light where older eyes fail. In language obscured by figures, but otherwise clear and definite, the Nighthawk described the masked redoubt of the French and its position. Ignorant of the ground around the fortress, Walter could form but an insufficient judgment of the spot where it was situated. But the form and nature of the work he comprehended well enough. He mused in silence for a minute or two after the chief had spoken, giving the Black Eagle good hope of his acquiring in time the Indian coolness, and then he said, "It would be better for us, while the army attacks the redoubt in front, to take it in reverse." "What meanest thou, my son?" asked Black Eagle, for Walter, still busy with his own thoughts, had spoken in English. The young man explained his meaning more clearly in the Iroquois tongue, showing that, as the enemy's position was, probably from want of time, only closed on 3 sides, it would be easy for an Indian party, by making a circuit, to come upon the rear of the French, unless some considerable body of natives were thrown out upon their western flank. But the Nighthawk nodded his head slowly, with a look of approbation, saying, "The Hurons are dogs, and creep close to the bowl of their masters. They are all within the stones or the mounds of earth, except those watching by the side of Horicon. The Nighthawk has skimmed over the ground toward the setting sun, and there was no print of a moccasin upon the trail." "Thou hast the cunning of a warrior when thou art calm," said Black Eagle, addressing Walter, "and it shall be as thou hast said. We will spring upon the back of the game, but let the falling cataract know quickly. Hast thou the means? He will not understand the belt of wampum, and knows not the tongue of the Oneida." "I can find means," said Walter, taking from the pouch he carried a pencil and an old pocket-book. "But where will thy messenger find him, my father?" "He is not far," answered the chief. "He sailed today from the midday toward the cold wind, with the war party of the English. I watched them from the Black Mountains, and they are a mighty people. They floated on Horicon like a string of swans, and their number upon the blue waters was like a flight of passage pigeons upon the sky when they travel westward. They landed where the earth becomes a lizard, by the rattlesnake dens. But how long they may tarry, who shall say? Send quickly, then." Walter had been writing on his knee while the chief spoke, and the brief note, which we have already seen delivered, was speedily finished. A messenger was then chosen for his swiftness of foot, and dispatched at once to the point where the English army first landed. When he returned, all was still amongst the Oneidas, and the warriors, with but few exceptions, were sleeping in the long grass. The news he brought, however, soon roused the drowsiest. The English flotilla had gone on, he said. He had found but a solitary canoe with a few Mohawks, who told him that the battle would be on the following morning. Every warrior was on his feet in a moment. Their light baggage and arms were snatched up in haste. One party was detached to the east to watch the movements of the army. Another messenger was chosen and sent to bear the letter, and ere half an hour had gone by, the dusky bands were once more moving silently through the dark paths of the forest, only lighted from time to time by glimpses of the moon, and directed by the well-known stars which had so often guided their fathers through the boundless wilderness. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Calm and bright and beautiful, the Sabbath morning broke over the woody world around Edith Prevost. Through the tall pine trees left standing within the earthworks, the rosy light streamed sweetly, and though no birds deserving the name of songsters inhabit the forests of America, yet many a sweet short note saluted the rising day. Edith, with her good negro woman lying near, had slept more soundly than she had hoped for, but she was awake with the first ray, and rousing her dark companion, she said, "We must not forget that this is Sunday, Bab. Call in our good friend Woodchuck, and we will pray before all the noise and bustle of the day begins. I am sure he will be glad to do so." "But you have no book, missy," answered the woman. "That matters not," said the beautiful girl. "I know almost all the prayers by heart from reading them constantly." Sister Bab opened the little hurdle door and looked round. She could not see the person she sought. 3 sentinels were pacing to and fro at different points. One man was rousing himself slowly from the side of an extinguished fire, but all the rest within sight were fast asleep. It was useless for Sister Bab to ask the neighbouring sentinel any questions, and she looked round in vain. "He has most likely gone to sleep in one of the huts," said Edith, when the woman told her Woodchuck was not to be seen. "We will not wait for him." And closing the door again, she knelt and prayed with the poor negress by her side. It was a great comfort to her, for her heart that day was sad, perhaps from the memory of many a Sabbath with those she loved, and the contrast of those days with her situation at the time. Perhaps from the uncertainty of her brother's fate, and doubtless too she thought that every rising sun brought nearer the hour when a parent and a lover were to be exposed to danger, perhaps to death, had its weight likewise. But she was that day very sad, and prayer was a relief, a blessing. Before she had concluded, a good deal of noise and turmoil was heard without, voices speaking sharply, calls such as Edith had not heard before, and in a moment after the door of the hut opened, for it had no latch, and Monsieur le Comtois appeared, inquiring if she had seen anything of her English companion. "No, indeed," replied Edith. "I sent my servant out to seek for him half an hour ago, but she could not find him, and I concluded he was in one of the huts." The Frenchman stamped his foot upon the ground, and, forgetting his usual politeness, uttered some hasty and angry words, implying a belief that Edith knew very well where Woodchuck was, and had aided his escape. The beautiful girl drew herself up with an air of dignity, and replied, "You make me feel, sir, that I am a prisoner, but you mistake me greatly. I do not permit myself to speak falsely on any occasion. If he has escaped you, and I trust he has, I knew nothing of it." "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle," replied the officer, "but this to me is a very serious matter. I may be subjected to the severest military punishment for this unfortunate affair. It was of the utmost importance that the existence of this post should be kept a secret. The utmost precautions have been taken to keep its existence concealed, even from the forces in Fort Carillon. And now this man is at large, to bear the intelligence to the enemy. This must excuse a little heat. How he has escaped it is impossible to divine, for I ordered him to be kept in sight by the sentinels continually, as well as the Indians who came with you. He must be worse than an Indian, for they are all safe and quiet enough, but he has disappeared, though the sentinel swears he passed him sleeping on the ground under the great pine tree not an hour ago." "Half an hour ago he certainly was gone," replied Edith, "for the servant went to look for him and could not find him." "He may be still in the bushes," said the French officer. "I will send out a party to search," and he turned from the door of the hut. Edith followed a step or two to see the result, but hardly had Monsieur le Comtois given his orders, in obedience to which about a dozen men issued forth, some clambering over the breastworks, some running round by the flanks, when a French officer, brilliantly dressed, rode into the redoubt, followed by a mounted soldier, and Edith retired into the hut again. Le Comtois saluted the newcomer reverently, and the other gave a hasty glance around, saying, "Get your men under arms as speedily as possible. On the maintenance of this post and the 2 abattis depends the safety of the fortress. I trust, then, to the honour of French gentlemen and the faith of our Indian allies. Neither will tarnish the glory of France or their own renown by yielding a foot of ground while they can maintain it." He spoke aloud, so as to make his voice heard all over the enclosure, and then, bending down his head till it was close to Le Comtois' ear, he added in a low tone, almost a whisper, "the English are within sight. Their first boats are disembarking the troops. Monsieur de Levis, with our reinforcements, has not appeared. All depends upon maintaining the outpost till he can come up. This, sir, I trust to you with full confidence, as a brave man and an experienced soldier. I must now visit the other posts. Farewell. Remember, the glory of France is in your hands." Thus saying, he rode away, and the bustle of instant preparation spread through the little fort. The French soldiers were drawn up within the breastworks, and the stores and ammunition gathered together near the centre of the open space so as to be readily available whenever they were wanted. 2 parties of Hurons were placed upon the flanks so as to be ready to rush out with the tomahawk the moment opportunity offered. Next came the long lines of French muskets, and in the centre of the longest face of the breastwork were placed Apuqua and his companions, with their rifles in their hands, and a small party of French soldiers forming a second line behind them, thus ensuring their faith, and rendering the fire from the centre more fierce. Their presence, indeed, was needed at the moment, for the men who had been sent out in pursuit of woodchuck had either mistaken the order not to go far, or had lost their way, and they had not reappeared when the whole preparations were complete. These had occupied some time, although Monsieur le Comtois had shown all the activity and precision of a thorough soldier, giving his orders rapidly, but coolly and clearly, and correcting every error as soon as made. The Indians, indeed, gave him the greatest embarrassment, for they were too eager for the fight, and, never subjected to military discipline, were running hither and thither to the points they thought most advantageous, without consideration of the general arrangements. The Frenchman found time, however, for a few courteous words to Edith. "I am greatly embarrassed, my dear young lady," he said, "by your presence here, as we expect to be attacked every instant. I wish to heaven Monsieur de Montcalm had taken you away with him, but in the hurry of the moment I did not think of it, and I have no means of sending you away now. And besides, the risk to yourself would be still greater than staying here. I believe you are as safely posted in this hut as anywhere. It is near enough to the breastwork to be protected from the fire of the enemy, but you may as well lie down upon the bearskin if you hear musketry." "Could I not place myself actually under the breastwork?" asked Edith, remembering the instructions sent to her. "Impossible," replied the officer. "That space is all occupied by the soldiers and Indians. You are better here. If we should be driven back, which God forbid, you will be safe, as you speak English and can say who you are. But remember, address yourself to an officer, for the canaille get mad in time of battle, and on no account trust an Indian." "I speak the Iroquois tongue," answered Edith. "My dear young lady, there is no trusting them," said the officer. "Friends or enemies are the same to them when their blood's hot. All they want is a scalp, and that they will have. It would be terrible to see your beautiful tresses hanging at an Indian's belt." As he spoke, one of the men who had been sent forth after woodchuck came running up, exclaiming, "They are coming, mon capitaine! They are coming!" "Who?" demanded Le Comtois briefly. "The redcoats, the English," said the man. "I saw their advance guard with my own eyes. They are not 200 yards distant." "Where are your companions?" asked Le Comtois. "We want every musket." "I don't know," answered the man. "They have lost their way, I fancy, as I did. I saw 2 amongst the bushes just in front, trying to get back." "Sacre Dieu! They will discover us," said the captain, and running forward, he jumped upon the parapet just behind one of the highest bushes, and looked over. The next instant he sprang down again, saying in a low tone to the corporal near him, "Stand to your arms. Present. Pass the word along not to fire, whatever you see, till I give the order." At the same moment he made a sign with his hand to the renegade Oneidas, but probably they did not see it, for their keen black eyes were all eagerly bent forward, peeping through the bushes, which now seemed agitated at some little distance. A moment after, a straggling shot or 2 was heard, and instantly the Hononto fired. The order was then given by Le Comtois, and the whole front poured forth a volley, which was returned by a number of irregular shots, blazing out of the bushes in front. Then succeeded a silence of a few moments, and then a loud cheer, such as none but Anglo-Saxon lungs have ever given. Edith sat, deathly pale and trembling, in the hut, but it is not too much to say that but a small portion of her terror was for herself. The battle had begun, the battle in which father and lover were to risk life, in which, amidst all the human beings destined to bleed and die that day, her love singled out two, while her fancy painted them as the aim of every shot. It was them, she thought, much more than of herself. The door of the hut was turned, as I have shown, toward the inside of the square, and Captain Le Comptoir had left it open behind him. Thus, as Edith sat a little toward one side of the entrance, she had a view of one side of the redoubt, along which were posted a few French soldiers and a considerable body of Hurons. The firing was soon resumed, but in a somewhat different manner from before. There were no longer any volleys, but frequent, repeated, almost incessant shots, sometimes 2 or 3 together, making almost one sound. Thrice she saw a French soldier carried across the open space and laid down at the foot of a tree. One remained quite still where he had been placed, one raised himself for a moment upon his arm and then sank down again, and Edith understood the signs full well. Clouds of bluish-white smoke then began to roll over the redoubt and curl along as the very gentle wind carried it towards the broad trail by which she had been brought thither. The figures of the Indians became indistinct and looked like beings seen in a dream. But still the firing continued, drawing apparently more toward the western side. Still the rattle of the musketry was mingled with loud cheers from without. But suddenly those sounds were crossed, as it were, by a wild yell such as Edith had only heard once in her life before, but which now seemed to issue from 1,000 throats instead of a few. It came from the northwest, right in the direction of the broad trail. The French soldiers and the Hurons, who had been kneeling to fire over the breastwork, sprang upon their feet, looked round, and from that side too burst forth at once the war-whoop. "Oh, Missy, Missy, let us run!" cried Sister Bab, catching Edith's wrist. "Hush, hush, be quiet," said the young lady. "These may be friends coming." As she spoke, pouring on like a dark torrent, was seen a crowd of dusky forms rushing along the trail, emerging from amongst the trees, spreading rapidly over the ground, and amidst them all, a tall youth, equipped like an Indian, and mounted on a grey horse, which Edith recognized as her own. The sight confused and dazzled her. Feathers and plumes and war-paints, rifles and tomahawks and knives, grim countenances and brandished arms, swam before her like the things that fancy sees for a moment in a cloud, while still the awful war-whoop rang horribly around, drowning even the rattle of the musketry, and seeming to rend the ear. 2 figures only were distinct, the youth upon the horse, and the towering figure of Black Eagle himself close to the lad's side. Attacked in flank and front and rear, the French and Hurons were broken in a moment, driven from the breastworks, beaten back into the centre of the square, and separated into detached bodies. But still they fought with desperation, still the rifles and the muskets pealed, still the cheer and the shout and the war-whoop resounded on the air. A large party of the French soldiery were cast between the huts and the Oneidas, and the young man on the horse strove in vain, tomahawk in hand, to force his way through. But there are episodes in all combats, and even a pause took place when the gigantic Huron chief rushed furiously against the Black Eagle. It may be that they were ancient enemies, but, at all events, each seemed animated with the fury of a fiend. Each cast away his rifle and betook himself to the peculiar weapons of his race, the knife and the tomahawk. But it was impossible to describe, it was almost impossible to see the 2 combatants, such was their marvellous rapidity. Now here, now there, they turned, the blows seeming to fall like hail, the limbs writhing and twisting, the weapons whirling and flashing round. Each was the giant of his tribe, each its most renowned warrior, and each fought for more than life, the closing act of a great renown. But the sinewy frame of the Black Eagle seemed to prevail over the more bulky strength of his opponent. The Huron lost ground. He was driven back to the great pine tree near the centre of the square. He was forced round and round it. The knife of the Black Eagle drank his blood, but missed his heart, and only wounded him in the shoulder. Those nearest the scene had actually paused for a moment in the contest to witness the fierce single combat going on. But in other parts of the square the bloody fight was still continued. For an instant the French party in the front of the huts, by desperate efforts, seemed likely to overpower the Oneidas before them. A tall French grenadier bayoneted the Nighthawk before Edith's eyes, and then, seeing the great Huron chief staggering under the blows of his enemy, he dashed forward, and not daring in the rapid whirls of the two combatants to use his bayonet there, he struck the Black Eagle on the head with the butt of his musket. The blow fell with tremendous force and drove the old chief to his knee, with one hand upon the ground. His career seemed over, his fate finished. The Huron raised his tomahawk high to strike. The Frenchman shortened his musket to pin the Black Eagle to the earth. But at that moment a broad, powerful figure dropped down at once from the branches of the pine tree above, between the Oneida and the grenadier, bent slightly with his fall, but even in rising, lifted a rifle to his shoulder and sent the ball into the Frenchman's heart. With a yell of triumph, Black Eagle sprang up from the ground, and in an instant his tomahawk was buried in the undefended head of his adversary. Edith beheld not the close of the combat, for in the swaying to and fro of the fierce struggle, the French soldiery had by this time been driven past the huts, and the eye of one who loved her was upon her. "Edith! Edith!" cried the voice of Walter Prevost, forcing the horse forward through the struggling groups amid shots and shouts and falling blows. She saw him, she recognised him, she stretched forth her arms toward him, and dashing between the two parties, Walter forced the horse up to the door of the hut and caught her hand. Spring up, he cried, bending down and casting his arm around her. "This is not half over. I must carry you away." Partly lifted, partly leaping from the ground, Edith sprang up before him, and, holding her tightly to his heart, Walter turned the rein and dashed away, through fens and enemies, trampling, unconscious of what he did, alike on the dead and the dying. The western side of the square was crowded with combatants, and he directed his horse's head toward the east, reached the angle, and turned sharp round to get in the rear of the English column, which was seen forcing its way onward to support the advance party of Major Putnam. He thought only of his sister, and pressing her closer to his heart, he said, "We are safe, Edith, we are safe." Alas, he spoke too soon. There had been one group in the square that stood almost aloof from the combat. Gathered together in the southeastern angle, Apukwa and his companions seemed watching an opportunity for flight, but their fierce eyes had seen Walter, and twice had a rifle been discharged at him from that spot, but without effect. They saw him snatch his sister from the hut, place her on the horse, and gallop round. Apukwa, the brother of the snake, and two others jumped upon the parapet, and scarcely had he uttered the words, "We are safe," when the fire blazed at once from the muzzles of their rifles. One ball whistled by his ear, and another passed through his hair, but clasping Edith somewhat closer, he galloped on, and in 2 minutes after came to a spot where 3 or 4 men were standing, and one kneeling, with his hand under the head of a British officer who had fallen. Walter reined up the horse sharply, for he was almost over them before he saw them. But the sight of the features of the dead man drew from his lips the sudden exclamation of, "Good God!" They were those of Lord H. Edith's face, as Walter held her, had been turned toward him, and he fancied that she rested her forehead on his bosom to shut out the terrible sights around. Her forehead was resting there still, but over the arm that held her so closely to his heart, Walter saw welling a dark red stream of blood. He trembled like a leaf. "Edith!" he said. "Edith!" There was no answer. He pushed the bright brown curls back from her forehead, and as he did so, the head fell back, showing the face as pale as marble. She had died without a cry, without a sound. Walter bent his head and kissed her cheek and wept. "What is the matter, sir?" said the surgeon, rising from beside the body of Lord H. "Did you know my lord?" "Look here," said Walter. It was all he said, but in an instant they gathered round him and lifted Edith from the horse. The surgeon put his hand upon the wrist, then shook his head sadly, and they laid her gently by the side of Lord H. They did not know with how much propriety, but thus she would have loved to rest. Thus they met, and thus they parted, thus they loved, and thus they died. But in one thing they were happy, that neither at their last hour knew the other's peril or the other's fate. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Ticonderoga by George Payne Rainsford James. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. From the bloody field of Ticonderoga, Abercrombie retreated, as is well known, after having in vain attempted to take the inner abbey without cannon, and sacrificed the lives of many hundred gallant men to his own want of self-reliance. I need dwell no more upon the painful subject, but it was a sad day for the whole army, a sad day for the whole province, and a sadder day still for one small domestic circle, when the bodies of the gallant Lord H. and his beautiful promised bride were brought to rest for a night at the house of Mr. Prevost, before they were moved down to Albany. A body of the young nobleman's own regiment carried the coffins by turns. Another party followed with arms reversed. But between the biers and the escort walked 4 men, with hearts as sad as any upon earth. It may seem strange, but none of the 4 shed a tear. The tall Indian warrior, though he grieved as much as if he had lost a child, had no tears for any earthly sorrow. The fountain in the heart of Mr. Prevost had been dried up by the fiery intensity of his grief. Walter had wept long and secretly, and the pride of manhood would not let him stain his cheeks in the presence of soldiers. Woodchuck's eyes were dry, too, for during 6 long months he had disciplined his heart to look upon the things of the earth so lightly, that although he grieved for Edith's fate, it was with the sort of sorrow he might have felt to see a beautiful flower trampled down by a rough foot. And there was bright hope, too, mingled with the shadow of his woe, for he said to himself frequently, "They have but parted for to-day, to meet in a happier place to-morrow." As the procession approached the house, the servants came forth to meet it, with a young and beautiful girl at their head, clad in the Indian garb. She bore 2 little wreaths in her hand, one woven of bright spring flowers, the other of dark evergreens, and when the soldiers halted for a moment with their burden, she laid the flowers upon the coffin of Edith, and the evergreen upon the soldier's bier. Then, turning, with the tears dropping from her eyes, but with no clamorous grief, she walked before them back into the house. Some 4 years after, a less painful scene might be beheld at the house of Mr. Prevost. He himself sat in a great chair under the verandah, with his hair become as white as snow, and his head a good deal bowed. Seated on the ground near him was a tall Indian chief, very little changed in appearance, grave, calm, and still as ever. On the step of the verandah sat 2 young people, a tall, handsome, powerful man of about 21, and a beautiful girl whose brown cheek betrayed some mixture of the Indian blood. On the green grass before them, with a black nurse sitting by, was as lovely a child of about 2 years of age as ever the sun shone upon. They had gathered a number of beautiful flowers, and she was sporting them with the grace and with the happiness that only children can display or know. The eyes of all were fixed upon her, and they called her Edith. There was one wanting to that party out of those who had assembled at the door 4 years before. Woodchuck was no longer there. He had gone where he longed to be. When he felt sickness coming upon him, some 2 years after the death of Lord H., he had left the house of Mr. Prevost, which he had lately made his home, and gone, as he said, to wander in the mountains. There he became worse. An Indian runner came down to tell his friends that he was dying, and when Mr. Prevost went up to see him, he found him in a Seneca lodge, with but a few hours of life before him. Woodchuck was very glad to see the friendly face near him, and as his visitor bent over him, he said, "I am very much obliged to you for coming, Prevost, for I want to ask you one thing, and that is to have me buried in the churchyard at Albany, just beside your dear girl. I know it's all nonsense, and that the flesh sees corruption, but still I've a fancy that I shall rest quieter there than anywhere else. If ever there was an angel, she was one, and I think her dust must sanctify the ground." It was his only request, and it was not forgotten. End of chapter 36. End of Ticonderoga, a story of early frontier life in the Mohawk Valley, by George Payne Rainsford James.